nu sagt. Først har jeg ikke downloadet spillet, så glemmer jeg at sige episode 2 for. Og nu får jeg en mail omkring at live på din kanal.
How many times must I tell you? You must never put your life on the line for me.
Mother has always had a fascination for Lord, but has never wanted to tell me why. We are doing our utmost to find him as quickly as possible.
Without your mother, hundreds of men of the cloth onto the guillotine.
All I can tell you is I'm looking for my sister.
Do you believe your mother capable of torturing a child?
An agreement for cannons. Lord Mortimer assured me that you are to
Det er det, der er træls med, at man ikke kan sige airplay på samme tid, så er du bagud. Og så snart spørger du, hvad fanden det er for dig, ikke en mening endnu.
Hvad?
Det er det, der er træls med, at man ikke kan livestream og sige airplay på samme tid. Fordi når jeg siger noget, så giver det ikke mening for dig, før det kommer længere frem. Og hvis det er så sidder og forklarer
det. Nej, så også, når jeg er... Og så også når man lidt... Nu er jeg så dårligt, det var jeg så noter.
Ja. Og så når det endelig giver... Eller så skal jeg sidde og forklare det. Der er godt andet tilfælde om dig. Og så giver det bare... Der er ingen mening, når man begynder at se det. Jeg ved ikke, hvad det er, jeg laver. Jeg tager altid bare en af de bøger der. Så jeg skal jo bare videre, altså. Lord den her episode med Hide and Seek.
Nå.
Så det skal nok blive sjovt. Vi gemmer os i sengen.
Ej. Man skulle have det var Voldemorts kontor i stedet for...
Voldemorts kontor?
Det var sgu lidt næsten så.
Thank you. I wish to apologize.
Det kan godt være, der stod noget helt andet. Men det er lige meget.
When I asked you to join us here, it was of course in the hope that you would help us find your mother. However, there may be some new developments, but I don't know if they are linked to your mother. We have found Elizabeth Adams' body in her room. I'm afraid she was brutally murdered, stabbed several times.
Jeg skulle lige svare.
Det var ikke, jeg slidte han først.
Ja, det er jeg glad for, der ikke er tid. Who did it? I only don't into it last night. I'm afraid she was brutally murdered, stabbed several times. Nå, det var hende der, vi snakkede med. Eller hende, vi ikke havde snakket med. Hun blev bare slået ihjel. Fordi vi ikke snakkede med hende.
Jeg vil bare sige, du kunne...
I don't went into it last night.
In each other last night on our way to bed.
Yes, I know. Duchess Hilbert.
Godt sproget engelsk.
She accompanied you at the
Jeg sagde bare et
You apparently bumped into Miss Adams, who wanted to speak to you.
Ja, det var det.
We are told you turned her away.
Det gjorde jeg også.
And she went away on her errand.
That's correct.
Sådan.
Do you know what she wanted to see you about, by any chance?
Do you know what she wanted to see you about by any case? She seems confused. Nej, det var jeg ikke.
Not in the least.
Pity. The poor child was probably trying to find help.
I thought it could wait until tomorrow.
Apparently not. Look,
Nej, jeg skulle fortalt mig, at jeg skulle rinde seng med.
Tragedy puts me in a very delicate situation.
Det vidste jeg jo så ikke, at det gad ske.
I cannot risk upsetting the smooth operation of our next conference. But the case cannot remain unaddressed.
Hvad?
I must reassure my guests, and justice will be done. And for that to happen, I must ask for your help.
Why is that?
You met Elizabeth. You spoke together, I believe. She trusted you. Listen, Louis.
Jeg skal ikke
Find out who could have committed this murder. I refuse to believe that one of my guests is the murderer. I want to know who is responsible for this. And I trust you. You have my back. Stop at nothing. Can I count on you?
Of course. How would you like me to proceed?
Maybe you can start by going to the scene of the crime. Elizabeth was attacked in her room.
Oh. ikke inde her på. Any details about how dressed go when? Go where?
Do you have any suspects in mind, my lord?
I spent most of the night talking with Sir Gregory and His Eminence Piaggi. So I think you can remove them from the list of suspects. Monsieur Bonaparte and President Washington left the party after midnight, I believe. They were tired and went up to bed.
Can you tell me anything else about what happened?
Now, Louis, I wouldn't want to influence you. Get over there and form your own plan.
Right. I'll get over there immediately.
Thank you, Louis.
Hun siger jo, jeg kunne ikke vide, hun gav til mig sådan noget. Hun sagde jo til mig, altså det så I ikke. Men hun havde jo lige inden jeg sidst jeg skulle, sagde hun til mig, hun ikke stod på mig, for jeg var ikke med alle andre.
They will be notified and they agree.
Simpelthen godt, at jeg fik hende til at stole på mig på en anden måde. Fik jeg noget rigtigt. Hun sagde lige, at hun ikke stole på mig. Det var det ikke helt glad for. Adams death.
A devil's thorn, to be used to uncover the best disguised traits. Your Eminence, I imagine that you've heard the news about Miss Adams.
What a tragedy, my son. How could such a thing have happened?
That's exactly what I'm trying to find out. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary last night?
I saw the young French soldier, Bonaparte, I believe, hanging around near Miss Adams' room. But I would not want to get an innocent man into trouble. It's probably guilty.
Not to worry, Your Eminence. If he is innocent, then he has nothing to fear. Do you know why Monsieur Bonaparte was hanging around her room like that?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that the dashing young soldier had become infatuated with a fragile young woman who looked a bit lost. But I don't think he got a very warm welcome.
Bonaparte and Adams? But they didn't even know each other, did they?
I couldn't say. But if I were you, my son, I would talk to Monsieur Perry. You remember how violently he set upon Miss Adams.
Oh, don't worry. He's on the list of suspects.
Hide and seek. Det er dig, der har gjort det. Du prøver bare for mig til det. Fordi du tror ikke, jeg ved, det er dig. Men jeg ved godt, det er dig. Jeg synes nok ikke snakke med ham. Jeg siger nok bare sammen.
I've come to speak about the findings of the investigation, my lord.
I'm listening, Louis.
I believe I've identified the murderer.
Really, Louis?
Jeg har snakket med en person.
Please, think carefully before you give me your answer. This is a very, very serious accusation.
Is one of the female guests. Is one of the male. Jeg tror... Nej! Jeg tror lige...
I'm going to need a bit more time to review my findings.
I do understand. All the more so as it's crucial not to make any mistakes when it comes to naming the culprit.
Selvom jeg godt tror, jeg ved, hvem det er.
Kan du godt være 100% sikker?
Jeg tror, det er enten ham vagten, jeg hjalp hende. Ham, der gad at slå hende, hvis jeg ikke havde hjulpet hende. Eller hende der pigen, der er i en værelse med os. Jeg tror, det er en af dem.
Præcis, det er så det helt hele andet nu. Bagefter.
Ja, men det kan godt være. Det er indtil lige det, som jeg tror det. Nu skal jeg finde en sværds. Så.
Johan von Wunder.
Sure, Johan von Wunder, ja. Oj. En race gate. Mortar!
Good day, Monsieur de Bichet.
Mr. Volner, are you looking for anything in particular? Next to Elizabeth's room?
Jo, bare på engelsk, tror jeg.
No, nothing special.
Fordi han sagde det så hurtigt, tror jeg.
Det kan godt være. Jeg ved det i hvert fald ikke.
Nothing special. Øj, det er jo lidt med Sten, han snakker sådan der.
Mhm.
Lord Mortimer must have informed you of the necessity for everyone to remain in their rooms until further notice.
Certainly, but I'm a guest, not a prisoner. I was looking for a servant, since we don't all, unfortunately, have one at our disposal.
Jeg skal ikke bare sige, det er mig.
I shall leave you now, sir. I will return.
Jeg kan godt sige til ham, jeg gider ikke gøre det her, så vi siger bare, det er mig. Nå. Jeg må have sagt noget rigtigt, nu er han væk.
Hvad?
Jeg siger, jeg må have sagt noget rigtigt, fordi han var væk.
George Washington.
Mhm.
Den George Washington. Ja, nu skal jeg finde en der lorte af Miss Adams værelse. Eller der sextrold.
Monsignor, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
Det er mit værelse.
That's me.
Jo. Og det var jo selv mit værelse. Det fandt deres værelse. Altså ikke det var vejen.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Jeg ved altså ikke, hvad jeg skal længere ned for at finde. Det var ikke meningen at gå derhen. Min værelse skulle se, hvilken værelse det var. Så jeg går lige ud igen. Og så viser det sig, at det var det værelse, jeg skulle ind på flyttet.
Duchess Emily
Og det var
Hillsborough.
det ikke. Nu er jeg heller ikke ud i det.
Men der går jeg ud af typisk.
Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte.
Jeg føler, at jeg kun rigtigt. Jeg føler bare, at jeg kun i starten.
Monsieur Jacques Perru.
Perry. Det var dem, jeg fik lyst til at starte med. Monsieur Perry. Ham der, det er ham, jeg tror, der måske ikke. Han er en af dem, jeg mistænker.
What do you want from me, de Richet?
Greetings. It's fallen to me
Cut
that...
the crap! Get to the point. We both know why you're here.
Hvor kan han stå
And
næse?
has you got anything to tell me?
What does it
Det
matter?
var ham der, var ved at banke, hvor jeg stoppede.
Do what you have to do and get out.
Han blev fandme sur. He doesn't look well. Eller search for good. Altså det er jo en hjerneting, så måske jeg skulle tage det. What do you have to do and get out?
It's never too late, sir. If you have something to say, now is the time.
You don't understand. Everything's already written. It's over.
Why is he behaving like the perfect culprit? What is it that's already written? I'm not sure I follow you.
No, you don't. All right. Have you finished?
Not quite. I'd like you to answer a few questions.
Did you kill Elizabeth Adams?
Let's get right to it. Are you Elizabeth Adams' murderer?
That is for you to prove, if I'm not mistaken, boy. You weren't expecting me to do all the legwork for you, were you?
Det havde jeg faktisk.
Man.
Goodbye, sir. We shall meet again.
Probably.
Jeg skal se dit rum. Kigger dit rum igennem. Dit undertøj, det hele.
4 circles.
I don't know if we shall meet again with mine. My own design. That's 10%. Jeg finder det til.
Dear friend, please
come
join us. We must meet about the ongoing operations in Paris. A boat will be waiting for you in Calais and will take you to Dover in England. From there, a carriage will take you to the port of Tintagel, where a frigate will be waiting for you. So you can meet up with me on my island as quickly as possible. I await your arrival. Lord William.
Fordi jeg sidder og spiller noget andet, siger jeg til dig. Jeg har ikke set spil GTA, og jeg har ikke engang fået noget download, så skal jeg hedde det spil. Så jeg har en GTA, jeg kan ikke huske, at jeg sagde.
Hvad?
Jeg kan huske, at jeg sagde, at jeg ikke havde GTA, når jeg havde afsnit GTA. Jeg kan ikke huske, at jeg sagde.
Ikke jeg heller ikke. Så tror jeg, at du har vel GTA, du har bare afslaget det der.
Nej, jeg har stadig downloadet det.
Records of the police. Notes intended for the president of Paris.
Jeg tror, at du sagde det. Jeg tror, at du skulle sige, at du ikke havde det.
There's some more
Nej, det er straks spillet.
This is valuable information.
Nej, det
should be lying around.
Det har jeg også. Får han et badekar på sit værelse?
Hvorfor ikke?
Det står der simpelthen.
Det er et badekar. En bog.
All right. Have you finished?
Not quite. I'd like you to answer a few questions.
Hvad?
I'd like to talk about the letter you're writing.
Ja.
Woman is it addressed to?
Who said it's a woman? I'm not saying any more.
Jeg kan ikke gå på mikrofonen, lige pludselig kan fange alt.
Jeg tror ikke, der er mere, jeg kan gå her. Jeg tror stadig ikke, der er noget mistænkt.
Nå, det der lå foran badekar, eller hvad?
Ja.
Det var et eller andet skin.
Nej, jeg mente, der var en flaske ved siden af.
Ja, det var sprut.
Ja, så har han slået hende ihjel, og så har han fortrudt det, og så har han drukket til så fuldt.
Ja, at han har glemt det igen.
Ja.
Ja.
Så har han drukket til fuldt først.
Det kan også godt være. Og så mister besindelsen eller sådan noget. Det er alle vel. Indtil det modsatte er bevist.
Ikke mig. Jeg vil ikke være skadet.
Ja, det ved jeg heller ikke.
Hvor går han? Jeg vil nødt til at snakke med alle sammen gå ud fra. Nej, jeg satte sig mest på ham, da jeg var inde ved lige nu. Eller ham, jeg var inde på før, så en pige der var sammen med os der. Det er dem, jeg satte sig på indtil videre. Det kan høre, hvad ham franskmanden er. Han var godt nok, hvad folk var det, en der var med i krig og sådan noget. Ja. Som ikke stoler på mig. Der var du min mor. Hun er jo væk. Hun kan bare komme med.
Ja.
Alle skulle være på sin rum. Hvorfor det her rum her tomt? Nå, det var det hedder. Man står bare en del rum. Jeg kigger på hans ting inden, når jeg skal ikke snakke med ham først. Det må man, det kigger hans ting, før jeg snakker. Nå, det er fordi, der er ham der, alle har snakket.
What can I do for you, Richet?
Monsieur, Lord Mortimer has appointed me to investigate the tragedy that befell us last night.
Oh, yes. It's horrible. Yes. How can I help, monsieur?
Where were you last night?
In my room. I read a few ancient manuscripts before going to bed. But I didn't stay up long. I was tired.
Thank you kindly. We finished. I'll have a look around and then take my leave.
Do whatever you have to do.
Amber crystals.
Sorrows of Young Werther. There's a handwritten text signed by von Werner on this first page. Dear Elizabeth, I know that this book is but a small token compared to the delightful moments you gave me, but I hope that this will nonetheless keep the memory alive. Your ever-obedient servant. So, Volner had a relationship with Elizabeth. But that's hardly surprising given his fondness for the occult.
Spørgsmålet om han kan finde på, fordi der er noget, han ikke gad. Og så bliver sur. Jeg tror altså ikke, det er med.
How can I help, monsieur?
Man kan spørge om det eller.
Excuse me for asking, but did you know Miss Adams?
Oh, she... not really, to tell the truth. No.
I found the Werther dedication. Signed by your hand, monsieur. Would you like to change your version now?
Be careful, Richet. Don't push your luck. My relationship with Miss Adams was pure and has nothing to do with you. Continue playing the detective as you see fit. But if I find the bastard who did that to Elizabeth, I will...
Yes! I would have preferred a simple response, but I see I have my answer now. You loved her, didn't you?
That is none of your damn business.
Your feelings betray you, sir.
So what? Yes, I loved her like a moth loves the flame of a candle. That's why we could never be together.
We finished. I'll have a look around and then take my leave.
Do whatever you have to do.
Så blev sur over, at hun måske ikke havde det samme måde. Der er simpelthen djæveltegn her.
Nå. Hvor satan da.
Det her er der forsvandt i elkæde. Det må så være hende her, hvis Adams. Ja, hun ligger også der, ikke? Det er selvmord. Det vil jeg jo kunne sige.
The clock stopped at 3:54. It was smashed during the murder, then I've just established the time of the crime.
clear Emily de facto because she was still with me at the time.
Så det var ikke hende. Og så ved jeg, så har jeg en
My dear Elizabeth, I'm writing to inform you of some unfortunate news. We won't be able to meet as planned on the first Sunday of May. I've been told that you're no better, and unfortunately, your brothers and I are absolutely snowed under by the work required to govern this new country. Please excuse us. As soon as we can get free, even if it's just for a day, I promise we shall come and see you. Your loving father, John Adams. P.S. Don't hold it against your mother if she still isn't ready. Please don't judge her. I'm sure you will be able to put all of this behind you one day.
Ja, så død nu, så for meget. Jeg kan godt kunne holde til det, det er så ikke.
A chest with a half-circle pattern.
Just okay.
An untutored hand copied these notes. Looks like a healing method. Well, that's a pity. The writing is barely legible.
Analyse with notes. Analyze with notes.
The note suggests binding the feet and hands, then blocking the jaws using a piece of cloth to prevent the tongue from being sectioned. That looks like a method to control an epileptic fit. I wonder if Elizabeth is the one being treated for that illness.
Det er bare de tatoveringer, du ved. Jeg er lige stik. Hun er bare ved at give sig selv en tatovering.
Hvad?
Hun er nok bare ved at give sig selv en tatovering. Hun glemte bare, at man ikke skulle bruge en kniv. Hun tænkte bare, at det gad ikke gå hurtigere.
Ja, man kan vel godt bruge kniv til at lave tatoveringer.
Ja, det går
Ja. Numerous marks on the body.
Nej, det skal også gøres professionelt.
Couldn't have happened without a lot of noise.
Hvis det skal gøres ordentligt.
There are also a number of old scars.
Hun er en cutter.
Scarring, ugh. Scarring isn't very regular, but they're mostly from old cuts. Symbol of Masons. What's that doing here? She had the Sigillum de Ameth tattooed on her. A symbol of the living God. Written in the language of angels, according to believers. It is rare for someone to know about symbols like this at her age. Unless her mother was a tutor. Scars are superficial and were made several years ago. She wasn't trying to take her own life.
Det var ikke selvmord.
Nå. Hvad siger du?
Det var ikke selvmord.
I see no sign of bruising on the skull. The only clue is a scar from a previous craniectomy. Poor Elizabeth, she must have been very young when she went through all that. That's torture. She also has old scars around the neck. Maybe mutilations. She bled from the nose. There's signs of bleeding, but I don't see any traces of bruising. What a strange smell. I count no fewer than 9 wounds on the thorax, with a At first sight, I'd say that's what caused her death.
Wow.
Some of these tattoos are veritable works of... What's that? The skin between her breasts is different. Bloody hell! This tattoo was drawn on a page of leather and stitched onto her skin. Probably during childhood. If the scars are anything to go by. It's the same kind of tattoo as on the rest of her body. Blood, but no trace of blows on the legs. More tattoos, similar to those on the rest of her body. Wounds, but blood on the right hand. Nothing on the left except that tattooed symbol. This pinnacle's a trap. The wearers of the pinnacle thought that they were protected from evil by surrounding it inside the different circles of the pinnacle. This pinnacle's a trap. The wearers of the pinnacle thought that they were protected from evil by surrounding it inside the different circles of the pinnacle. Vials of laudanum. The label shows that this laudanum comes straight from America. I wonder if Washington's involved.
Ja. Jeg tror måske han er nu.
Honey,
Hvad for noget?
I couldn't have hoped for
Fordi der er
better.
en fra Amerika her. Og vi har en der er derfra. Og vi tror vi at han måske er en plan.
Blood spatter indicates that the murderer must have held Elizabeth upright during the attack. Even if Elizabeth wasn't very big, I doubt she wouldn't have put up a struggle. It takes tremendous strength to overpower someone like that.
Man skal også styrke sig det. Jeg tror måske ikke sådan en gammel franskmand. Jeg ved det selvfølgelig ikke.
Pentagram? What the hell's been going on here? Contrary to what most people believe, Pentagram's not there to conjure up, I don't know what evil or demonic creature. With the point toward the top, the pentagram is an ancient symbol of protection against evil. Many esoteric rituals are based on this shape. Could Elizabeth have been sacrificed during an occult ritual? A Bazant. A notebook, written in Elizabeth's handwriting. It is written in a mix of several languages. Not too easy to work out. Medieval Latin. Enough to translate a bit. He's coming. The demon is upon me. He's coming back to kill me. There she is. Death has come to finish me off. I've just run into her son. That's her last entry. What tortured writing?
For at dræbe mig. Og hun, så det må være dagen.
A novel of the initiation of a young woman into Polite's June 11th, 1791. My dear Elizabeth, your last letter gave me cause for concern. Your words were so cold, as if emotions no longer moved. Father maintains the secondary effects of your treatment still trouble you, but that they will soon subside. Should I believe him? I cling to the belief that we shall soon see each other again. Long last. Right soon. Your loving sister, Abigail. P.S. Don't forget to tell me what present you want.
Jamen hvis man ikke får ønsker, så er der noget der. Man kan faktisk købe ingenting. Og ind på badges. Ind på badges, så kan du købe ingenting.
I'd say it's silk.
Køb ingenting.
By the texture,
Du kan købe sådan en, hvor det ligner, der skal være noget inde i. Det er sådan en normal, hvor du får sådan en kasseting. Hvor der er sådan nogle bobler, så plejer der skulle ligge noget inde i. Hvor der bare er ingenting.
Wow.
det koster?
Hvor?
Skal du vide, hvad det koster? Jeg vil aldrig nogensinde høre, det koster kraftedet med 69 kroner.
Seriøst?
For ingenting. Plus 29 for forsendelse fra dag til dag.
Nå.
For ingenting. Du skal lige skal selv lave det.
Billigt.
Ja. Det er bare givet en tom papkasse og sige, her har du ingenting.
Difficult to know for sure.
Her har du en gadget.
Ja, værsgo. Var ikke den der sådan før, tror jeg.
To the liberators of France.
France?
It's extremely well maintained. The barrel is perfectly clean. It isn't loaded and
Efter jeg finder ud af hende, så der er bare mange flere mistænker.
I conclude that it hasn't been used recently.
It hasn't been used.
And a few dried traces of blood on the grip. Difficult to know for sure how they got there. I shall have to find its owner.
Ja, det skal jeg ikke lege. Jeg tror, jeg giver mig hele her.
Huh. The talisman that I gave back to Elizabeth. Can't exactly say it brought her good luck.
Okay, men lad os først lade mig ikke snakke.
Has finished with this room?
Do you know who could have made such a mess of this room?
Miss Adams, sir. We were given orders to leave the room as it was, so as not to rush her.
Did she have a fight with someone to get the room into this state?
Not that I know of, sir. Miss Adams would sometimes throw a tantrum, during which she would destroy anything that came to hand. Lord Mortimer told us not to enter the room.
Thanks for that information.
You are welcome, sir. Has finished with this room?
I know enough now. Thank you.
Very well, sir. Sir may return whenever need be. I shall guard the door.
Jeg kigger, der står noget på væggen. Lige hvad jeg kan se. Må jeg prøve at gå ud og finde de andre og snakke med dem? Det der her.
President George Washington.
Ham skal jeg ind og snakke med. Okay. Og den, han står herinde og kigger ud af vinduet, som han skammer os.
Greetings, Lee.
Mr. President, you can guess why I'm here.
Of course.
Lord Mortimer has sent me to ask you a few questions about last night.
How am I going to tell Elizabeth's father that she's dead?
I know.
Du siger det præcis.
I shall endeavor to find out the truth about this tragedy. I must ask you to help me, please.
Find the degenerate pig who did this, Louis.
Hvad står der?
Tell me, Mr. President, had you spoken to Elizabeth since your arrival? You know her father. You thought she was dead.
No, I didn't. And I believe I'll be taking my remorse with me to my grave. I wanted to, but I didn't know where to begin.
You can't blame yourself. You couldn't have known that her days were numbered.
Indtil så kan jeg godt være med at fjerne noget røg.
Were you aware that Elizabeth took laudanum?
Yes, she came to ask me for some. She had finished her reserve, I believe.
Did she tell you why she was so desperate to get some, Mr. President?
She said she had terrible migraines that wouldn't go away.
More likely for the voices she heard, not the migraines. Do you know if she had any enemies, Mr. President?
Not that I know of. I heard about her altercation with Mr. Perry. But that case was closed, if I'm not mistaken. But if in doubt, I wouldn't leave any door unopened. And I'd go and question your fellow countrymen.
Don't worry, countryman or not. I'm not letting anybody slip through the cracks. Do you know why she came to the island?
To get help, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that right?
Indeed. Sir Gregory suggested to her father that he introduce her to Lord Mortimer to see if he could help.
Yes, Lord Mortimer has a talent for healing, apparently. I'm not surprised Sir Gregory advised her to come.
Agreed.
Så der er en, der har lært sig, der er noget med healing. Hun har noget med healing.
I shan't keep you any longer, Mr. President.
Feel free, Louis.
Så det kan være ham,
If there's
der kan
anything
være
I
en
can
af
do,
de
just ask.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Det kan være
Har man en stor næse, eller?
franskmand. Der er man stor næse, han
Looks like a note between England and Washington about trade deals. The English and the Americans are preparing a peace treaty. It would appear that Emily is in secret discussion with Washington about reopening trade between the United States and England. If such an arrangement came into being, France would suffer dearly.
Jeg brugte 41 minutter på at lede efter en mor.
Yep.
Og så jeg er ikke kommet tættere på.
I'd like to invite you to join me as planned at my
Det eneste, jeg har fundet ud af til, det er, at det er ikke hende, der er på samme måde der.
It is time that the United States played a more important role on the world stage.
Jeg går snart op og
I understand your reluctance of playing with fire. I know you're
Men det vil også et step nærmere en
rest assured that I would do
rigtige
nothing
retning.
to jeopardize what we have built
Det er
together.
vel også et step i den
I look
rigtige
forward
retning.
to seeing you soon. Your friend, William.
Men det er fordi, at jeg har ikke vide på, at det kan jo sagtens være, at de har flere. Fordi der var en skyder fra en eller anden fransk mand, og der er en fransk mand her. Der var noget fra Amerika, og der er ham en præsident fra Amerika. Og så var der... Ja, hvad var det, der stod?
Et stykke stof fra en kjole.
Hvad er det? Det var bare været hendes.
Hvad?
Det kunne bare være hendes.
Jo. Det var ondt.
Nej, de var vist kun 2 piger, så vidt jeg lige husker. Og vi fandt ud af, at det ikke var hende.
Jo, men det kunne godt være, at der er en, der har været inde og stjæle en kjole.
Nej, det tror jeg, det føler, at de vil give hende skyld.
Yep.
Men så er det godt, at vi har fundet ud af, at det tidspunkt, hvor hun blev dræbt på, der var på den børs. Nu skal jeg spørge ikke, hvad det bliver rundt, så jeg bliver nødt til at kigge efter det, dem her, der er mine.
Senor, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
Der kan jeg ikke gå ind, ikke? Okay. Mistænkeligt.
That's
Det
me.
er mig, så der skal vi jo ikke gå ind. Men mindre hun har gået ind til mig igen. Fordi hun har hørt, hvad der sker, så kan jeg jo snakke. Nej, okay, jeg kan ikke gå ind. Sådan er det jo. Jeg har ikke fundet hende pige.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Duke, han gad ikke gå ind til. Men for hvad fordi jeg er nede på. Jeg gad ikke gå ned på. Så jeg skal finde ud af, hvem det er. Få spor jeg har fået. Jeg tror, jeg kunne have meget snakke med ham her. Hvis jeg så stadig ikke ved, hvad jeg skulle gætte. Jeg ved, om det ikke er. Hvad har jeg snakket med ham? Nej, han er her. Morter!
Monsieur de Richet, please be quick. We are both very busy.
Did you hear about young Elizabeth?
Indeed, it is deeply regrettable.
Lord Mortimer asked me.
I know. You no doubt want to know my alibi. I spent the night downstairs playing cards.
Can you tell me who was present at the game, please?
Well, there were Lord Mortimer, President Washington, and Sir Gregory.
Thank you.
Ah, and His Eminence Piaggi as well. Excuse me, I nearly forgot him. Poor soul.
Did any of you leave during the game?
Not that I know of, monsieur. I didn't exactly spend my time noting the other guests' comings and goings, but I don't think so.
Thank you. Did you notice anything unusual during the evening?
Nothing at all, except the luck of the devil of Lord Mortimer and Sir Gregory at cards.
Did they win much?
Oh la la, monsieur, they cleaned us out more like. But I plan on getting it all back before we leave.
What time did the game end?
I can't say exactly. As for me, I must have stayed until midnight. I was exhausted, couldn't think straight. So I preferred to go up to bed.
On your way up to bed, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No, not in the least. The whole manor was sound asleep.
Not really, no. What time did the game end?
I can't say exactly. As for me, I must have stayed until midnight. I was exhausted, couldn't think straight. So I preferred to go up to bed.
On your way up to bed, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No, not in the least. The whole manor was sound asleep.
Not really, no. Someone saw you not far from the victim's room. Can you tell me what you were doing exactly, please?
I can tell you that someone is an idiot. I wanted to warn her to be careful. You see, on the night of my arrival, I saw someone leaving her room in haste, and I wanted to speak to her, to warn her. Unfortunately, the young lady slipped through my fingers each time. Now I know why. She had every reason to be worried. What an idiot I was not to insist. I could have helped her.
Were you able to recognize the prowler?
Unfortunately not, no. It was dark, and Lord Mortimer was waiting for me. I was not really paying attention anyway.
Excuse me for insisting, but if you saw him or her, I'm sure you would have more information than that. It's just that you don't think it can be of help to me.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Was it a woman, for instance? Bearing in mind that all the women here wear whalebone dresses, which is rather noticeable.
A man, I should say. I don't recall seeing the silhouette of the dress.
You see, you saw many things, in fact.
Hang on. Laissez-moi réfléchir.
Så har du været 4 muligheder.
Think a minute.
A wig? His height? The sound of his footsteps, maybe?
Du kan lade en udelukke nogle af
His
dem.
height. Oui, somewhat imposing. A tall man and straight. As for the rest, I don't know, Monsieur Darcy.
Not to worry. It's already quite a lot. Thank you for everything.
Tall? Nej, det er en høj mand.
Høj mand.
Ja.
Og ham med den store næse, han var høj, ikke? Eller, jeg ved ikke, jeg nåede at læse helt præcis. Det er noget, kunne jeg læse tårn på.
Were you able to recognize the prowler?
Unfortunately not, no. It was dark, and Lord Mortimer was waiting for me. I was not really paying attention anyway.
Excuse me for insisting, but if you saw him or her, I'm sure you would have more information than that. It's just that you don't think it can be of help to me.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Was it a woman, for instance? Bearing in mind that all the women here wear whalebone dresses, which is rather noticeable.
A man, I should say. I don't recall seeing the silhouette of the dress.
You see, you saw many things, in fact.
Hang on. Laissez-moi réfléchir. Let me think a minute.
A wig? His height? The sound of his footsteps, maybe.
His height. Oui,
A tall
somewhat
man
imposing. A tall man and straight. As for the rest, I don't know, Monsieur Darcy.
Not to worry. That's already quite a lot. Thank you for everything.
Så det er en høj og stærk mand.
As any good soldier would, I imagine you own a firearm. May I see it?
Så er det en...
Oh, well, if you really want to, here is my pistol. Don't worry, it is not loaded.
Do you have several of these?
In Corsica, oui, but not on me when I am traveling.
Men han give dig så mange detaljer, så hvis det var ham.
Would carry such an arsenal.
Thank
Men
you.
han ville dobbeltblod for.
Did you hear about young Elizabeth?
Indeed, it is deeply regrettable.
Lord Mortimer asked me to...
I know. You no doubt want to know my alibi. I spent the night downstairs playing cards. Well, have we finished, monsieur?
Exactly. Thanks again for all your answers. Good day.
Og det er ikke ham. En høj... Nu ved jeg ikke, hvad de tager som høj her i spil. Fordi alle sammen er som høj.
There's just one holster in Bonaparte's gear, and the pistol is missing. On the other hand, his cleaning equipment is in mint condition. That's typical of the soldier in him.
Hans pistol mangler. Og hans der er lavet en pistol op ved hende.
My dear Napoleon, as previously agreed, I would like to ask you to join us in January on my island to participate in the High Society meeting organized for the occasion. We shall be able to continue our discussion about our project for a new order for France. I have a proposition to make to you concerning your wish to put a strong leader at the head of France. I trust you to be discreet.
Nu er episode 3 og 4
See you soon. Lord William
Jeg tror nok, der er 5 eller sådan noget.
Hans pistol mangler. En høj og stærk mand.
Han ser ikke absolut, han ser ikke rigtig stærk ud.
Nej, det er ham der den... Jeg ved ikke...
Stor næse ud.
Stor næse, han er vel... Jeg ved ikke, om de vil tage ham som stor og stærk. Jeg ved ikke, hvad de mener med stor. Altså, om det er høj, eller om det er sådan muskler og sådan noget.
Altså, når den hedder tall jo, så er det jo høj.
Jeg ved ikke, er han ikke højere? Nej, jeg er højere. Nej, vi er på samme højde. Prøv lige at se, om jeg kan snakke med ham igen, måske.
All right. Have you finished?
Not quite.
Velkommen igen.
I'd like you to answer a few questions.
Did you kill our family's leader? Let's talk about that.
You were armed the night of my arrival. Can I see your weapon?
No.
You do realize you're not helping, don't you? You're making it worse for yourself.
Jeg må ikke se hans gun. Så det kan jo betyde, at han ikke har den.
I'd like to talk about the letter you're writing. What woman is it addressed to?
Who says it's a woman? I'm not saying any more. There's no point you insisting.
Han gider ikke fortælle mig mere. Mistænkeligt. Jeg kan ikke se hans gun. Der ligger en gun derinde. Han vil ikke fortælle mig noget, fordi det vil nok hjælpe mig. Jeg tror, det er ham, jeg må sige det ham. Men selvfølgelig. Jeg ved ikke. Jeg er først nødt til at begynde at snakke med de andre igen. Prøv at de går op. Det kan også være ham fader, men det tror jeg bare ikke. Det var i hvert fald en af dem, der havde guns, og der er en gun derinde, og der er kun de to, der havde guns.
Ja.
Det må være ham Perose.
Hvad?
Det må det være ham Perose, der er med den store næse. Han vil ikke fortælle mig mere, jeg må ikke se hans gun. Ham, og han er den, de kan tage som stærk også, i forhold til ham den anden.
Højst sandsynligt.
Så er han selvfølgelig kriger ham.
Men han virker ikke så muskuløs ud.
I've come to speak about the findings of the investigation, my lord.
I'm listening, Louis.
Will you remind me of the facts we already know about?
Elizabeth Adams was killed last night. But Piaggi was with Holm and I until late at night. As for Bonaparte and Washington, they left us after midnight, both tired.
Left us after midnight. Washington og Bonaparte, de journede eller gik efter midnat, fordi de var trætte bagefter. Men det er bare ikke det, vi har fået det til at være til, jo. Men det er bare, hvad vi tror, at de ved.
I believe I've identified the murderer.
Really, Louis? All right then. Please think carefully before you give me your answer. This is a very, very serious accusation.
Ja, vi ved det, mand. Men jeg prøver lige at se på freemail. My mother. Jeg vil sige det min mor, eller hende Emily. Eller det var ikke selvmord, det fandt ud af. Fordi det har hun ikke planer. Vi fandt også ud af, at det var ikke hende der inde ved os, det der Emily. Så kan jeg sige, at det er min mor, men det har vi ikke rigtig bevis på, det er. Hun er også væk. Men så har vi Napoleon. Det er Peru, der siger det.
It would appear that Monsieur Peru is the culprit.
What proof do you have against him?
He had a fight with her. He left his gun. Først så havde de kamp.
He hit her before yesterday evening. His Eminence Piaggi can testify to that fact.
Ah, very interesting. Anything else?
His weapon was in Elizabeth's room, which proves he was present at the scene of the crime.
I see. What else?
Mere?
I believe there's enough here to prove his guilt.
Very well. I'll share your conclusion with Gregory, and then I shall take care of everything from now on. Given the eminent guests and the important political issues involved, I trust you will leave me to conclude the case in my own way.
Og han har begge vist mig sin pistol, og der ligger en pistol.
Right. It's time we spoke about your mother, Louis.
Right, it's time we spoke about your mother.
When I first came here, I wasn't that worried. In the past, my mother has taken a few liberties during her missions, including disappearing for several days on end.
That doesn't make me feel any better, Louis.
What was the official reason why my mother came to your island?
I knew about your mother's activities, and yours, in the Golden Order. I thought we had everything to gain by working together.
You mean the cannon deal with Monsieur Bonaparte?
Among others, yes. How did you hear about that?
Monsieur Bonaparte came to speak to me about it yesterday, during lunch.
I see. So impetuous. He was supposed to let me speak to you about it first. Our friend Napoleon desperately needed financial backing to properly equip his army. I took it upon myself to back him, because I have a firm conviction that he can go far. Yet he told me that you had spoken.
Men nu er lige pause, fordi nu skal jeg jo tisse. Dejligt med din sætning. BB, ringer vi.
Monsieur Bonaparte is one of those guys who only understands people who think like he does.
Ah, I see what you mean. He is indeed rather inflexible when it comes to certain subjects. But I am still of the opinion that you can manage to get along.
We shall see. However, there's one thing that surprises me.
One thing that surprises me.
Did my mother intend to finance a war? I'm not sure that I follow.
No, your mother's aim was not so much to partake in a war, but rather to make Monsieur Bonaparte accountable. France is in turmoil, and having support of a military man can often come in handy, Louis. You'll see. Once this deal was closed, I had big plans for Sarah.
Such as what?
You see, I've invited several influential figures on my island to present them with a project at the conference. It will be presented later today. I thought that the Golden Order had a role to play, and I still think so. I was hoping Sarah would be able to join us.
I see.
Indeed, if by chance your mother decided not to return to us before the conference, would you do me the great honor of attending? If only to follow the deliberations while waiting for her to duly take her seat.
Why not? We shall see.
Thank you so much. In this way, you'll be able to keep your mother informed of what he said. There's something else I'd like to briefly go over. Earlier, you asked me the official reason for your mother's presence here. Is there an off-the-record reason why your mother came here?
If only my mother had trusted me, but she remained very mysterious. I'd have been delighted to answer your question.
Is this usual for her?
As head of the Order, secrets are her bread and butter, as you can imagine. That said, it's the first time she hasn't let me in on the reason for her trip. And it intrigues me, to tell you the truth.
Well, I'm sure that Sarah will explain everything once she reappears. There's something I still don't get. In your opinion, why would your mother remain in hiding over several weeks?
Her not coming back to the manor after so long makes me wonder if she is wary of someone.
Well, certainly. But whom? The only ones who were present during her stay were Sir Gregory, Duchess Hillsborough, Mr. Bonaparte, and myself.
It seems you're close friends, but what can you tell me about Sir Gregory?
Gregory? Oh, he's one of those cantankerous old men who hates losing at chess. He's a little eccentric and rather conservative. I'm sure you've met the type.
Well, actually, I don't judge people on how they look.
And you do well not to. What with his manner of continuing to wear makeup as he does, Gregory often gives off an unhealthy image. The only thing I can tell you is that Sarah had indeed changed. At the beginning of her stay here, we enjoyed spending time together, solving the world's problems.
You seem to know my mother very well, my lord. What did you talk about together?
Oh, as soon as we had a little free time, we liked to share points of view about practically any subject. We would find ourselves embarked on interminable discussions that could go from Monsieur Blanchard's flight in a hot air balloon to the Treaty of Jassy, or the adoption of the metric system in France last year, or even Mr. Eli Whitney's invention in the United States.
My mother must have undoubtedly taken great pleasure in these exchanges. She always was one to appreciate broadening her knowledge. I'm surprised she didn't get you started on the Crusades. It was her favorite subject.
Are you joking? Sarah and I spent entire days together reliving them. It so happens that the Crusades are also my subject of predilection, especially the third.
My ancestor distinguished himself brilliantly during the siege of Saint-Jean-d'Acre.
Mother lulled my childhood with tales of the Crusades. How Richard the Lionheart and Philip Augustus had to battle it out to achieve their ends. And how Guy de Lusignan, having broken his word, launched the siege of Saint-Jean-d'Acre.
Oh, I see Sarah's lessons have inspired new enthusiasts. Good on you, because not everyone can claim they know as much at your age. Your mother is a very well-read woman. You're quite lucky to have her as a model, Louis.
Yes, I know, but I'm still very worried.
I must admit, there are worse things to worry about now, Louis.
What do you mean?
Since she disappeared, your mother has been seen once. Her behavior on the evening of your arrival greatly surprised Gregory and myself. She resurfaced to attack Emma, Emily Hillsborough's twin sister. And she shot her with a pistol. Then, before Gregory could intervene, she ran off and disappeared again.
I beg your pardon? Hang on.
Emily has a twin sister who knew my mother? What's she playing at, goddammit? That means my vision on the wharf, it was actually happening inside the manor. Mother shot Emily's sister? The very person she came looking for. Why would she do that?
Excuse me, but between that and the childhood of Lady Adams, it's all a bit much for me to cope with. I need to piece it all together again to see things more clearly. You said that you spent a lot of time talking together at the beginning. What happened for that to change?
I'm afraid I haven't much to tell you. The more the days went by, the more she withdrew into herself. She never gave me an explanation, until the day came when she purely and simply disappeared.
Where did she go when she wanted to be alone?
She would shut herself away in a room we use as a box room upstairs.
Would you allow me to go there?
Naturally, Louis, of course. I'll send you a servant to open it.
Thank you.
That's all I can tell you about the disappearance of your mother, Louis. I would like to have been more helpful.
I shall stay on her trail and follow up any leads.
Thank you. We will meet later on to welcome our last guest. In the meantime, I shall get someone to open the box room upstairs for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
The room was just opposite Mortimer's study.
Upstairs. Tower. Der skal vi nå det ind, jo. Go to the tower.
President George Washington.
Like that. Tower. Selvfølgelig tænker der er lidt dør, der er et skilt foran.
Huh, that's me.
Dante's paradigm.
Raise your head and be reassured. For what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays. There are burnt papers in the chimney. There's a legible fragment, but hey, I recognize my mother's handwriting. She says, we must find a safer way to communicate. Someone is onto us. Trust in my faith in the man with the sword. So Mother had an accomplice here. Who could it be? Who could she be suspicious of? I must find the next part. Faith, sword. I recognize her love of riddles there. The door appears to be locked on the other side.
We must find a safer way to communicate. Someone is into us. Trust in my faith in the man with the sword.
I think I heard something fall to the ground. A metallic sound, like a key falling to the floor. There are burnt papers in the chimney. There's a legible fragment, but hey, I recognize my mother's handwriting. She says, we must find a safer way to communicate. Someone is onto us. Trust in my faith in the man with the sword. So Mother had an accomplice here. Who could it be? Who could she be suspicious of? I must find the next part. Faith, sword. I recognize her love of riddles there. St. Paul on the road to Damascus by Caravaggio. Caravaggio attained a magnificent command of black and the play of colors too. Paul facing an ordeal, the curtains of his illusions being raised, and receives the light from his Savior.
Dante's paradigm.
Raise your head and be reassured. For what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays. So much for discretion. It's open.
Ja, det må du skal nok sige det.
A chest with the occult symbol representing air. The New Testament. This book is incredibly precious. I believe this is the book my mother referred to when calling upon the Lord. It's St. John, painted by Guido Rini. Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Rini. It looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust. Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the apostles by Guido Rini. St. Paul painted by Guido Rini. St. Paul is shown holding a sword.
Strange. There's hardly any dust, as if the painting's been cleaned recently. There's a small inscription engraved on the frame. Let's take a closer look. This is how Paul spoke to his pilgrims from Rome. Just above that, someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting and underlined it twice. No, what does that mean? This volume dates from the first edition by Gutenberg. It's the first book that was ever printed. Pages are covered in annotations in Latin, French, and Hebrew. Someone spent years studying this Bible. A volume of the Gutenberg Bible. I guess I'll just come back later. St. Paul painted by Guido Reni. So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe? So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe?
Dante's Paradise.
Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays.
St. Paul on the Road to Damascus by Caravaggio. St. Paul is the only saint to be presented twice in these paintings, contrary to the other apostles. How come? Caravaggio attained a magnificent command of black and the play of colors too. Paul facing an ordeal, the curtains of his illusions being raised, he receives the light from his Savior. St. Paul is the only saint to be presented twice in these paintings, contrary to the other apostles. How come? Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni. Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Reni. Looks like someone touched this mold recently. Their fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust.
And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in Jordan. And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in Jordan.
Giv mig lidt mere hjælp, spil.
St. Paul painted by Guido Reni. St. Paul is shown holding a sword. Strange. There's hardly any dust, as if the painting's been cleaned recently. There's a small inscription engraved on the frame. Let's take a closer look. This is how Paul spoke to his pilgrims from Rome. Just above that, someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting and underlined it twice. I don't know, what does that mean?
Figure 11. Og det skulle jeg bare vide, hvad det betyder. Og der er det altså. Fanden med spil, det her skal få finde ud af det. Jeg synes, der er en super cute skole.
I guess I'll just come back later.
Det tror jeg ikke, jeg skal bruge en lort med. Figure 11. Forstår jeg ikke det her.
There are burnt papers in the chimney.
Jeg tror ikke, det er der mening.
There's a legible fragment, but hey, I recognize my mother's handwriting. She says, we must find a safer way to communicate. Someone is onto us. Trust in my faith in the man with the sword.
So Mother had an accomplice here. Who could it be? Who could she be suspicious of?
I must find the next part. Faith, sword. I recognize her love of riddles there.
Selvfølgelig at min telefon kan bare ikke skrive det. Nej.
Caravaggio. But he that hateth his brother is in darkness, and walketh in darkness, and knoweth not whither he goeth, because that darkness hath blinded his eyes. The day after, that he went into a city called Nain, and many of his disciples went with him, and much people. I'll just come back later. St. John is known as the youngest of Christ's apostles. Well, we often give credit to St. John for having written about the apocalypse in the last book of the Bible. He that hateth his brother is in darkness, and walketh in darkness, and knoweth not whither he goeth, because that darkness hath blinded his eyes. And it came to pass the day after, that he went into a city called Nain, and many of his disciples went with him, and much people. Then they suborned men, which said, "We have heard him speak blasphemous words against Moses and against God."
I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid, but rather through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles, for to provoke them to jealousy. Wait, a note from Mother is carefully folded between the pages here. What does it say? Dear E, I'm glad you found this note. I was afraid the code of the two groups of pilgrims would mislead you. Pick up the package. You know where, and hide it where no one will find it. It's imperative, awaiting your reply, hidden behind the youngest apostle. What? The youngest apostle? What does Mother mean by that? The painting looks like it's been taken down recently. But wasn't my mother said that she would wait for an answer hidden behind the apostle? Ah, of course. There's something written behind the painting. On the second day, the pilgrims will listen to the prophecy of the young apostle. They shall add 1 companion to their left and 3 to their right to complete their rank. What does it mean? St. John is the only apostle painted in this gallery who hasn't got a beard. Hey, wait! That means it's him. He's the youngest apostle. Right. This painting is therefore associated with the answer which E had to give to my mother. Now, I just need to know how to recover the answer. Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Pliny. Looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust. There's something else behind this painting. It says, half of each group will join the first city of Corinth. What the hell does that mean? There's nothing worth noticing here. It's too cumbersome for me to unhook here, but judging by the dust, it hasn't been moved for months, if not years. Given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place, where she is nourished for a time, and times, and a half a time, from the face of the serpent. Hey, a new note. It's been folded carefully in the corner of this page. The writing, it's not my mother's. S. I found the book in your effects. I've concealed it where no one can get their hands on it. I can assure you, awaiting your instructions, I will hear your reply like he who hears the angel. Hears the angel? What does that mean? Oh, it's probably the place where she was expecting to get the location of the next note. Painting. says half of each group will join the first city of Corinth. What the hell does that mean? Now, therefore, there is utterly a fault among you, because ye go to law with one another. Why do ye not rather suffer injustice? Why do ye not rather suffer yourselves to be defrauded? Ah, look, here's a message. It is of paramount importance that no one finds it. Watch out for the Prussian. He's on the trail. Let's meet up. I'll leave it to you to organize the rendezvous. Not today. I'm unable to do it. In the meantime, I'll follow the first group to Mark, who will reveal the answer to them. And that first group of pilgrims, how many are there now? If I refer to the chapter I'm reading at the moment, 6. I'll just come back later.
Hold kæft.
Hvorfor?
Der stod bare, at du kunne slå meget i den tid, jeg ventede for moren. I follow the first group to Mark will answer to them.
I'll just come back later. There's nothing worth noticing here. There are finger marks, deliberately drawn in the dust. 8 in all. I guess I'll just come back later. Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni. Drawers under the urn. This sentence in Hebrew. St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni. Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni. Little characters are engraved on the chest of drawers under the urn. It's a sentence in Hebrew. There are finger marks, deliberately drawn in the dust. 8 in all. But that which beareth thorns and briars is rejected, and is nigh unto cursing, whose end is to be burned. Here's a message.
There are some complications. Indeed, the Prussian is insistent. What's happening at your end? Do you need help? If tonight is not possible, let's say tomorrow evening, in the South Room, where we reviewed the situation. When Paul understood that only the axe counted, he went back on his tracks. I await your confirmation. To his left, in the company of the pilgrims that have joined him.
Yeah, this last comment is about their code. I should find new pilgrims near Paul. St. Paul on the Road to Damascus by Caravaggio. This painting has been hanging here for a long time. A lot of dust has built up on it. Well, a finger has drawn a number in the thin layer of dust. I can read the number 4.
Oh, fine.
In him God has chosen us before the foundation of the world, that we may be holy and blameless before him.
very hungry and would have eaten, but while they were made ready, he fell into a trance. Hey, there's a note here. A message from Mother in reply to E. We must leave urgently, but first I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare. Watch out for Volner. We figured out I was avoiding him. Allay suspicion. See you tomorrow evening. Stand ready. For now, let's cease all communication until we meet. Take care of yourself. I suppose this must be the last message. What happened afterward? If it's what I suspect, I fear the worst. What did Mother mean by, I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare? I must go beyond the nightmare. What does she mean by that? I'm guessing it's a metaphor. I need to figure out what this means. Mortimer's getting his guests together. I ought to join them so I don't look suspicious.
Jamen, så kom der afsted.
You are expected in the small salon, sir.
Emily, I must speak to you.
What's the matter, Louis? About last night, I'm guessing.
Sadly, no. Even if I'd like to have, alas. There are more pressing matters. I have news about your sister.
What have you found out?
Look, I've started piecing together the events leading up to my mother's disappearance and your sister's. Did my mother know about your secret?
Yes, even though I belong to the English chapter, her rank in the Order gives her access to a good deal of personal information.
Must have been Emma I saw in my vision. I was given to understand that my mother and your sister bonded during their stay. They kept up a secret correspondence, which makes me think they were suspicious of someone.
And did you find out who it was?
No, but Von Volner is mentioned. They were planning to make a quick getaway and were looking to hide something beforehand.
Have you got these messages?
Yes. Go ahead, take a look.
I see. I must say, thanks for your honesty, Louis.
Should I speak to her about my vision? If what I saw is true, she might want to take revenge. Emily, there's something else.
Go on then.
It's about your sister. I don't know what happened exactly, but it's possible that my mother had a go at her.
I know, Louis. I found out that same evening. Well, thanks for not trying to hide it.
What? Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't know if I could trust you. Now I know I can. It seems that your mother tricked Emma. She apparently asked her to hide an important book, so that even she wouldn't know where it was. And then she shot her like a dog to make sure no one would ever find it again.
How did you find out?
Sir Gregory told me on my arrival.
I'm sincerely sorry, Emily.
Thank you, Louis. You're very kind. It means a lot to me. But you do realize your mother will have to accept the consequences of her acts.
There must be an explanation, Emily.
That's what we shall see.
We'll speak about it later, somewhere safe.
Come
Louis. They're waiting for us.
You will pay dearly, Peru. I'm sure you were involved somewhere along the line.
That's right. Pretend you don't know. One piece of advice. Don't travel through France on your way back, or it'll cost you dearly.
Calm now, my friends. Let's calm down. Everyone seems to be unnecessarily heated. Don't forget where you are.
What's going on here exactly?
Sir Gregory called us together to introduce the last guest.
But hardly had we arrived when he set upon Monsieur Peru.
And who is this charming character?
Manuel Godoy, the Duke of La Alcudia.
He's the head of the Spanish government, Monsieur de Richet. He's the one who, in practice, controls Spain.
How could you dare do such a thing? Dios mío, you are all out of your minds!
Really, Duke Manuel? What made you kick up such a fuss?
What? Have you not heard? Well, let me inform you that yesterday morning at 10:22 a.m. precisely, in the middle of the Place de la Révolution in Paris, by decree of the National Convention which Monsieur Peru works for, King Louis was guillotined. What? The King of France is dead, gentlemen. Our monarchies are in danger. I have said it before. How dare they?
Oh dear.
Oh, as if...
Friends, let us calm down.
Don't pretend to be surprised. He got a fair trial.
Ridiculous! Bastard! He was sentenced to death by 361 votes to 360. You beheaded a king for one vote! Is that your democracy?
What an obnoxious act. Until anything was possible. This political coup will have grave consequences.
Gentlemen, please. Let us take a step back a moment.
In the name of holiness, he was the highest representative of God in France, Emily.
Nej, det kan være, at de kører nok spille, så høres igennem min.
Gentlemen, Duchess, we're all among people of reputable company. We should be able to manage the conflicts of our nations in a respectful and orderly manner.
I fully agree with you, sir. But that's enough, sir.
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Louis Maras de...
Are you related to Sarah de Richet?
Sarah is his mother. Gentlemen, this news affects us all, but I must ask you to remain calm. It's not the first time history has taken us by surprise. Let's ensure that our respective countries are allowed to respond appropriately to this news.
Oh, rest assured, the response will not fall short, my friend.
Good for you. Well, Your Grace, here I was preparing to introduce you as is proper, and you've beaten me to it. I'm delighted that we are all together at last. Our meeting will therefore be able to kick off shortly. I have just a few more little preparations to take care of before you all find out the reason for your presence. In the meantime, I shall leave you to get to know one another. When you hear the bell, please proceed to the conclave room on my left, behind that door. I'll see you later.
Det går bare ikke lige så godt på streamen lige nu, siger det bare.
Jeg skider ikke så meget.
Nej, den står også bare og loader. Den står bare faktisk bare... Hvad?
Jeg håber sgu ikke, min stream den bare står og loader.
Nej, det er mit netværk, der bare der ikke kan følge med.
I want to talk to you too. Of course.
I heard about your mother's disappearance.
He looks concerned.
Only Shang.
Why, but
Jeg har kun én chance.
Simply alone.
Så.
Jeg skal få med deres
Any news of her? Have you found her?
Jeg finder ud af, hvad den hedder, men jeg har kun én chance. Any news of her have you found her, maybe? Jeg kan ikke lige så der står. I have no time for that. That is what is he waiting for? Tell him that you have found out.
We found traces of her that would indicate she's still on the island.
Her personal belongings?
Yes, but nothing of great interest. Scraps of food, some clothes.
Ah, I see. Well, too bad. I shan't keep you, Monsieur de Richet.
All right then. Thank you.
I hope that your search will prove successful and bring Sarah back to us soon. I must go now. I'll see you later.
Jeg havde kun en chance. Jeg prøvede at fortælle ham, hvad jeg havde fundet med noget tøj og noget mad og sådan noget. Det var åbenbart ikke det, jeg skulle sige. Når jeg skal finde hende der pige, hende dame, der jeg havde med på værelse, vi skulle finde et sikkert sted at tale. Det bliver selvfølgelig bare min værelse.
Du skal finde Sarah, eller hvad?
Hvad?
Sarah, eller hvad?
Nej.
Hvad så? Hvad gør hun ned?
Der var noget Rubo.
Hvad?
Nej, det er Emily.
Jeg skal så Sarah. I alt det tekst der.
May I speak with you a moment?
May we?
Does expression "go beyond the nightmare" mean anything to you at all?
Well, metaphorically, yes. It sums up the career of a soldier quite well. I doubt that is what you want to hear, though.
Indeed. That's surely not what I'm looking for.
Well, monsieur, if you are looking for a phrase book, Lord Mortimer must surely have one, given the number of books he has. You ought to check in the library of the tower. You never know.
Would you have any more information about the conference Lord Mortimer spoke of?
Nothing at all. Mortimer is very committed to secrecy when it comes to his conferences. But given the presence of Monsieur Peru and ourselves, I think it must concern France to some extent. Otherwise, I doubt he would have invited 3 Frenchmen to his table.
What do you think of Duke Godoy?
Well, I'd rather not express any opinion of him.
Why is that?
His reputation is enough for me.
I'm sure that a soldier such as yourself is not interested in vulgar rumors.
Quite right. If only this cursed gossip didn't come to stain the uniform he has the audacity to wear.
Don't you find him worthy?
But how could he be, monsieur? He never sets foot on the battlefield, too occupied with charming the queen. Have you any idea of the number of titles that coward has won in just a few years?
No, not really.
10! And that Don Juan spends the best part of his time under the queen's skirts. The bugger must have some hidden talent, given all of the gifts she gives him.
I understand your point of view. Well, I'll be leaving you now. Shall we meet up again later?
Wait, monsieur. Any news of your mother?
Unfortunately not, no.
I hope to speak with her about my deal before I leave. Let me know if you find her. À plus tard, monsieur.
Kan du bare dø? Ej, rolig nu. Find more clues about your mother's land. Ja, så skal jeg ud herfra. Tror jeg. Der skulle ikke finde noget her. Med os. Jeg skulle faktisk ud herfra. Men først skal jeg finde flere spor end noget.
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service, day and night, sir.
Ja, du kan ikke gøre det for en skid. Idiot. Kan jeg gå udenfor? Det kan jeg ikke. Følger må det ikke. Hvad? Så gad jeg Steam ikke simpelthen mere.
Go beyond the nightmare. Does this line remind you of anything in
det var lidt
particular?
fordi jeg var op til
Caught me unaware here.
nogle medier.
Let me think about it a second. No, nothing comes to mind. Sorry, Louis, but I am unable to help you.
Mr. President, what do you think about your counterpart, Duke Manuel?
I'm very surprised he was able to accept Lord Mortimer's invitation, given the political situation in Spain.
I wonder what promise Lord Mortimer could have made to make him agree to come here, given the circumstances.
Who knows?
Detektiv.
Mr. President, can you tell me a little more about the coming conference?
Of course, Louis. That's why we're here. Lord Mortimer regularly organize meetings like this to put forward major projects.
What do you mean by major projects?
I'd prefer to let Lord Mortimer explain that to you, Louis. Let's say he brings together influential people in order to consider possible actions to undertake to guarantee the future of nations.
Do you know the theme of the conference?
Not in the slightest. None of the guests know the theme before arriving. But you'll see, everything will turn out fine. Don't worry.
Well, thank you for your time.
Jeg sagde også i dag jo. Jeg sagde tidligere i dag jo.
Regarding the question on the nightmare, don't hesitate to question the others about it. Maybe one of them knows more than I do.
That's a good idea. Thank you once again. I'll see you in a little bit.
Ja.
Jeg fik klaret lidt. Bare ikke så meget spiller lige.
Det er faktisk altid kedeligt at spille lige. Det fandt jeg ud af. Jeg begynder at grinde lidt.
Men jeg vil næsten gå for, at jeg skal finde hende der Emily for at snakke med hende.
Muligvis.
Fordi det er også med hendes søster.
Louis. Just a man.
Just a man?
How did the king come to be executed? I would think that the order would have intervened.
Hvorfor skulle jeg vide det?
I invite you to speak about it with my mother as soon as she reappears.
Is there any news of her?
I hope it won't be long before I find her, Your Eminence.
Now you wanted to speak to me.
I'm sure a man like you is in the circle of trust. Would you know what the conference that Lord Mortimer mentioned is going to be about?
Not really, my son. Well, be it Lord Mortimer or Sir Gregory, we are never informed about the people conference before it begins.
If I say the nightmare to you, does it make you think of anything?
Your question is strange, my son. Difficult to say. Could you at least tell me a little more about the context?
I'm sure a man like you is in the circle of trust. Well, I mean, if it were a place or an object found on this island, what would you think of first?
The nightmare. No, I don't see anything. I'm sorry.
Well, that's too bad.
Wait. I suppose it might be that horrible painting hanging in Lord Mortimer's study.
Pretend not to be that interested. Right. Well, don't worry about it. I was just curious. Thank you for everything, Your Highness. I shan't take up any more of your time.
You are welcome, my son. I will be seeing.
Du har ikke til meget hjælp. Du hjælper faktisk slet ikke. Du skal ud og finde Emily. Kæresten. Jeg ved ikke, hvor skægt jeg skal gå op og vide rundt som sådan en højde på hovedet af.
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service day and night, sir.
As I was unable to bring my personal effects with me, I was wondering if you could find me a few items.
Of course, sir. What would you require?
Ingenting. Farvel. Jeg tror, du kunne hjælpe mig med at fortælle mig, hvad jeg skulle hjælpe. Hvad er det her? Det der lige er badet, det. Jeg er en detektiv, jeg aner ikke, hvor fanden jeg er henne nu. Så har jeg løbet rundt i ring. Der, det er lige været. Hvad er det her sted?
Professionel detektiv. Jeg var professionel detektiv. Nu er jeg i bibliotek. Det kan jeg altså ikke bruge sådan noget. Jeg skal finde en Mortimer studie. Og det ved jeg jo ikke lige, hvor jeg er henne. Small slum, great. Bibliotek, galleri. I hvert fald, vi skal op. Opad. Hold op, fugle. Jeg skal ikke pipe nu. Ui. Og så skal jeg op. Så meget ved detektiven nemlig. Så klog er den her detektiv nemlig. At han ved, at han skal op. Op. Loading, load. Og jeg ruller. Come to which room? Second floor. Så umiddelbart det vil sige, at jeg skal længere op. Længere op, længere op. Vi skal længere op, tror jeg. Øj, jeg så den lange vej rundt. Typisk. Det var også bare lige sådan en Neverwind, jo.
Ja. Bare der bliver vist en lang vej rundt. Det gør jeg ikke her.
Men du valgte alligevel at tage den.
Ja, selvfølgelig. Skal jeg sgu have fuldt kortet?
Fuldt den så godt nok også kun én gang, så kan du ikke det pisse mere.
Live. Så jeg faktisk her igen. Så jeg skal faktisk bare op igen.
There's the alchemical symbol of the earth on the lid. There's the alchemical symbol of the earth on the lid.
letters from addressed to other guests to learn more about vores friend af dem. Nu går vi længere op. Jeg mener nu, der går vi længere op. Loading. Reloader. Igen og igen. Reloader. Igen og igen. Reload. Hvad fanden? Jimmy sidder og spiller FIFA.
Ja.
Godt.
Hvad?
Ja. Jeg kunne faktisk have den her.
Jeg skulle for tiden, der går med et eller andet. Hvad? Altså, jeg gider tilbage, jeg sidder bare og glo på min PlayStation-skærm hele dagen. Det vil måske blive lige lovligt kedeligt. Hvad laver du?
Ingenting.
So, what did my mother mean by going beyond the nightmare?
Hvad sted? Find the nightmare. Det skal jeg sgu da sove for at finde.
Hvorfor?
Jeg siger, jeg skal find the nightmare. Men det er sgu da, man har sgu da nightmare, når hun sover.
Åbenbart ikke.
Nej, åbenbart ikke. Take chokolade. Ej, det tør jeg ikke. Det kan tage chokolade.
By the shape, I'd say they're Criollo cocoa beans. The chocolate of the Mayas. The rarest of the beans. Some even say they're an aphrodisiac. When a product is in fashion, people attribute all sorts of things to it, not to be given to animals.
Hvorfor?
Til animals?
Dark chocolate beans.
No, not to give to them.
They're greatly prized in high society. These chocolates are probably a protocol gift. Everybody in Europe loves them nowadays. Marie Antoinette, the Queen of France, has her own personal chocolate maker at Versailles. They say it's her guilty little morning ritual before being dressed. A cup with 1 sugar and some vanilla, if I remember rightly. I wouldn't be surprised if Mortimer has them delivered straight from South America.
Okay, move away.
So what have we got here? Oh, it looks like a model of a lock. It's like Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes. Well, I hope I never have to try and unlock it. It's a book on the history of the Crusades. I don't think it has any connection with my research.
Ej, det tror jeg sgu hedder.
It looks like a war painting. Oh, it's dated.
Hold op med. Hold op. Du skal ikke begynde at pippe noget fugl. Er det den? Nej, okay. Kirsebær. Nå. Red berries. Okay. Det...
Might come in handy.
Might come in... Hvordan fanden bliver et bær komme in handy?
The Nightmare painted by Fusilier in 1781.
The Nightmare, tror du?
This must be what my mother was talking about. I just need to find out what she meant by go beyond. Hey, looks like it's mounted on rails on each side. It should lift up, I think. There must be a mechanism somewhere. Nightmare painted by Fusilier in 1781.
No. Det duer nok ikke, jeg begynder at kigge på billedet.
Talking about. I just need to find out what she meant by beyond.
Man kan sagtens det der over, så vi skal se det hver gang, hvis man ikke kommer til at trykke forkert.
Looks like it's mounted on rails on each side. It should lift up, I think.
Hver sin side.
mechanism here.
Fugl, hold op. Selvfølgelig en bog, jeg kan finde.
I don't think this book can help me.
Tror du ikke, nej? Du har sgu mening.
Okay, no mechanism behind this painting. Well, I'll have to keep looking.
Aha! I found it. Oh, what on earth is this? A ring lock now? Great. That's all I needed.
Find the code to a hidden door. And I can tell this gonna help. Hvad er det, jeg sagde?
1792.
92.
Yes.
Hold op. Ej, jeg afliver den der fugl. Giv mig lige så. Hvorfor du larmer?
A minor bird.
Fedt. Jeg måtte ikke give chokolade til fuglen, så det gør vi. Han skal fandme holde op med larm.
What have I done? It looks like I killed him. Shit. I better not hang around.
Ej, nu må vi hellere skynde os. Åh, for satan. Så er vi travlt med at komme væk her bare.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Hvorfor betyder det ikke noget? Jeg er jo ikke evigt. Du er ikke der. Hvordan fanden altså? Remember what I do next year. I will for the year 1992. That's also no tell.
Now, what have we got here? Well, it looks like a model of a lock. As if Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes. Well, I hope I never have to try and unlock it.
History of the First Crusades by Pierre Amédée de Nassau.
Hey, the dates indicate AL, and it looks like 4,000 years have been added to our calendar. Oh, that counting system again.
The famous call of Pope Urban II. 20 years after the capture of Jerusalem from the Arabs by the Turks, Urban II convened the council. He promises a plenary indulgence to Christians who go and get Jerusalem back from the Turks. The result, the Jewish community on the road to Jerusalem found itself persecuted for no reason. 12,000 Jews would perish, not to mention the massacre of Ma'ara, where acts of cannibalism by Frankish crusaders were reported, or even the capture of Jerusalem, where approximately 30,000 were left dead. It signaled the beginning of centuries of wars of religion. The author is Pierre Amédée de Nassau, none other than the Grand Master of the Masonic Lodge of Paris.
Now I understand why the dates are offset. He's using dates based on the Andalusis, year 0 of the Masonic calendar, by adding 4,000 years the Gregorian calendar. But I thought that calendar starts in March. Or how Louis VII, King of France, eager to be pardoned for the death of thousands of innocent people in the fire of the Church of Ypres, convinces the Pope to authorize him to lead his own crusade. The result, in Germany, a new outburst of violence against the Jewish community, and a monumental fiasco at poor Louis VII, cuckolded by his wife's uncle. The famous call from Pope Gregory VIII in his Audita Tremendi bull of 5,187. Oh, the crusade where Richard the Lionhearted distinguished himself. It states the first sea blockade of Saint-Jean d'Acre was broken in the 12th month of 5,190 AL, whereas the siege had been going on for 2 years.
Sesame. Easy. Nemt. Første forsøg. Var det tal? Til mig. 0 til spillet, 1 til mig. 1-0.
Let's see what you've been hiding, Lord Murderer.
Ja, det må vi da hellere lige se, hvad han gemmer her. Jeg kan sgu ikke læse det pjat.
Of the Orient, indeed. Locked.
Det er jo fandme godt set.
Underlined in bold. Oh? 26 million. I know what it is. It's an estimation of my country's population. All our neighbors have far fewer inhabitants. Shows the forces present in America. This is my mother's writing. I've picked up her trail. What is she up to? Obviously she wants to lure Mortimer somewhere, but where? She's left for Mortimer is a stone sword. It must be intentional. Looks like a decorative sword, like from a statue, for example. Judging by the state of it, I'm guessing it's been left outside for a long time. I have absolutely got to find out where it came from.
Så vil lige kigge færdigt, inden vi går ud igen. For en ham, der kommer og ser sin fugl, der er død. Den kunne bare lade med at larme, altså.
Look, pack of tarot cards. Has he been reading the cards? Mortimer?
Det kunne altså være, den her tilstillelse har givet noget rigtig meget ud.
It is a typical draw on a line that answers a specific question.
No.
The left temperance that announces a reward for one who patiently waits before taking any action.
Det er ikke at du skulle tilbage der til jo.
Chariot, which symbolizes triumph.
Men nu er jeg sikker på, at der ikke er noget larm, hvis det skal.
To the right, the emperor evokes a future full of power and stability.
Det der, når jeg lige snakker kommer ned igen, så er det bare
chicken legs, 3 western nails. They're about 20 centimeters long.
And that is alive.
Lad os gå ud herfra.
Oh shit. How am I gonna get out of here now?
Grunden er bare det samme. Eller måske omvendt. Find a way out.
This looks like the same mechanism as the one on the other side. Looks like the same as the one on the other side. Whoa, whoa. The grid closes a bit more every time I enter a wrong date. I better not mess up again. It's working.
Okay, så må jeg lige lade være med at tage chancen. Ja.
Am I seeing things, or is that an actual Von Leeuwenhoek microscope? Incredible. Mortimer really is at the cutting edge of science.
Så er en kåben her måske. Jeg ved ikke om jeg har skruet ned for det mere, end jeg har skruet op. Ingen idé.
This looks like the same mechanism as the one on the other side.
Yeah.
Så for satan, jeg er spændt som en rotte.
Hvad?
Der er du spændt som en rotte.
Jo.
Jeg skrev koden, jeg skulle.
Nå.
Wheels are stuck. Shit. I'm cornered like a rat.
Han siger det samme som mig. Fanget som en der, jeg sagde der
Lucky Mortimer.
Han er nok sur på mig, hvis han opdager mig.
Who is it?
Deliberately avoiding. 4 years ago, I was his favorite. But nowadays, I have to ask for an audience.
Se på lyset, jeg slår fuglen ihjel.
Hvad?
Bare tænk på, at jeg slår fuglen ihjel. Så hvis han bliver opdaget der nu, så er det ham, der får skylden for det her.
Wasting my time here.
Det var godt, det slog mig.
Everything I've done on his behalf.
Hvorfor?
He dares treat me like a lackey.
Meld det mig.
I've bled the Parisian elite for the sake of his whims. And what have I got to show for it? Doesn't even have the courtesy to give me 5 minutes of his time. I wanted to put my mind at ease. Well, that's done. I know what I've got to do now.
I must find my mother. So much for discretion.
Monsieur Faroux! It's me! Monsieur Deriche!
What the devil's going on?
I need your help!
Where are you, Deriche?
Behind the painting! Open it, please! I've shut myself in! There's a pedal under Lord Mortimer's desk. Can you see it?
There's no... Hang on. Yes.
Good. Now press it.
Yeah. Done.
You should see something resembling a frame with numbers. Yes? You have to turn them to set the combination. 1191.
Fedt at hjælpe mig. Så er det ikke helt. Jeg hjælper mig ud. Det går på, hvad han gør nu, selvfølgelig.
Han skyder dig nu.
Well. Poking our nose into Mortimer's little secrets, are we?
You're
too surprised me.
It's not what you're thinking. I'll explain everything.
No, you will not, sir. It has nothing to do with me, and by the way, I never even saw you. So, I'll be on my way now.
Thanks again. I'm indebted to you. I won't forget this.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Jeg har sagt, at jeg står i gæld til ham, og jeg vil aldrig nogensinde glemme det. Og så når han regner med, at han får det, så backstabber jeg ham.
I've wasted enough time. I better get moving if I want to find.
Ja, nu skal jeg væk herfra, jeg kan se fuglen. Det var godt, han ikke så fuglen. Jeg skulle ikke hen.
Hvorfor? Han tænker nok også bare, fuck den fugle der.
Jeg skal ud. Jeg skal ud herfra. Fuck, jeg føler meget i den der, hold kæft.
Hvad?
Jeg føler godt nok okay meget i.
I hvert fald.
Det er fordi, du kan se meget, hvad du har fejlet. Du har fejlet 5 ting.
This note is about a meeting with Lord Mortimer. There's no doubt about it. I need to find out where the sword diplomacy is from in order to find Mother.
Yeah.
Yeah, for penge.
You're joking, I hope.
Don't tell me you've
done that.
Really? How do you expect me to guess?
For God's sake, just ask them.
Udover dem, jeg købte til mig selv.
We must absolutely inform Sir Gregory. How long has he been trying to collect all the spears?
Nej, det er spion.
I must have brought him the first one 20 odd years ago.
Do you know if he has managed to get the original?
Det er derfor, jeg er jo ikke så god detektiv, fordi jeg er sådan både spion og detektiv. Så jeg er lidt bedre til at være spion.
Reaction. Actually, it is nothing serious.
Detektiv, det er bare noget, hvor jeg bare gætter.
I can see very well you do not.
Ja, det er rigtigt, det der, det er fint.
You have done nothing less than sign our death warrants, and still you don't understand.
Someone is listening.
What? Monsieur de Richet, why not join us rather than find yourself eavesdropping?
Meaning?
I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Of course you didn't. So, my son,
For helvede, jeg blev opdaget. Ingen engang detektiv kan finde ud af.
Ja, du også lige præcis til, at du selv lige sagde, du ikke kunne.
I was wondering if you might have seen an object like this here at the manor.
What are you playing at, Richet?
I'm afraid I can't help you, my son. Ask someone who knows the manor better than I do. One of the servants, for example. One of them is bound to help you.
Thank you for your advice, Your Eminence. I didn't mean to spy on you, but you caught my attention. I heard you speaking about Sir Gregory, and I wondered what it was about.
That is none of your business, monsieur.
Don't take it the wrong way, but
please leave us, monsieur. His Eminence and I wish to finish our discussion alone.
Hvis du skal finde ud af, hvad er det? Jeg kan ikke finde ud af, hvad detektiv eller spion, så...
Han skal bare kunne finde ud af, at det er bare det mindste.
Find out original of sport list. Hvis I skal udenfor. Jeg skal udenfor.
Ja, du skal have langt rundt hele tiden. Fordi han kan. Gætter jeg vel på.
Nå, men det var godt, der var en dør, jeg kom ud af her. Så gør det ikke så meget, han stod der. Ja, udenfor for første gang i det her spil. Lige. Må det ikke være udenfor. Find ud af den der... Det er svært, at det ikke overfor.
Ariadne. In Greek mythology, she helped Theseus get through the labyrinth. Looks like there's a crack in the region of the heart. The state the stone of the statue is in reminds me of the sword. I'll bet my boots this is where Mother wanted to lure Mortimer. Just need to know why. If I recall the Iliad, Ariadne is none other than the daughter of Minos and Pasiphae. She was in love with Theseus and helped him in his quest to kill the Minotaur in return for a promise of marriage, if he defeated the monster. She gave him a reel of thread so that he could find his way back through the labyrinth, which was famous for being unsolvable. But once the beast was slain, the gallant was quick to abandon her on an island. Turns out heroes are not what they once were. I guide this sword that will kill the monster. Let's see. Crack as long as my finger. What's going to happen if I've got it wrong?
Fandt den der brændte der. Verdens største en.
Pasiphae, daughter of Perseus and sister of Circe. She married Minos and became the queen of Crete. I seem to recall that her fate was not something you'd want. She was punished for the sins of her husband. She had to mate with the sacred bull of Poseidon. 9 months later, she gave birth to Asterion, better known as the Minotaur. It's crazy to see to what extent women have always been mistreated. When they're not harpies, gorgons, and other witches, they become victims. Deliverance alone suffices not to wash away my humiliation. She has no cracks. Alright, let's continue anyways.
Okay. Så jeg kunne faktisk gætte lidt nogen, der har huller. Ej.
Theseus, son of a genius.
Det har jeg ikke lyst til.
He's the one who slayed the Minotaur.
Hvad for noget?
Han kunne i det mindste have taget bukser på.
Looks like a crack has been made on his torso. As long as a finger. I'd say between 6 and 8 centimeters. I wonder if Mother managed to solve this enigma.
Jeg har ikke svaret, det som jeg er tjeflad. Hvad? Det er forkert bare her. Igen forkert bare. Hvad fanden det for en
Ariadne.
Pull out.
Try something else.
Giv mig den. Jamen Mikkel, du ser lidt med hende. Hold op. Det er ikke sjovt.
Hvad?
Hold op.
Nu er det ikke det.
Så nu.
Arceus.
Ikke igen den der tissemand.
Looks like a crack has been made on his torso.
Jeg troede nok, den skulle af, som jeg var sidst.
Theseus.
Ja, tag nu det svært, så da kom væk fra ham der.
Let's try something else instead.
Han er ulækker. Ham der, han har også en.
Asterion. It is rare to see him like this. In general, he's represented with the head of a bull, with the features of the minotaur,
the famous son of Minos in Pasiphae.
This statue has a crack in it.
Og der passer svært, fordi der er lavet mange andre.
We'll soon see. Asterion. Minos. Son of Zeus and Europa. If I remember correctly, he was the king of Crete. Married to Pasiphae, he had many children, including the famous Ariadne, whom history remembers for her thread. Hey, there's a crack in that statue.
Let's see.
The crack is in the region of the heart. Minos.
He and his queen, Pasiphae, were the monarchs of Crete.
Det er ikke meningen at spørge om det der. Jeg skulle lige glæde dem der.
His gesture sealed his fate. In mythology, King Minos was known as a wise and just king, despite the fact that he deceived Poseidon. As punishment, his country was devastated by the white bull of the sea god, and his wife became passionately in love with it. From their union, Asterion was born, sadly known to us as the Minotaur. The illegitimate child, the child of shame, who had a sorry fate. And to think that Minos ended up as a judge of the underworld. Decidedly, the high and mighty always managed to get away with it.
Right there. Skete der fint.
Icarus.
Den er ikke meget.
Son of Daedalus and Nocrete. Impossible to mistake him with those wings. After flying too close to the sun, he became unstuck and he fell to his death. Pity. Well, let's keep going.
Maybe it's a bird or camera.
I wonder what this kiosk is doing in the middle of the garden. Too cramped to be able to do much. Well, there must be something going on there. What is that? It's like it's sort of the just to deliver judgment. Truth unlocks all possibilities.
Asterion was a son of Pasiphae and Minos, or rather the result of a curse put on Minos.
Minos was punished for betraying Poseidon. Of course, as strangely it often happens, it wasn't he who was punished, it was his wife. She had to mate with a bull, no less. From that union, Asterion was born, who everyone knows as the famous Minotaur. Rejected by Minos, he was shut up in the labyrinth so he could never leave. And, as if that wasn't bad enough, he died by the hand of a hero desperate to restore his reputation. The statue has a crack in it. The crack is thin and about as long as a finger. I should be able to thrust in my sword. Right. We'll soon see. Things are... My hand was pricked. It had poison on it. Asterion.
Poison? Så skal vi dø.
Minos. The crack is in the region of the heart. Again?
Jeg siger også igen. Seriøst. For helvede. Det ser vi sådan.
You can't be serious, Manuel. You know that's not going to happen.
You must leave me alone now. I have agreed to everything. Even to...
Agreed? I wasn't aware you had a choice.
What's going on here?
What now? What else must I do to win back my freedom?
Obey me. Now get out!
What was that? That's the third time in 3 days. See if you're in there, Mother. patching themselves up. It's like my mother took advantage of being in hiding to change her bandages, huh? This is silk. She must have used her own clothes.
Den bruster altså også, hun spiller hun er nøgen, når vi finder hende. Og det håber jeg fandme ikke, hun er.
Damn it, mother. Now what's happened?
Og så døde hun sgu. Det er det, der kommer nu. Dreje rundt og sige pølser.
The only thing I can tell you is that Sarah had indeed changed. In your opinion, why would your mother remain in hiding over several weeks?
You must leave me alone now. I have agreed to everything, even to...
But you do realize your mother will have to accept the consequences of her acts.
I hope that your search will prove successful and bring Sarah back to us soon.
I'll be leaving now because whatever it is you're up to, I do not want to know.
Since then, we have become one and the same. We have officially erased the identity of my sister Emma. Emily Hillsborough, the woman with two faces.
Everyone seems to be a little unnecessarily heated. Don't forget where you are, please.
Start any minute. This is not the time to be... Damn it. What's going on?
I don't know exactly, Mr. President. I was looking for my mother and I came upon this body.
My God. You don't think Sarah did it, do you?
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I...
How awful. What has your mother gotten herself into now?
If only I knew, Mr. President.
If no one saw you, I'd advise you not to get involved, Louis, so that no one will accuse you of the murder. Now, Doc, the conference is starting. Time is of the essence. Sort this out and join us as quickly as you can in the conference room. Everyone will be expecting.
Mr. President, this is not really the right time, and I didn't come for that.
Your mother's seat cannot remain vacant. You must replace her while she's still missing. Your mother and I were to support Mortimer on this project. I don't know what the subject is, but the future of our countries depends on it. Given the importance of all this to Mortimer, he won't let the conference begin without you. So if you don't want more servants coming looking for you, I'd advise you to join us quickly and to put a brave face on it. The best favor you can do for yourself, Louis, and for Sarah, is to come and support Mortimer's project at the conference.
Don't worry. You can count on me, Mr. President. I shall help you with Mortimer's project as soon as I've finished up here.
Good, Louis. Sarah would be proud of you. I'll stall them while you're on your way, but make haste. I'm going.
Don't be long.
Tell them that I'm on my way. Oh, he's dead. What the hell's been going on here? Let's see what secret's hidden under these masks. His face doesn't ring a bell. I'm a bit disappointed. Might have expected more from Lord Mortimer. Let's see what secret's hidden under these masks. His face doesn't ring a bell. I'm a bit disappointed. Might have expected more from Lord Mortimer. Mother, if this is your doing, the situation is getting worse and worse. Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost. Well, the gate is locked. An old blanket. From the looks of leftover food. Not exactly fresh. Must have been here for a while. Someone's made a fire here. And the ashes are still warm. If you're the one who did it, Mother, it couldn't have been easy with only one hand. I must have just missed her. If only I hadn't wasted so much time getting out of Lord Mortimer's study.
Hvad var det lige lidt spændende? Attend. Der står hvor det er.
Monsieur de Richet, you're the only one missing at the conference. Please join the guests.
Hvor er det henne? Kan vi vide, om det er en fugl? Der vi skal mødes. Vi skal altså mødes, når det er fordi jeg slår fuglen ihjel. Siger de, der har været et mord mere. Hvad siger de på hvad? På min fugl.
My son, glad you're here. It seems Lord Mortimer's been waiting for you to arrive before beginning. What a pity your mother isn't here for the conference. I hope I'll be able to see her before I leave. I still have a very important letter to give to her.
Feeling all right, Louis? You look like you're miles away.
Everything's fine. Don't worry.
Lord Mortimer wants to talk to you, Louis. Don't make him wait.
I don't know if you ever found what you were looking for in the garden, but Mortimer is waiting for you. I suggest you get a move on.
You say it as if you were afraid of him. What frightens you so much about him?
Hurry up. He's waiting for you.
Good evening, gentlemen. Are we ready? The much-awaited conference is about to begin?
That is what we have all been waiting for.
I believe that Lord Mortimer wishes to speak to you before it begins. You should go and see him. Are you quite sure, sir? Is there not any mistakes?
Asked him at last, and he could not help answering her.
But with respect to any other mistake, I do not imagine that much has been unfolded. Ah, Louis, I've been expecting you. Thank you for joining us. We are about to begin our conference. Let me explain what is at stake.
Thank you kindly. But what do you expect of me exactly? My mother's the one who's supposed to attend, not me.
That is indeed what was initially intended. Unfortunately, she still hasn't been found, and my guests can't stay here indefinitely. The conference must begin, and it would be truly beneficial to the Order to join in the project. Consequently, I would like you to replace her during her absence. What is at stake here is of the utmost importance.
It's important that the French Order gets their say. And should you need any advice, don't worry. You are not alone, Louis.
Very well. In concrete terms, how do you organize your discussions?
A conference is always organized the same way. There are two masters of ceremony who determine an important subject.
You and Sir Gregory, I presume.
Exactly. We shall be the masters of ceremony. It was our obligation to each bring to the table several guests in order to debate a subject. Once the debate is closed, a decision will be made by a vote of all the participants.
By a unanimous vote. If the project is not agreed on by all, then it will be rejected.
And neither of the two masters of ceremony have the right to vote.
It's up to the guests alone to decide, really. In other words, us.
Gregory and myself are merely the go-betweens. Finally, if a project is validated, each guest goes home and starts working to make it happen.
It can take years.
Can you give me a brief explanation of the aim of it all?
Of course, Louis, I was coming to that. The aim of these meetings is to bring together the most influential people in order to think together about the future.
But the future of who?
Of the world, Louis.
Our desire is to steer the destiny of our respected countries for the good of all, and to no longer suffer the random hazards of history.
Oh.
Louis, let me keep you a moment. I would like to let you in on a secret before we begin, because I'm going to need your assistance. You see, the project I'm going to present concerns the territory of Louisiana in North America. It's currently Spanish territory, and I'm going to make the proposition to the Assembly for it to become French.
But how does that concern me?
Well, you see, I prepared this project with your mother. We began thinking about a crazy idea. Unfortunately, Sarah went missing before getting the bigger picture. I don't intend to stop at Louisiana. My idea is to increase the territory of the United States. The first stone of this vast project consists of getting Spain to cede Louisiana to France. Once it becomes French, France will hand it over to the United States, which will then allow them to double the size of their territory. And that's where you come in. France and the United States, hand in hand, two democracies illuminating the world.
I understand, but What do you expect of me?
I want the Order's support. I'm going to need allies to carry forth my project. In France, as well as in all the countries where the Order operates. The concept of royalties from bygone times. It is time to lead the way to democracy. Take a look at them. Apart from President Washington, they all belong to monarchies. Do you really think they won't resist? Of course they'll fight, fearful as they are of losing their precious privileges. But the world needs visionaries, like you, like your mother. It's a pity Sarah isn't here to see it. She only knew about a tiny part of the project. I hope I can count on you, Louis. It's time to start now. I must ask you to keep it to yourself for the time being. Take a seat, follow the discussions. We'll have an opportunity to catch up later, and you'll be able to let me know your thoughts. My friends, I propose we get started. First of all, I would like to thank you for taking the time to come.
The honor is ours, my lord.
As per our custom, here we are all together to discuss the face of tomorrow's world. Even though there may be certain tensions between our nations, I must ask you to keep an open mind. As Sarah de Richet is unable to be among us, please welcome Louis de Richet, who will represent the Golden Order and will vote on its behalf when the time comes.
Welcome among us, Louis.
Welcome, Monsieur. I hope he'll be more effective than his mother regarding the protection of the King of France. The Order has proved particularly inefficient.
Come, Manuel, you're not going to spoil our visit. The Order's mission was not to protect King Louis XVI, as far as I am aware.
We are talking about a king of divine blood, for goodness sake. It seemed obvious to me he needed protecting. If the Golden Order wants to pride itself on being an influential organization, it should have kept him alive.
I'm sorry about the fate of the King of France, Duke Manuel. However, I'm surprised at your remark. How can a man like me have changed the course of things where a man like you, powerful, capable of influencing international politics, was unable to do any better?
Perhaps we may begin, Lord Mortimer. Certainly. I have a dream that our nations will continue to support each other, more now than ever before. A dream that, for the sake of common good, we will do what it takes to ensure stability in the modern world. I have a dream that we shall lead by example and ensure that the American territory may remain in peace.
Thank you for the thought, Lord Mortimer, but I don't see where you're leading.
I'm coming to it, Mr. President. I need not remind you that North America is currently divided between the United States on the East Coast and Spain, which occupies the remaining 2/3 of the continent. Well, I propose that Spain cede the center of the continent to France, namely all of Louisiana.
Louisiana? But, well, it is not for sale. Lord Mortimer, I sincerely hope I have not come all this way just to hear you ramble on about what Spain should and should not do. When we went to all the trouble of gaining the territory a few years ago, it was not just to lose it today. Have I made myself clear?
What did I tell you, William? You speak of union, and yet here you are, about to tear us apart.
Duke Manuel, I perfectly understand you, but rest assured, you will soon adore my proposition. You shall see.
Well, since you give me the choice, my good fellow, allow me to doubt it. However, I am impatient to hear what Spain could possibly gain from the sale of Louisiana.
I never spoke of a sale, my good fellow.
What? I do not understand.
There is one more territory left to conquer, if I'm not mistaken, in the northwest. It is, of course, occupied by your notorious Indians, but...
We shall soon be rid of the savages, so that is not the question.
savages, as you call them, were there before you. They are on their homeland.
As much as the black people of Africa, Monsieur de Richet. That does not stop your dear France from massacring them and sending them like cattle to Mr. Washington's cotton plantations to provide him with cheap labor. So you keep your morals to yourself, if you please.
Senor, I would not like to be associated with that. The subject of black slaves in the United States of America is a complex subject, which we shall resolve at a future date.
France is not without fault, but that doesn't take away Spain's responsibilities. You see, Native Americans are being subjected to a veritable ethnic cleansing. Europeans are colonizing their land so that it then belongs to them. The widespread evangelization of its inhabitants will soon eradicate a multitude of cultures. You've done the same thing in South America. How far will likely to go? Reservations to pin them in like cattle? Total genocide?
Come now, my friends. Let us not digress. Anyway, these primitive people have no souls, Louis. We bring the good word to them in order to save them. You'll see. Colonization brings with it many benefits too.
Excuse me, if you don't mind, Your Eminence, I shall continue.
Yeah.
Duke Manuel, I believe that Spain should cede Louisiana to France free of charge.
This is utterly grotesque, Lord Mortimer. What a strange example you set for your young protégé. Isn't that so, Monsieur de Richet? Do you understand anything of this proposition?
No. Også hvis de klarer 12 om eftermiddagen.
We are neighbors, Manuel. Remember, your main rival in Europe is more likely to be England, who is plowing the seas right up your coastline. Hand over Louisiana to France and make her a prime ally.
Come, Louis. Spain and Great Britain are already allies and have nothing to gain by breaking their alliance.
Even if I do agree, Duchess, the omnipresence of the English fleet in Atlantic waters does not particularly please me.
I must say, William, I find your project mostly disfavors me. I thought you were my friend.
And I am, Mr. President. That is why I'm doing everything in my power to calm your expansionist fervor. France, in Louisiana, should persuade you not to attempt anything to take the territory by force. Louisiana is a vast wetland, where you would needlessly lose most of your troops. It would weaken the perfect opportunity to take back your famous United States.
Så der skulle lige pause igen. Nu skal jeg pisse. Igen. Tilbage. Hello? Ah.
I am protecting you from yourself, George. Trust me.
I understand. But with friends like you, sir, I certainly don't need any more enemies. I hope you know what you're doing.
Am I imagining things, or does it look like Washington isn't aware of Mortimer's plan?
Not to put too fine a point on it, Lord Mortimer, but I doubt the Holy See would be in favor of Catholic Louisiana being handed over to secular revolutionaries and king killers.
I should think Monsieur de Richet has an opinion on this subject, does he not?
In any case, my lord, I doubt the English crown will agree.
Ich versichere Ihnen, Emily, nie Preußen wird diese Vereinbarung akzeptieren.
I assure you, Emily, the Prussian will never accept this agreement. Volner looks like he's set on ruining Mortimer's plan.
Duchess, I am persuaded that we shall find a common ground.
That's enough, William. These are grave times. We don't care about the fate of Louisiana. That worthless expanse of putrid swamps interests no one but yourself.
Speak for yourself, my friend.
Hold on there, Mr. Royal Gigolo. Lower the volume, and let Sir Gregory finish.
Holm, Godoy, and now Volner? Mortimer's adversaries are ready to tear each other to pieces, and he takes a malicious pleasure in watching it happen.
Gentlemen, let us try to remain calm.
There you are, William. See where your projects have taken us, as per usual. Chaos! That's enough. I'm tired. We shall continue this discussion tomorrow, but please be aware that your project will never be ratified. Those who are opposed to this project, follow me. Are you coming with us, Monsieur de Richet?
Come, Gregory, I think Louis would rather stay. Wouldn't you, Louis?
At the risk of displeasing you, my lord, I'd rather follow Sir Gregory. I don't think this is a place for the Order.
Louis? No. Let him go, Mr. President. Everyone is free to choose.
Jeg ved ikke, hvad jeg valgte. Jeg ved ikke, hvad det går på. Jeg følger ikke helt med. Så, må jeg simpelthen blive godt eller skidt.
How can he be so blind? If he keeps this up, he'll lead our countries to their destruction.
Don't worry, we shall counter him, Sir Gregory.
We have to act immediately.
Calm down, Gregory. We only have to vote against his project, and that's it.
They haven't got a chance. Just one vote will suffice.
True. There is no chance of a unanimous vote. And he knows it. He must be preparing something else. What is he plotting?
I know about his plan.
What did you just say, Louis?
His aim is for the United States to take the whole of the North American continent.
But that is impossible.
A democratic superpower.
I don't understand. That has nothing to do with the coming vote.
He will ask for France to take over Louisiana, and then hand it over to the United States, and so double the size of their territory.
Once that's done, he will just need to push a bit more, and you will lose North America, Duke Manuel.
God's blood! Has he gone mad?
No, Johann. He has always been mad. Louis, I would like to thank you for what you've just revealed. If not for you, I don't know if we'd have been capable of deciphering his plans quickly enough to be able to counter him.
What are we going to do now that we know about it?
Destroy him.
No! We'll beat him at his own game, my friends. His plan begins with Louisiana, which is still yours, Duke Manuel. He will begin with you. Expect to receive an envoy, French most probably. He will try to convince you by every possible means. Whatever he says, whatever he promises, you have just one response. It's war. If war is what you want, war is what you'll get. On your own territory, in your homes. Enough games. Spain will join the coalition against France and declare war. You too, Duchess Hillsborough. You will speak to the Queen so that Great Britain commits to going to war with France.
What do you expect from the Papal States, Sir Gregor?
What do you think? That they hold a mass? They will go to war, of course. What is it that you didn't understand in what I just told you? We all declare war on France. Militarily, politically, and financially.
And me, Sir Gregory? How can I help?
Louis, you have won my trust. The Order will have to act in France, but even before that, I'm going to need you. Right here and right now. Leave me now. I have to prepare for tomorrow. Let's meet early tomorrow morning for the next phase of the conference, which promises to be most exciting. Louis, I'd like to see you a moment, please. Thank you for signing with me today. I won't forget it. I'm going to need you. Help me counter Mortimer on his own ground. Right here. I'm sure he'll try and win some of you over. He needs our votes. Now, you leave that to me. In the meantime, I must ask you to go and see President Washington and persuade him to trust me and join us.
Do you really think that I'll be able to convince him?
I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I have total faith in you. He likes you, and thus he won't see you coming. You must be careful, though. If he senses that you are trying to manipulate him, he'll dig in his heels. Louis, use every means at your disposal. If Washington drops Mortimer, his defeat will be complete. You should go right away. There's no time to lose. William already has a head start on us.
Very well. I'll go right away.
Easy. Wow, fanden hen. Zweite Joe Flottenbaum. Washington. And it was Valve. What is that one? Washington.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough. Duke Manuel Godoy.
It's from Washington.
Huh, that's me.
Never mind.
President George Washington.
Yeah. Ikke om han er han. Ikke. Jeg er selvfølgelig nok stadig ikke nede.
Louis? What are you doing in my room?
I wanted to have a word with you, but just between ourselves. Here, the walls have ears.
You're right. Caution is the mother of safety. Well, since you're here, can I get you something to drink?
No, thank you, Mr. President.
As you wish. Well, Louis, it's getting late, and this is not my first conference, so let's get straight to the point. You are here to motivate me to change sides.
I hope you're not angry at me. I know that you...
Louis, we are not children. You have your reasons. You will understand that your word no longer holds any value for me, but these things do happen. I only hope you know what you're doing. This is your first conference, and not following the Master of Ceremony who backed you seems somewhat perilous. But you are young, after all. So what can I do for you?
Mr. President, Lord Mortimer treats you purely and simply like the least of his pawns. He gives you no explanation and then commits you to a project from which you have nothing to gain. But you know that more than I do. Is that what siding with Mortimer is all about?
I must confess that I don't entirely understand William lately. Anyway, you haven't really said what you wanted to say. Tell me, Louis, what have you come here to sell me?
You should join home.
And why would I do that?
Yet, hearing you speak, anyone would think that your closest ally is France.
Louis, I don't know.
Of course you intend to restore and foster an exchange with England. We both know what that means. It would weaken France's impact on American soil. From there to relinquishing your agreements with France is just one simple step.
You scored a point, Louis. Go on, I'm listening. Tell me what Sir Gregory has to offer that I don't already have with Lord Mortimer.
You are a man of conviction, Mr. President. You would never make a choice that could cost the American people very dearly. If Mortimer falls, he will bring the United States down with him. Haven't the American people suffered enough?
I would never do anything that would put my people in danger.
Exactly. Therefore, choose your allies wisely, sir.
I must admit, your arguments do make sense, Louis. Louis, you convinced me. I congratulate you for your performance, because I didn't think it could happen.
I merely exposed the facts to you.
Don't spoil everything with your false modesty now. You really were very good, and that's that. In any case, I shall follow you on this one. This may well arouse Lord Mortimer's wrath, but I must put the United States before anything else. Have we finished, Louis?
Absolutely, Mr. President. I shan't keep you any longer. Allow me to take my leave.
Good night, Louis. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be a very big day.
Well, that's one thing out of the way. The only thing left to do is wait for the conference to resume tomorrow morning.
Go to bed. Alene. Jeg vil ikke lade være.
That's me.
Jeg har smidt rundt der. Ligger hun så herinde igen, eller hvad? Det er den sidste, hvor hun bare lagde han. Okay. Hvad fanden hun er her sgu?
Good evening, Monsieur le Français.
Duchess, you're
Helvede da.
here. What a charming surprise. I'm beginning to think you can't be without me.
You have managed to penetrate my armor, sir. Am I disturbing you, perhaps?
That's not what I said.
Ah, by the way, congratulations on choosing Sir Gregory this evening. You surprised me. I wasn't expecting it.
Why, Emily? Can't you read me like an open book?
Not as well as you read me, it would seem.
I'll teach you if you'd like.
There's nothing
Tell me, are these visits to Mortimer's always so intense?
Yes and no. My sister doesn't normally disappear like she has. Any news of your mother?
Well, I should imagine you're still shaken. I promise to shed light on my mother's circumstances as soon as possible.
There's not much to shed light on. What your mother did is inexcusable. She won the trust of my sister in order to more easily betray her. She didn't do anything to her. Can we change subject, please? I didn't come here to go through all that again.
Of course, it's late. You're right.
Hvad sker det nu? Laver hun? Nå. Ja.
Come, Louis.
Nå. For fanden skulle ham der nu til mig? Kan han så holde op med det? Hvad sker det nu?
I need you to make a step.
Ikke sådan harp, hvad fanden betyder det?
Think about Monsieur de Richet.
I don't
Det har han godt lade mig skrive til mig lige pludselig.
I feel there's great potential. He looks like he can.
Why isn't he with us? He was opposed to Mortimer.
I'll wait and see. I'm still not sure of his position. And Duchess Hillsborough. Why isn't she here? She's busy. Don't worry about her.
Oh, isn't it time to replace her?
Not so fast, sir. She is an important figure. You ought to have a little more faith in her.
What are we going to do about Washington?
He will be a hard nut to crack. On our chessboard, he is Mortimer's king.
Don't worry. Mr. President only wants one thing. To keep his dear America united. He won't jeopardize everything he has achieved on a whim.
He has been serving Mortimer for quite some time. It won't be easy to bring him around.
Oh.
I have asked Monsieur de Richet to approve. Let us have faith in him. I sense that Mr. Peru is about to surprise us too.
Yet he is Mortimer's strong arm in France.
He knows his time has come, and I believe he is intelligent enough to realize it means he is no longer any use to Mortimer. Do you feel all right, Mr. Godoy? You haven't said a word.
Please, excuse me, gentlemen. I feel tired.
Oh, I see. I think it is high time you left us then. Now!
Sådan det jo.
Emily?
Ja, hun er sgu da gået.
Are you
Hun kommer
there?
efter 6 i tiden.
Typical. There she goes again. What's with this habit of hers of taking off in the middle of the night?
Der står hun gemmer sig bagved der. Nå, okay, tror hun ikke.
Sir, the conference is about to begin. You are expected in the conference room.
Tell them I'm coming. Thank you.
Come on, Louis. Louis. The game is back on.
The game is back on? Hvad? Jeg skulle slet ikke, om du kan spille den ned. Hvad fanden der sidder? Jeg vil lige skøre, hvor fanden vil du af, mand? Det var koldt, da jeg stoppede i dag.
My friends, the conference is about to begin. Please excuse me if I...
Du har endda taget dynen af mig, kan jeg se.
...with my project. I understand that you might well have a few questions to ask. As you know, the final vote will be cast in a few days. This morning's aim is to answer your questions and check the temperature of your respective positions so that we may reach a greater understanding.
As always, Lord Mortimer.
We parted in perfect disagreement, my lord. Where would you like us to take it from?
Come, sir. Please let William believe he still has a chance of winning us over. Otherwise, his imprecations will lack panache, and we shall be bored stiff.
Oh, let me reassure you, I am convinced that a good night's sleep has brought sound advice, and that this morning will be even more interesting. Therefore, I would like to go around the table in order to hear everyone's first impressions.
Well, I am still firmly against it, even though my choice won't count.
Against.
Against. Against.
And you, Luke Manuel?
Against, of course.
Well, as for me, I am for Lord Mortimer's project, despite Duchess Hillsborough's overwhelmingly convincing nocturnal attentions.
What? So Emily was playing at trying to win over guests last night?
It was nothing more than a friendly little chat, of course.
How could it be otherwise? And by the way, remember me to your husband when you see him. And you, President Washington, what is your position?
Well, you see, Monsieur Bonaparte, I would rather you'd have forgotten me for a minute. William, I am sorry, but I cannot follow you this time.
George? What?
I am against William. Please excuse me. I cannot commit the United States to such an enterprise. It's just too risky.
Well, that leaves just yourself and Monsieur Peru, Louis.
You're all making me sick. Look at yourselves.
What?
You are pathetic!
Have you been drinking or what?
There you are, wibbling away.
My lord do this, and Madame Duchess that.
You know very well that we're nothing but puppets on a damn string.
Jacques, come in.
Let's end the charade. It's over.
Jacques.
My lord, thank you for everything you've done for me over the years. But it didn't come for free. And now I see the price is too high to pay. I'll stop.
Come, Jacques, we'll talk it over.
No, I'm finished. I want my freedom back, my lord. I shall no longer work for you.
Wait!
De Richet, you just can't help it, can you? Stop trying to play the hero, man!
Jack, everyone's getting a little heated, so let's take it easy a moment. You're not going to kill anyone.
No.
You're going to calmly put away your...
Altså det.
Hvad?
Jeg reddede ham ikke fra at begå selvmord.
Nå.
Jeg havde en chance, og jeg svarede forkert. Så. Det var så det. Jeg skulle også lidt blære mig for en af kæresten der. Men ja. Det gik jo ikke. Dangerous days. Ja. Det siger du. Energidrik. Det begravelsen.
I don't understand. I spoke to him only recently.
Monsieur Perrault has lost his mind. It's obvious.
Yet another way for the French to make a spectacle of themselves. Well, once again it has worked.
My friends, let us settle down, please. We are all in shock, of course. Let us praise Louis' gesture anyway. You did what you could.
Yes, it was very noble of you, Louis.
It wasn't your fault.
There was nothing else you could have done.
I think everyone needs a little rest.
Alene?
Can you stay a moment?
Of course.
For helvede bliver jeg altid holdt tilbage, når jeg skal mødes med kæresten. Dårlig stik. Ved du? Sur på mig.
Louis, I wanted to talk to you a moment about what has happened. All this is tragic, but I wanted to thank you for doing what you could.
I wasn't able to save him.
You couldn't, Louis. You mustn't blame yourself. It is not your fault.
Yes, you are.
Of course, but I thought I could help him.
I guess it was too late. Don't torture yourself. Look what you've done. I admire what you did. Who else among all these great luminaries of the modern world even raised a finger? No one. You were the only one who tried to do anything. What a waste.
What are your plans now?
What do you mean?
For the conference. After the disappearances of both Elizabeth Adams and my mother, and now the death of Mr. Perlu, I should imagine that your guests are all packing their bags.
This might come as a bit of a shock to you, perhaps because it was so difficult to bring all these figures together. But I'm convinced that none of them is preparing to leave.
Are you serious?
They are all very experienced politicians, and though they are, of course, affected by the situation, they know full well that such an opportunity will not come again for a long, long time, if ever. They each represent their nation, and know full well that what is at stake here is far greater than the death of poor Monsieur Perlu. You'll see. I am confident that they will all be ready to resume the conference.
If you say so. Allow me to take my leave, please.
Of course. You want to get some rest. Oh, Louis, one more thing, please. What a pity you didn't support me during the conference. I hope I can count on you on the day of the vote. This major project needs men like you, Louis.
I'm flattered, my lord, but I don't know what could possibly make me change my mind.
Please, don't refuse me my last hope.
Don't mix hope with illusion, my lord.
And you, illusion with strategy.
You win. I'll let you have the last word. I'll see you later, my lord.
Må jeg gå nu? Eller skulle snakke med ham igen? Og det skulle være dejligt. Frihed! Go back to your room. Nej, det ved jeg ikke. Der kan så gæste der igen. Hun står garanteret bag væggen. I don't come here to speak. Nej, det ved jeg da godt. Det er du jo aldrig. Du skal altid videre. Til næste step. Aldrig snakke. Det var også det, den bestod mig. Det er måske også en tør. Hvad er det, der kring lige langt? Tror jeg.
Hvad?
Nej, det snakker om selv omkring, hvilken vej der er længst med divisionkrigen gilder.
That's me.
Loading.
Next time, I'll listen to my mother. Not a day has gone by without something happening to me. What now?
Hvem det? Og hende igen, eller hvad? Det er dagen, der gysler mig ihjel.
Louis, open up, please.
Coming, Mr. President, I'm coming.
Louis. There you are at last.
Yes,
I just saw your mother. She was accompanied by Emily, and they both went into the Duchess's room. I tried to join them, but I was refused entry. Louis, this does not bode well.
Shit. Emily might want to avenge her sister. I must act quickly.
You're right, Mr. President. Thank you.
Skal jeg nu gå imod min mor? Jeg skal finde der, hvor Emily bor. Emily. Hun har selvfølgelig ikke nogen her. Den går man nedad. Sådan kan man. Hun bor selvfølgelig nok oppe i. Det er hun jo så ikke. Nedad igen. Nedad. Det der er nu. Jeg skal ikke finde Emily Hills. Ja. Det var sådan noget sandt, der var nogen af jer på kortet.
President George Washington.
Ham der præsidenten, han sagde. Det er ikke gået ned nu, så det er også synligt ikke ned nu.
Congratulations, Monsieur de Richet. You made the right decision at the conference. What can I do for you?
I was wondering if you could spare me a moment. I'd like to speak about what happened to Monsieur Peru.
And I, Monsieur, would rather not. Frankly, I believe that he more than deserved his fate. Don't expect me to feel sorry for him.
Excuse me. Wrong room.
Excuse me. Wrong room. Jeg lige så ikke gennem snak med ham. Jeg kan hverken gå ned eller op. Jeg ved ikke, gå ned her. Nej.
I am sorry, sir, but you are unable to access Monsieur Peru's room while we gather his personal effects.
Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte.
Nu gik lyset ud. Hvorfor det gjorde det ved jeg ikke.
I do believe that's Emily's voice. Impossible. I can't do it. There's something blocking it on the other side. I've got to find another way in.
Anden vej. Find a way of getting into Emily. Ja.
I do believe that's Emily's voice. I can't understand what she's saying. Emily! Emily, are you there? Answer me. Emily!
En anden vej ind. Jeg synes, der er en anden vej ind. Lad os bare mig. Det er selvfølgelig igennem et rum, der er sådan ved siden af. Fordi der kan man gå ud på altanen og gå ind i de andre rum. Tror jeg. Jeg tror, det er sådan, det fungerer. Det giver mening, synes jeg. Men okay, det ved jeg så nok ikke, når det er sådan stort. Nå nej, nu kommer jeg ind sammen der igen. Kig i. Nå, det er den der pool der. Den skulle jeg ikke ind til, så. Ja, ja. Typisk.
Emily's room through the... Shit! Locked. No way. It's too sturdy. Damn it. Closed. Seems like the key is still in the lock on the other side. That means I won't be able to pick it. Or I could do as I did the last time in the tower room.
Okay, jeg vil gå, jeg skal først. Finde papir.
My dearest son.
Men det er det nok også ikke nogen steder.
Slowly, Louis. Nice and slow. It's not a very complex lock. I'm sure I can force it if I can just find something to smash it with. If I can get the key by pushing something underneath and making it fall.
Jeg har aldrig made det for. Fordi der ikke var noget i rum. Desværre er det ikke brugt til at tage det med.
The sword is well made. I should be able to force a lock with it. Slowly. Easy does it.
Så. Tror jeg, vi er på alt rigtigt.
Better not take the sword with me. All I need now is someone to accuse me of theft.
Så. Skal vi ind og se, hvad der foregår her i den bits fight her.
It's as if there are several people inside.
Once again, you're the one who's the victim in all this.
What are you?
What on earth is... You... Mother?
How dare you do this to me? You can talk. After everything I've done for you. You are joking, I hope, right? I gave you my life. That's enough, Emma. Now that Louis is here, you will leave Sarah alone. Cease your revenge immediately. What? If you think you're going to... Louis, help me, I beg you. I can no longer reason with her. I am Emily. Quit playing games.
Jeg har et problem nu.
Honestly, don't be ridiculous.
Emily og hendes tvillingesøster Emma er på samme sted, og jeg skal hvis det vælge imellem hvem af dem jeg tror der er hvem.
Yes, well...
Don't you dare bring him into this. This is between you and me. I ask for nothing more, so stop taking it out on Sarah. You prissy little bitch! How dare you! Now that I've told you everything, you want to take my place, do you? You are joking, I hope. I'm the one who told you everything that's been going on while you were away. Go on then. That's what you want, isn't it? You want to kill me. Go on then, shoot! After all the trouble I've gone through to find you. Go on. What are you waiting for? Here, Louis, take this.
Wait, what's going...
An entire life for this. Go on, shoot. Sorry, Louis, I can't shoot her.
Hej Niklas.
She's my sister.
Jeg ved ikke.
Louis,
Jeg ved sgu ikke, hvem der er hvem.
She's dangerous. Don't trust her. What are you trying to do? Louis, out of the way. I am not Emma! Come on, Louis, tell her who the real Emily is.
Wait,
That's right, Louis. I'm fed up with this little game. Tell him who the real Emily is.
Why do these things always happen to me?
Well,
ja, det synes jeg, det er altid mig, det sker ved.
Tell us apart, right?
Yes, but I'd like to ask you a few questions to make sure there's no doubt.
Rational and open, Louis. Let's see. How can I tell them apart? Wait, I've got an idea.
On the night of our arrival...
Det kan jeg sgu ikke engang selv huske.
You asked me what had become of me since we last met in London, many years ago. What did I answer?
You told me that you had become an occultist, Louis. You know that because I told you. You even told me about your setbacks at Hexham.
Jeg kan sgu ikke selv huske alt det der fra starten af, mand. Jeg kan sgu ikke huske, hvad hun gav mig og sådan noget lort.
Right. Let's find something else. Yes. Let's speak about my arrival at the manor.
Det var hendes position, så var vi hende foran mig.
Once at the manor, Sir Gregory introduced himself to us. Then, we split up into two groups. What group was I in?
It won't work, Louis. She knows already. I told her. Shut up. I'm the one who told you. You stayed with President Washington and myself near the chimney because he was treason and wanted to speak to you about your mother. I told you she knew.
Very well.
Let's try something else.
On the first night, we went up to bed, but I wasn't tired. I went for a little stroll.
Do you remember if we saw each other that night or not?
No, not after going up to bed. That doesn't prove a thing. I was the one who told you that. Don't think you're going to get away with this deception so easily. I can assure you, you're going to regret pretending to be me once Louis has exposed you.
Right. I don't think I'll get very far like this. Find something better.
Jeg er ikke kommet noget som jeg er ikke kommet til at på endnu.
Finished.
Take it easy now.
Are you mad, Louis?
Lower your arm. I better act quickly if I don't want things to get out of hand.
Come on, she's putting one over on you. Look at yourself for crying out loud. You were prepared to shoot me down.
Det er lidt problemisk om det skyde hende her kæreste med.
In the secret room behind the study. Talk to them about what you've been doing. Maybe they haven't spoken about it between each other yet.
On the night of the disappearance of Elizabeth Adams.
What about it? What do you want to know about that night?
We found ourselves in Mortimer's secret gallery. What did we find in that room?
A load of old junk that Mortimer had collected. A so-called Pandora's box in the form of an urn. An old sheepskin that he must take for the Golden Fleece. The Bible of Judas. Property deeds as old as the hills. And a broken old sword. You are wasting your time, Louis. She already knows all that. Of course I do. I was there. That's enough! I've had enough of this charade. Louis, there's only one way to tell us. There's just one thing I can tell you about in detail. Too bad for you, Emma. I didn't want it to come to this, but you leave me no choice. Ask her about you and I just lost Emma. I indeed didn't tell you everything about it. Come, Louis. Speak about our intimacy.
Very well. Let's talk about us.
What did we talk about last night? I spent the night together last night.
When you came to my room last night, what did we talk about?
I beg your pardon, but I didn't go into your room last night. There you are. The mask is off. What do you mean? Sorry, Emma. I didn't tell you everything.
She's right.
You little bitch. She is manipulating you, Louis.
That's enough, both of you. Now I know who the real Emily is.
Emily is behind you. Så jeg går ud fra, at jeg skal vide, hvem det er. Jeg tror, der er Emily. Og hun sagde, hun ikke var inde med mig. Så det er en løgn, det er hende.
You are Emily Hillsborough.
I knew you wouldn't get it wrong, Louis. No! You little bitch! Watch out, Louis! No!
Hell, what have I done?
Så er det hende, der klog det. Det var ikke mig.
See what you've done. See.
Jeg har garanteret gættet helt forkert.
Louis? What on earth is going on?
Mother!
Go! You must leave. Everyone's going to arrive.
Louis, what's going on?
Duchess? Is everything all right?
Go! Go, Mother! No one must find you here.
Go.
Come, Louis. There's nothing more you can do.
But I...
Leave us.
Emily, what's going on?
Mother, go to the crypt.
Det er rigtigt.
I'll meet you there.
I'll be waiting for you.
Jeg kommer sgu da ikke hen til dig. Jeg skulle have sammen med konen. Eller...
I'm coming in!
It was bound to end like this, Louis. Let me stay with her, please. Go, I'll cover you.
Hvad? Jeg gider ikke mødes med min grimme mor. Jeg har alligevel ikke tænkt mig at skyde hende på et tidspunkt. Hvad er det her? Altså. Hvis hun dør nu, så har hun slet af at spille dig igen. Ej, roligt. Jeg synes alle folk de dør lige pludselig. Jeg har allerede 3 døde nu. Okay, så spillede det i over 4 timer. Ja, okay. Hvorfor kommer du først så sent? Jeg har været i gang i 4 timer, og du kom først nu. Er du en rigtig subscriber eller hvad?
Good God. They're all here.
Ja, nu er jeg nu sløbt op lidt, så hvad fanden sker der her?
Can anyone hear anything through the door?
Hvad sker der?
Did you hear that? I was not dreaming, was I?
Certainly not, Jugodoy.
What's going on?
Someone had the bang coming from the Duchess's room, and she isn't answering.
Gentlemen, go back to your rooms.
Det er ikke min mikrofon.
Go back to your rooms.
Tror jeg.
I shall find out from Lord Mortimer what this is all about. Thank you.
Hvad fanden, Niklas? Du var der hed ikke til vores 12 timers Nevermind stream. Men der fik jeg en hjælper, det kaldte jeg Niklas, for så var du med. Og han fik en ring. Han skadede 2.
Men han er fucking god.
Nå nej, han er faktisk kun skadet 5.
Jeg siger, han er mega god.
Det er min mand. Wait, what? Ja. Emily, oh, 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 oh. Men vent, Emily gad at hævne sig på min mor. Og på grund af noget med søster, men vi har lige, mig og Emily har lige dræbt hendes søster. Hvor lang tid inden i stream var det? Og spørger du mig seriøst, hvor langt inden at jeg fik en hjælper? Anyway, subject. Han skriver sub til det.
Hvad?
Niklas, han skriver sub til det. Altså SOP. Det er hej.
Hvad så Niklas?
Hvor langt inde i stream var det? Det er faktisk ikke huske. Vi sad og spillede 12 timer, Niklas. Det skulle ikke til at vide, når fanden jeg lige præcis fik min hjælper. Jeg tror, det var omkring. Det var ikke særlig langt frem i sluttet, var det ikke? Nej, det var et par timer inden vi sluttede, var det.
Lidt så mange timer, den tror jeg faktisk.
Altså, jeg tror, var vi ikke sådan... Nej, jeg ved det ikke. Jeg ved, at du spoler sådan tæt på slutningen, så har jeg ham i hvert fald. For helvede. Nu har jeg fanget den her mini-labyrint igen. Fordi jeg åbenbart ikke nu at finde den vej, jeg skal ind. Det er også på tide. Det var, at du skulle med til Nevermind her en dag, Niklas. Jeg går ned og skyder min mor nu. Det kan jeg nok ikke. Hele spillet har gået ud på at finde hende. Og nu er vi 3. episode, og jeg har lige fundet hende. Hvad fanden skal jeg så de 2 andre? Jeg elsker, hvordan du udtaler Nevermind. Ja, ikke?
Louis, at last, there you are.
Ja, det gider da ikke sige Nevermind.
Wait,
Come, we have to be quick.
No, wait, Mother,
Time is running out, Louis. First, we must...
No, that's enough. I won't go a step further unless you explain to me what is going on here. I'm begging you. Talk to me.
You must trust me, my son. You are not
Fortæl mig, hvorfor mangler du navn?
You're the
Hvem
one
du
who should
gået
trust me. Tell me what's happening.
You would never believe me.
I came all the way here for you. Now I found you. I'm ready, Mother.
If only. Louis, I have always taught you to keep your mind open and logical. I know you are going to find it hard to believe, but what I am going to reveal to you is entirely true. Many years ago, I found out that demons really do live among us.
I beg your pardon?
And that they can influence our thoughts.
Whoa. Mother, Listen to
Sgu da Niklas.
I know you're exhausted, but for crying out loud, listen to what you're saying.
Oh my fucking god. Shit, kaldte hjælperen mig? Nej, jeg kaldte den Niklas, jeg kaldte den mig.
What do your demons look like? Have they
Han er mega
horns
ring.
and a pointed tail?
Ja, jeg tror, han er ring. Han er lidt tæt på rang 20, snart, jeg tror, rang 15-17 stykker, tror jeg. Nu. Og han er kraftedeme stadigvæk kun på de der 5 i skade. Han er fucking ring.
Yes, they are capable of going from one body to another as they see fit. And 2 of them are present on this island.
Right. So let me guess.
Hey Niklas, har du indtaget ulven?
Lord Mortimer and Sir Gregory, right?
You felt it too?
No, even if someone does look apart. But I don't know who else could do it, given that we're on their territory.
Many years ago, well before you were born,
Den er gratis.
I
Den er
crossed
gratis.
paths with one of them. Since then, I've spent my life trying to find it again. When we recovered the Alizif, I was persuaded that Von Burchard was working for this demon in one way or another. But I thought he would hand the book to a middleman during this conference. That's where I made an error that could well turn out to be fatal. The one who Burchard was meant to give the book to was none other than the demon in person, Mortimer. Not to mention that Holm had sent Volner to get it for him.
Holm and Mortimer are demons?
They both seem to disagree about many things, but I'll admit I never knew exactly why. There are many of them, Louis, not just those two.
Mother, have you any proof to support any of this?
Of course, but you do too. You had everything laid out in front of you. Didn't you notice anything?
Det blev ondt. Ej. You had everything laid out in front of you. Didn't you notice anything? Don't listen to her.
Mother, I shan't follow you down that path. I wouldn't be doing you any favors.
Logical and open. Tell me then, how can anyone own properties all over the world for centuries by always signing documents with the same signature?
Well, I can find 3 other explanations.
Mortimers have had only one male heir for each generation since the Third Crusade.
Forgery, family rights, where they get rid of the daughter. There are dozens of less extravagant possibilities.
How could one man motivate so many future leading figures of the day on his silly island without anyone finding out about it? Even the Golden Order isn't...
Må jeg lige tjekke? Ingenting.
Jeg kom ikke på det for 11 år. Du skal ikke downloade først. Nej, jeg sagde lige, at jeg skulle downloade først.
I saw him.
What do you mean you saw him?
I was 20 years old. I was young, carefree. I traveled the world in search of adventure. In the Persian Gulf, we came across an ancient grimoire that became unlocked. Composed of 7 parts, each one was a book in itself, set in a sort of metal armor that structured the whole thing. When all the volumes were brought together, they formed a single book. On my return to Paris, I set to studying these pages. I spent all my days and nights studying them.
Well, I can imagine you doing that.
But the writing was in a language I had never seen before. Developed well before Sumerian, in my opinion. So I got the idea to form a small occult circle composed of all the major names in the occult world to see if anyone else could crack it.
And
I found someone, Louis. I found him, or rather he found me. He was young, charismatic, he was buoyant.
Men altså, selve undertitlen, eller den titel, de fleste de kender spillet på, det er starten med.
He was a veritable mine of knowledge. I showed him the book, and he was able to decipher a few passages. We spent several months together studying the pages.
M.A.
He was already old in those days, wasn't he? So you recognized him when you arrived on the island, right?
No, he wasn't in that body. But I know it was him. I swear it was him. The way he spoke, his posture, a few of his intonations, his mannerisms.
Wait a minute. You were talking about 60 years ago, I've lost
Man
the
of
thread.
Yes, sorry. He helped me understand certain passages until I realized that he only translated a few parts for me. But I had aroused his interest. It was too late.
How so?
I mean to say he manipulated me. He used me, and in the end, he stole the book with all its secrets.
Did he ever go to your place?
Not once. At least I don't think so. But before disappearing, he proposed a pact between us. He proposed that I follow him and let him teach me, allow him to bring me up.
Nej, det er også derfor, jeg har stadigvæk har 161 spil bare liggende.
Why, naturally, Louis. You don't make deals with the devil. After that, I spent my whole life looking for him. 3 years later in Berlin, just missed him. In London, I lost 6 members of the order in a chase. In 1741, in Tunisia, I found a sect of fanatics who had crossed paths with him once. 1741 in Poland. 1749 in India.
8 years ago in Venice.
We agreed never to speak about what happened in Venice, Louis.
Jeg tror ikke, jeg har plads til det.
For the moment, that is not the key issue here. Once we found the Alazid in Paris, I followed von Borchardt's trail here. I didn't think it would lead me straight to the demon. It was careless of me. He toyed with me for a few days, until I caught on. Until I saw him as he was. But he had no intention of letting me leave. We are all his pawns, Louis, and if we don't want to spend the rest of our lives turning around in circles here, we must absolutely get off this island. All right, can we move on?
Wait a minute. One last thing.
Han kommer tilbage i det spil.
Jeg kan ikke 100%.
Alle troede, han var død, men han kommer tilbage i tårnet. Wait a minute, one last thing. What happened with Elizabeth? What happened with Emma? Go on, it's alright. Others. Bring your hand. Fucking son.
I want to know what happened between you and Emily's sister.
Great responsibility often brings difficult choices, Louis. That's all you need to know.
Hvad?
Oh.
All right, but you're not getting away with it so lightly. Once we get back to Paris, be sure I won't be letting it go.
We'll see in Paris then.
Good. I think that's about right. We shall speak about it once we get back to France.
Great actions for humanity have been decided by demons for centuries, Louis. They are playing with our destiny. We are their slaves. And it's time for it to stop. By the way, what was Mortimer's project at this conference?
He demands that the Spanish hand over to France.
Oh, knowing him, it won't stop there. We should do our utmost to stop Mortimer's plans. But for the time being, there are more pressing matters.
Til Joey et eller andet Joey.
Are you going to tell me why we're here?
Så gik alle hele amok. Oh my god, he's alive! Oh, it makes us that! Oh! Jeg skal bare hele amok, og jeg begynder næsten aldrig.
There, that's why we are here.
Han lev. Den troede du jo her lev.
Ja.
Ja.
Ja, det er sådan noget dårligt. Hvor meget jeg er ude. Ej, undskyld. Du skal ikke gå igen.
Det gør han.
Jeg ved ikke, om jeg opgraderer det her. Jeg sætter bare mine penge på et eller andet. Så det er bare, ja, det er godt. Double game.
Reassure me, we aren't going to have to force that one, are we?
I don't think we're even capable of doing it. You're going to have to find a way to open it.
Why, of course. And what's inside?
Okay,
something to vanquish them?
Perfect.
Hvad laver du?
I found a note from the architect who conceived the mechanism in Mortimer's secret study. We have to first gather 6 objects before we try it.
Det er lige meget.
Are your 6 objects the keys?
Exactly. We have the Clement
det er det, der skrev. Det er lige meget til det, jeg sagde, tror jeg.
The Gutenberg Bible, the Exegesis of Judas, an armillary sphere, and all we need to match up the dates between the different calendars.
You want in the flow. Og hvad skal vi? You must simpelthen...
Man ikke lige fik han
Somebody else? Don't ask me. I'm not the one who made the mechanism, you know. When I arrived, there were already a few of them inserted, so I didn't have to worry about those. On the other hand, I remember seeing some in Mortimer's secret study, behind his nightmare.
In a golden cup? Yes. Yes, I saw them too.
Perfect. It will be easy for you to find them then. You need 3 of them.
Very well.
You remember what to do about the rollers. 1191 to enter, and 6466 to exit.
Of course.
One last thing before you go. Be very careful. If you come across anyone, they can all potentially be spies of Mortimer or Holm. Don't ever confide in anyone because a demon can slip inside them at any moment.
Wait, not all of them though. Take Washington.
Especially Washington. He's been conditioned by Mortimer for years. Look at them, for crying out loud. How do you explain their behavior otherwise? The most influential politicians in the Western world gather together without the least protection, without a single aid to assist them, to participate in a conference during which the guests start dropping like flies. Me, Adams, Peru, Hillsborough. Look at the number of calamities that happened over the past few days. And not one of them has asked to leave the island? Do you find that normal? You'll see. Go up to the manor to look for the keys, and I wager not one of them will speak to you about my being in Emily's room.
Do you think so?
Go on, you'll see. And come back with all the objects in one go. Time is against us. And remember, the code to get out of the secret office is 6646.
Jeg kan ikke huske koden, dreng. 6, 4, 6, 6, er ikke det, der er koden?
Hvad for noget?
Det ved jeg ikke.
Nå.
1, 1, 9, 1, 4, 6.
Tell me, Mother, you wouldn't know anything that might save me some time, would you?
That's where you'll have to put the Clement III cross. You insert the cross into the slot, and it will open the iris.
Let's see if I can work it out myself. It looks like a kind of control.
Når de spørger på en ven, eller hjælp, så svarer hun mig, og siger, ej, jeg klarer det sgu bare selv. Gå hjem, stream. Det skulle være mærkeligt stream at lave.
You ought to go, Louis. If someone finds us here, the situation might well become seriously complicated.
Jeg er sgu da ligeglad. Hvad fanden rager det mig? Det er sgu kun dit problem.
What on earth is that? A disc with information engraved in the metal? An iris that should open, I imagine, and blood.
And blood? Altså, hvad er det, jeg skal? What? Skal jeg bare stikke af nu? Løb! Og det er mørkt, det er ikke. Jeg kan ikke se en skid, hvad er det, jeg skal? Fine. Aquas. Niels. Bibel. Jeg har lige hørt, det er dæmoner, det der, og så sætter hun mig ind i huset. Det er sgu ikke det. Jeg skal have noget bibel. Jeg skal bruge bibel. Hvad? Bibel? Babu, babu. Mit navn, det er Bob. Og Bob, det er mit navn.
Right. It's definitely an armillary sphere, but I have to find one that I can take with me. Otherwise, I risk drawing too much attention to my comings and goings.
Golden elixir. I'll keep it for later.
Hvad mener du? Hvorfor må jeg ikke tage den med mig? En halv stor møl. Ja. Men det er også det er også størrelse. Det er jo ikke gørelse. Altså, hallo. Det er størrelsen, ikke gørelsen. For de står sådan i skatten. Skal jeg have noget her? Skal vi videre? Niklas, han er aldrig her, når vi streamer. Han kommer først, når vi er 4 timer inde. Han tænker, okay, får han ring til streame. Det er derfor, han aldrig er her.
Actress, the Miller Brothers. Miller expressly forbade me from reading it.
Og så er det jo bare, han er her aldrig. Og så hvordan er det? Han er her aldrig i, og så hvordan.
Hvad så?
Jimmy han spiller Neverwinter. Nej, Neverwinter.
Ja. Men du
hallo, mit navn det er Martin.
Hvad?
Ah?
Hvad fanden er du med ud?
Jeg spiller ud mig. Hvorfor sender du mig nu endnu en video? Yes. Må ikke se på stream. Han er aldrig det jeg siger. JBK, det er lige meget. Hvorfor sender du mig alt det lort med hjemme der, JBK? Hej Martin. Der må du også ikke skrive til mig, det kan jeg ikke lide. Jeg tror det er dig, han snakker til. Han skulle hej Martin.
Martin? Jeg er sgu ikke Martin.
Det gør jeg heller ikke. Hvem skriver han?
Det ved jeg ikke.
Det er sgu da mærkeligt. Hvad fanden er Martin?
Det ved jeg ikke.
Var ikke det du sagde? Så ved. Nej. Det er sgu aldrig nogen der har sagt. Det er i hvert fald Jimmy.
Det er ikke.
Hold op Jimmy. Det er Martin. Kurv. Skal jeg finde de der ting? Ja, det er sikkert lige det.
Så Jacques Perreux?
Nu er det bibu. Men ikke jeg har noget i mit eget rum, jeg måske ikke kan tage med. Var det her 100 rum? Jeg tror bare, det var.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Jeg vil helst se, om hun er okay, eller om hun er ved at blive slået ihjel. Nu ser man aldrig skulle gå her. Kæft, langt låget, jeg siger. Niklas er her aldrig, når vi streamer. Han er her aldrig. Altså, der må have været nogen her, fordi de lider der væk. Babe? Babe? Nå, nu ikke. Det var dejligt. Det kan jeg endelig kigge i en stæng. Er det din første tanke, når du går ind i et rum? Hvad for noget? Ja. Hvad for noget? Hvad for noget min første tanke, når jeg går ind i et rum? Det er et liv. Jeg er jo da nødt til at se på livet, det var væk. Ikke? 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 Jeg skal bruge en bibel, jeg skal bruge nåle, og jeg skal bruge... Eller hun ved, at... Nå. Nej, det er jo, at de vil slå hende ihjel. Det vidste jeg da ikke noget. Vi har lige skudt hendes søster, Dan. Det kunne jo være. Hallo? Er der nogen? Jeg har noget her. Hvad er det ude, jeg skal finde? Jeg ved, jeg skal finde en bil. Jeg ved ikke, om jeg kan finde de ting der. Babe! Nå, hun er ikke engang herinde. Det plejer hun ellers altid at være. Hun er sgu nok ved at blive mødt og så.
Ja, monsieur.
Hvis vi er heldige. Ja. Den kan jeg ikke redde. Hvad er der her?
Inferno by Dante. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Lovely lectures Mortimer is giving to his guests. That's jolly.
Det er lige meget. Det er lige meget. Bibel! Jeg har været ude og fange en ny fugl. Oh my god. Hvad nu? What now? Wow, 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 wow. Dante Inferno. Ja. Lige præcis, det tænker jeg også. Ja. Jeg skal finde en bibel. Måske skulle jeg prøve at trykke 4 igen, det er værst at få noget ledtråd. Kæft, det går godt det her. Det er snart jul, drenge og piger. Det er sgu træls sådan noget. Selvom jeg aldrig ved, hvad man får. Hvad står der? Jeg kan ikke læse det. Dreng og piger, hør hvad vi siger. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Jeg tror måske faktisk, at jeg skal fuld op. Det vidste jeg ikke, Jimmy. Det var en tøs. Det sagde jeg, det hedder ikke. Eller er jeg det? Jeg tror bare, at stille. Hej! Mit navn det er Børge. Hvad er dit navn? Det er lidt Lotte. Ja, så må I selv slå som hvem der er dreng og pige. Jeg skal faktisk dreng med og piger. Det vil sige, at I begge to er indviklet. Men så jeg sgu ikke. Nej, transkøn altså. Goddammit, Mega. Goddammit. Det hedder Daddy. Good Daddy. Du tog min ting. Slår jeg nu også det, hva'? Er fuglen slet ikke død? Ja. Det går nok. Oj. Hvor fanden er alle sammen henne? Vi er bare væk.
This time, it'll be a lot quicker.
Nå, jeg skulle faktisk have
If I remember rightly, the code was 1191.
Yeah. Så meget ved jeg sgu da godt selv. Ja, fuglens der døde. Fuck det. Hvad fuck er det for os? Det var fordi jeg slog den ihjel, fordi den larmede sidst det var. Den blev mig at sige pip 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 sidst jeg var, så gik jeg hen og gav den chokolade. Og døde den. Jeg havde bedt den om at holde op med at pip, og så blev den slået den en gang til, så... Ja. Så fik den sgu lige noget chokolade. Jeg kan ikke huske, hvor det var for at komme ud herfra. Jeg kan huske, det var 6-4. Jeg tror, var det 6-4, 6-6 eller... Nej, 6... Det var 6-4, 6-6, eller hvad? Jeg ved faktisk ikke.
Weaknesses of the Human Psyche by Gilhelm Trimore. It is possible to drill an idea into someone by constant daily repetition until the mind gives in. Gilhelm Trimore.
Nej vel. Nu bruger jeg bare en tid, fordi jeg må tage en lys af en bog, så jeg kan bruge den.
Arrogant enough to publish writings on mental control. Full view of everyone. I wonder who he's writing for.
Ja. Jeg skal finde nåle. Og Bibel. Først bare finde det hele. Selvfølgelig gør min mor ikke noget. Det er jo sådan, det plejer.
There. Those are the nails I was looking for.
Så tab. Det skal ikke analysere det.
I should have learned my lessons in carpentry a little better. Mortimer's interested in black magic.
Ja, det skulle ikke nogen undskyld.
A Van Lovenhoek with a chest with a motif representing an alchemical symbol of fire.
Og I har en stjerne på. Så vil jeg lige låse den op her. Det var ikke det værd. Det var slet ikke det værd. Jeg er gået her på. Var det seriøst kun noget, jeg skulle have? Jeg regner med, at jeg skulle have en del her.
Feathers, pigeons probably. I'd say it's onyx or obsidian.
Obsidian?
What's written?
Minecraft.
I don't recognize the engraved symbols at all. What on earth is that?
Holy sagt obsidian.
It's locked.
Oh, den er locked til den her.
All right, come on. Let's get out of here. 6466, if I remember correctly.
Hvad var det, han sagde? Okay, det er ikke engang til at skrive. Hvad fanden er det for noget fake? Ja. Hvor fanden er alle folk henne? Hvor fanden finder jeg en bibel henne? Jeg kender ikke det her spil. Altså regner de med, at jeg bare kan finde rundt nu? Med bibel. Prøv at løbe ned nu. Der må være et eller andet nednummer. Ja, hun maler jo. Hun maler også. Som det var en undskyld. Hallo? Hallo? Nå, det var ikke nogen. Hallo? Hallo? Altså, hvad er det, jeg skal? Du har fundet bibel. Hvad er det?
Carmelite water.
Ikke noget sprog.
Amber crystals.
Amber crystals.
A chest with a motif representing the alchemical symbol of water.
Bibel. Huh? Hvordan er det? Det er en sportsmåde igen. Jeg var også fuld gold, jeg ikke siger det. Hvor kan jeg komme fra? Jo. Hvor er det flot lidt væk? Den går ikke sammen op. Jeg er fuld af inventory. Hvad står der her? The Action of Judas, Sarah's Note, Secret Room of Portrait Gallery. Så vi skal faktisk op til The Secret. Hemmelige rum igen. Skal vi så ikke lige starte med at løbe til det hemmelige rum igen. Inden jeg brækker nakken, skulle jeg til at sige. Men det lyder da lige lidt voldeligt. Niklas, han er bare gået i seng nu. Det er han ikke mere. Eller også han endelig også finde mere fra med ham der JBK der. Johnny K. Hvad? Scam? Hold op med det der, Per. Tak. Nu er det tid til at gennemføre det her spil. Oh my god. Du ligner et Pyrus. Hvor finder I så fedt? Det giver ingen mening at mene nu. Nå, det er jo... Det kan jo ske en gang imellem. Hvorfor står han pludselig i hovedet, hvis han ikke ved, hvor han skal ende? Der står en mand. Hold da kæft. For helvede. Er det en bibel? Bibelen? Hvad det først skal det betyde? Hvad for noget? Jeg prøver at finde ud af, hvad jeg skal. Sådan der. Jeg kan ikke sidde sådan der. Det er jo træls. Åh, for helvede. Sande lort, mand. Nu. Der er mange mennesker her. Der var lige præcis 0. Fandt de alle sammen ind. Hvad hedder det herovre? Det hedder... Ikke... Det hedder... Dinning Hall. Har jeg fået noget, der skal hente til? A cross in a SARS room already found. Så den er fundet, eller hvad? Det gør jeg så ud fra. Der er noget småt her tilbage igen. This Siguro of Portrait Gallery. Tower Room. Tower, det her. Det vil sige... Jeg skal faktisk ud igen. Ud og hen og hen og hen og op. Okay. Ud. gå ind tilbage, vi var på trappen der. Niklas og Josefine sidder og tegner tis. Hvor fanden får jeg en bibel? Au. Skal jeg den vej? Ja, okay. Skal jeg sgu. Fedt, mand. Niklas, hvad laver du? Hvad laver du? Niklas? Niklas, hvad laver du? Niklas, hvad laver du? Niklas, hvad laver du? Niklas, svar nu, hvad laver du? Hvad laver du, Niklas? Hvad laver du? Hvad laver du? Du skal svare nu, Niklas. Det er fandme høfligt til dig. Hvad laver du, Niklas? Niklas. Du skal svare. Hvad laver du? 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 Du kan bare skrive det. Du keder dig til min stream. Den eneste grund til du kom herhen, til du keder dig. Jeg ved det godt. Det er færdigt. Jeg er ked af. Jeg er næsten tårft. Jeg bliver færdigt. Nej. Jo. Nej. Jeg kalder mig nar. Med et H. Det er godt nok. Det samme. En mand. Og den er gratis, så er den endnu bedre. Hvad det kan jeg skal? Jeg er pretty sure. Og hvad så jeg skulle finde her? Det var af Gutenberg Bibel. Okay. Af Gutenberg Bibel. Vi var brugt en almindelig Bibel. Af Gutenberg Bibel, hvad er du? Gutenberg Bibel og Gutenberg Bibel. Af Gutenberg Bibel. Gutenberg Bibel, Gutenberg Bibel.
Looks unfinished. At least by Lord Mortimer, I presume. A rather avant-garde technique. It tightened against men. So ironic.
Vi skal stille videre. Bibel. Hvor fanden er den Bibel? Bibel. Er den her? Det er ikke Bibel. 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 Er der Bibel? Nej. Bibel.
Dante's Purgatory. What is your mind presumed to flight?
Det var ikke
Bibel.
Bibel.
Like the perfect grub. The worm before it's attained its final
Hvis det ikke er Bibel, så må du så stå det så frem. Det tror jeg, jeg skulle sige. Bibel. Jeg tror aldrig nogensinde. Jeg har lidt efter en bibel, så også man gør lige nu. Bibel. Et bibel. Yes, man.
A four-letter word could open his chest.
Så kan den bare gå væk. Er det bibel?
Which four-letter word could open this chest?
Lad os se, hvilken er det med? En bibel? Dagby's note used by Emma in the tower room. On the back of a message is writing quantity of dates. Yeah.
Which four-letter word?
Jeg tror bare speeden ligger i den her. Hvad skal jeg? Skal jeg lige skrive? Nej, okay, det skulle jeg så ikke.
Which four-letter word could open this chest?
Which four-letter word? Jeg ved ikke, hvad B... Jeg ved sgu ikke, hvad fanden der skal stå her. Die, eller hvad? Death? Elefant? 4 bogstaver. A, B, C, D, ja, det skal stå. Hvad er det for noget? Whoosh! Er der nogen, der ved, der skal stå her? Eller skal jeg give et lige, når du ser på Google? Jeg ved ikke om... Altså, det må jo være her i bilen. Kan han tage sig selv, hvad der skal stå? Just bare hjemme. On the back of a message is writing correspondent of dates. Det tredje bogstav være i. Kan det tredje bogstav være i? Ja.
Which four-letter word could open this chest?
Kan det sidste være L? Ja. L, I, L. Abel. Ej, på Abel.
Which four-letter word could open this chest?
spil her, det ved jeg ikke huske. Se. Kunne du egentlig spille det?
Which four-letter word could open this chest?
gerne åbne for koden til dig. Det er det, jeg bruger tid på, for det er ikke det, vi skal. Jamen, det er ikke engang noget om det, vi skal, det her. Nu spiller vi også tid på det. S i stedet for N. Jeg så lige en video med det, det er det. Jeg holder lige videoen, der bruger han lidt. Nå, det går nok. Det var lidt ikke noget af det, vi skal bruge. Det går nok, vi skal bare vide. Hvad fanden er den bibel henne? Ja, nu er det... Ja, den ene er dernede. Det er godt for, ja. Først lige ned til moren igen, åbenbart. På et tidspunkt. Øj. Lad os lige løbe ned til moren. Let us run down to our mom, eller... Ja, det. Jamen, han sad så ikke før.
Ah, Durishe. Congratulations for your efforts with Washington. I see that Sir Gregory did well to trust you. What can I do for you?
I'm dreaming. My mother was right. He's not going to tell me one word about what happened to Italy.
To tell you the truth, I'm in search of an armillary sphere. You wouldn't know where I can find it, would you?
Well, well. So you do have a passion for astronomy. Von Wollner has already bored me quite enough with all of his endless stories. You ought to concentrate, Louis. Politics is an art that requires all one's attention. Refrain from spreading yourself too thin, and leave stargazing to the poets.
What can I say? I'm only...
Ask Wollner. I am sure he must have it among his effects.
Perfect. Thank you, my Lord Duke.
Leave me now.
See you later.
Wollner. Hvad fanden er han? Er det ham her?
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service, day and night, sir.
As I was unable to bring my personal effects with me, I was wondering if you could find me a few items.
Of course, sir. What would you require?
Du kan ikke hjælpe mig med skid. Kan jeg tænke mig ud af det her sted?
Lord Mortimer certainly has a taste for staging rooms.
Ei, kun mä se sun ei enää olla vari. Nej, jeg skulle ikke der gik hjem. Stopper det. Den dør, den var helt vild med mig.
Right. It's definitely an armillary sphere, but I have to find one I can take with me. Otherwise I risk drawing too much attention to my comings and goings. Can I find a small one?
Det sagde jeg sgu. Pound? Fuck, hvor fedt. Der er ikke people, det vil jeg næsten sige. Det er nok ikke.
You ought to go, Louis. If someone finds us here, the situation might well become seriously complicated.
Ja, no shit. Hvem der også selv laver det?
Famous cross of Clement III. Perfect. One key found.
Skid op. Starter videoen igen. Jeg håber bare, det er klart uden video. Vi skal op herfra. Okay. Så skal jeg til Medusa. Så vi skal ind og lege med Medusa igen. Jeg har ikke set, hvad vi skal. Jeg har bare set, hvad vi skal lege med. A pound? Jeg er fandme heldig.
That statue is not positioned correctly. A sword toward the Gorgon. That's good. It's in the right place.
That's storage.
The lantern is already in the right position. Turned toward the shield. Shield toward the sword. Oh, that's good. That statue is not positioned correctly.
Open sesame.
Jo, det var jo så bare mega nemt.
So that's the exegesis of Judas.
I hope Mortimer doesn't read it very often. Otherwise he's going to notice that someone's stolen it. But that's just too bad. I need it.
Jeg bliver nødt til at se videoen, for jeg ved ikke, hvad det er, vi skal. Hvor den bibel, der er med hende. Forstår det ikke. Synes jeg kigger over alt derovre.
Caesar's laurel wreath. Mortimer really is what my mother says he is. It could mean... No, that's impossible. Given all the relics preserved here, it wouldn't surprise me if Mortimer claimed it was Excalibur. Right. I've got what I need. Now let's not waste any more time.
save me some time. I only hope that he isn't going to realize it right away.
Og så skal vi jo op. Rum af Bibelen lige. The Bible's notes used by Emma in the tower room. Vi skal så bare have ved siden af. Tower room.
Ah, Louis. Glad you're here.
Blasted. He's gonna talk about my mother.
Come and see what I've found. There are pieces of paper in the ashes of the chimney. Someone's been burning something here.
Incredible. He doesn't seem to want to speak to me about what happened between my mother and the Hillbrow sisters. Show me a little.
Look, it's possible to distinguish two different writing styles.
The rest of the correspondence between my mother and Emma.
Someone tried to burn an exchange of messages. I'm certain there must be more.
Shit. What on earth is he doing?
If you want my opinion, a servant must have burnt some old papers. That's all.
Why, of course. You very nearly made me think that you were trying to hide something, Louis. No, I'm sure there must be other hidden messages.
He won't let go. He's going to work his way back to the Bible if he continues. Bible's still there.
Så er du fandme ikke musik. Så, Niklas. Han kunne synge. Gammel, så går man så tidligt, ikke? Mit navn det er Jørgen, og det er det, fordi at mit navn det er Jørgen. Jeg vil hovedpinde. Ikke så meget at spille. Det er mere at det er en gilderier, som tror. Niklas, du står.
So, good. You've managed to gather all the keys.
Yes, that's right. I have everything. What should I start with?
Place the Clement III cross on the console. Then you have to put the nails on the disc of the door.
Alright, my turn now.
Go ahead, impress me. I'll shut up and let you concentrate.
Shut up about how we can do.
The cycle of the moons has nothing to do with what I'm doing right now.
Ja, dat is best.
The fresco clearly shows the birth of Christ.
Louis, I can assure you that that is not the solution to this enigma. This fresco's only purpose is to mislead. I know that now. Please, focus on another theme about Christ.
I'll have to trust her. Yes, it's definitely a representation of the birth of Christ, but some of the details have flaked away. I can't see any other clues. One thing is for sure, this enigma deals with the life of Jesus, like my mother said. You could see that the paint has come off in parts. Difficult to see what was there, but I can distinguish the letters N-R-I. Nothing more. Why, of course, they're part of the initials I-N-R-I that you can find on the cross of Jesus at his crucifixion. It looks like there are 3 types of inscriptions. This exegesis contains comments from Judas on the different Gospels. It only contains certain chapters and verses, and the chapters are indicated by Roman numerals. The lexicon refers to different chapters and verses from the exegesis of Judas. Chapter 14, verse 22. On the 7th of Nisan, 3793, Jesus shared his Last Supper in the synagogue in Jerusalem. Chapter 14, verse 22. And as they did eat, Jesus took bread and blessed and broke it, and gave to them and said, "Take, eat. This is my body." And he took the cup, and when he'd given thanks, he gave it to them, and they all drank of it. Chapter 14, verse 22. On the 7th of Nisan, 3793, Jesus shared his Last Supper in the synagogue in Jerusalem. Chapter 14, verse 22. On the 7th of Nisan, 3793, Jesus shared his Last Supper in the synagogue in Jerusalem.
chapter 14, verse 22. On the 7th of Nisan, 3793, Jesus shared his Last Supper in the synagogue in Jerusalem. Chapter 14, verse 22. And as they did eat, Jesus took bread and blessed and broke it, and gave to them and said, "Take, eat. This is my body." And he took a cup, and when he'd given thanks, he gave it to them, and they all drank of it.
Well done, Louis. I hadn't seen those other wheels. Try connecting the theme to see if it goes all the way.
It looks like there are 3 types of inscriptions. What combination corresponds to the chosen theme? I can feel the lever at the bottom.
Good luck.
How to lose your arm? Easy! Hvad? Bare det sidste.
Du må jo optage det.
Jeg skal forhåbentlig klare det hele en gang til. Jeg skal forhåbentlig ikke til at finde alle de ting. Det magter jeg ikke.
No.
I sense that Mr. Peru is about to surprise us too.
I believed in him. I followed him to the best of my ability. I championed his ideas, defended his decisions, and then, without even realizing it, I became lost.
Now that I've told you everything, you want to take my place. No. I am Emily. You are wasting your time. Louis knows very well how to tell us apart.
Someone had the bang coming from the Duchess's room. She isn't answering.
You really must learn to see your weaknesses better if you don't want your foes to use them against you.
Our desire is to steer the destiny of our respective countries
for the good of all, and to no longer suffer the random hazards of history.
It is the natural order of things, Monsieur de Richet. There have always been men who govern other men. That is simply the way it is.
History forgets them with a disconcerting facility. No one speaks about them, and yet they whisper in the ears of kings and presidents.
Står der ikke meget mindre?
Hvad?
Står der meget mindre?
Hvad?
Filthy swine! I'm going to open this damn door and skin you alive! You're not going to get the better of us!
Det var en helt ny, vi skulle tage i gang med.
Mother.
Jeg er lidt bange for, at jeg skulle tage igennem.
You've come around.
Jeg har mistet min arm. Hvad fanden gør jeg så nu?
It hurts. Mother?
Så bliver I nødt til samarbejde jo, for en gang skyld.
I can't feel my arm.
Louis, I had to cauterize it with what I could find. We'll get through this. Don't worry. I think I found a solution. You'll see.
Nu mangler I begge to en arm jo.
Ja.
Don't put your arm in there.
Louis, we can't leave without it. It's our last chance. I need to see this through to the end. I must do it.
Hun havde jo en mand. Men hun havde altid været i seng med ham, jeg spillede som alt det. Det er ikke min fejl.
We've done it, Louis.
Jeg tager bare, hvad jeg kan få. Eller ham der, han tager bare, hvad han kan få.
Come on, up you get. I'll help you.
Jeg fik ikke rigtig noget valg.
Easy does it. You lost a lot of blood.
Jeg tror bare, vi skal snakke lidt pludselig. Bum. Så skal vi lave de her slige lidt mere end at snakke. Han satte sig der på. Let's take what we come for. I want to know how she managed to open it.
Wait, I've got to know what I did wrong.
That is one fearsome mechanism. In fact, if I hadn't watched you beforehand, I would never have found the right combination.
Tell me, where did I go wrong?
Ikke det skulle ikke snakke med. Snakke videre. Min arm ligger der. Så kan bare hente den og så suge den på. Det bliver ikke meget. Niklas.
Jeg tænkte, det så bare for meget.
Jeg synes ikke, det er sjovt. Det er fordi, vi ikke spiller med dig, Niklas. Du er så ked af det.
Jeg bliver faktisk bare tøs for nærmere.
Fordi hvis det er derfor... Jeg er simpelthen ked. Er du okay, Niklas?
But where are we?
Det er dejligt at vide,
I don't know, but we better not hang around.
Hvad?
Jeg tænkte noget så.
Do you know what we're looking for?
We have to find that weapon. What do you know about the Holy Lance, Louis?
The what?
The Lance of Longinus the Centurion.
That? That's what we come to find? The lance that a centurion stuck in the side of Christ at his crucifixion?
That's
Niklas.
Seriously? You don't really believe that fable, do you?
Every fable is founded on true events. I'm not saying that everything adds up, but imagine if it really did exist.
Very well. Now what?
Well, now you know what you need to find. I have to get to the ward to prepare our departure. Let's get off this cursed island as quickly as we can. We shall come back when we are ready and armed. But hang on, Louis, let's first get to safety. We shall come back when we have the upper hand. Here, you take care of getting the lance. It's imperative. I'll take care of preparing our departure.
Hang on. At least tell me everything you know about this lance.
But I have never seen it. There's nothing else I can say to you. Well, you can always go snooping around Mortimer's study. I remember seeing paintings of Longinus there.
Hang on a second.
What's the matter?
Why did you shoot Emily's sister?
Do you really think now is the right time for this?
I want to know, Mother.
Why did you betray her?
Listen, Louis. I don't think you've really understood my interest in the Al-Aziz. It's not just simple curiosity about some old relic. And I have no children crying out loud. It must not fall into the hands of the demons, or we are all doomed. Don't you see? Listen, I don't know exactly what it contains, but I prefer to be one step ahead. If they want it, there must be a reason. And even if I don't know what it is, I want to stop them for safety's sake, no matter what.
Nothing will stop you if I understand correctly.
Enough, Louis. If you could see the extent of their power as I do, then you would understand what I'm saying.
All right, we'll do it your way.
One more thing. If they find you in possession of the lance, they won't let you get away with it. Choose only one and hide it under your jacket so you don't get caught with it. Then run and meet me on the wharf.
And if I get caught?
If they catch you in possession of the lance, we're all doomed. Do you understand?
Perfect.
Good. And go talk to Pierre. He's the one who probably knows the most about this.
Det er hver gang Niklas han kommer ind.
Ja.
I går, hvor vi sad 12 timer, der var du sådan, okay, livestream, det er hver gang Niklas han der.
Ja.
Går hun bare?
Ja.
Det går jeg kraftigt også bare. Hvad? Hvad skal jeg?
Nå.
Question getting this. Ja. Ja. Det kan jeg skal.
Du skal nok ikke den vej der.
Jeg må også finde ved Holy Long.
Ja, det er jo så nok den anden vej. Byggelis. Hvad?
Ej, Niklas, sådan en stramme.
This sarcophagus is engraved with the name of Clemens III. Good God! The one whose cross allowed me to enter. This sarcophagus is beautifully made, but ancient. The stone is marked by the passage of time, but it's really well preserved.
Daddy. Yeah, Daddy. Wish you Daddy.
I can see that this spear has a so-called shape. This copper ring. I can see the tip is engraved with the symbol of the Eye of Ra. There's several spearheads. I need to find clues to pick the right one. Piaggi knows something about it for sure. This one has no name. I wonder who it was for.
Ja, det må han være. Han har ikke svaret på noget af det, vi spurgte om det.
Nej. Eller også har han bare sat den på mute.
Han gider køre.
Fordi han ikke gad høre os.
Han sidder bare og ser spillet, der bare mute det hele.
Ja. Så han tænker bare, på et tidspunkt så kommer han til at skrue op for det igen, så tænker han bare, hvad fanden er det for noget, mærke noget, de snakker om.
Skal de anvendes? Din lækker start. Nej! Rolig nu.
There's several spearheads. I need to find clues to pick the right one. Piaggi knows something about it for sure.
Ja. Jeg mistede en arm, og så. Jo, det skal spille.
For?
Det er jo kedeligt. Nu er det ikke, for det er ikke.
The sarcophagus of Lord Mortimer. Let's see what
synes, der skal blive lavet sådan nogle coverhoveder der.
It's far too heavy. I'm not going to be able to do it on my own.
I must find the holy land. Launch. Det findes spyd. Men er det den pik, eller den pik, jeg har på? Det er det her spørgsmål.
Hvad?
This lance has a leaf shape. It is copper rimmed. The symbol of the Christian fish is engraved on the tip.
Den er god. Niklas.
I can see this lance has a spear
shape.
Copper rimmed. It has been engraved with the symbol of the Christian fish on the tip. There's several spearheads. I need to find clues to pick the right one. Glad you know something about it for sure.
Du skal tage op. Jeg ringer til den. Ja, det skal jeg.
Så du skal finde clues til at finde den rigtige spearhead. Men du ved ikke, om det var den rigtige.
Ja.
Sæt du ikke på uden, for det må godt have været den rigtige. Ja. Du løber bare væk fra alle. Det er alle sammen lige nu.
Jamen, det er jo ikke taget.
Hvad?
Jeg kan ikke tage en. Jeg har lavet en på mig.
Hvad har du lavet en på dig?
Jeg fandt en et andet sted. Det skal jeg ud fra at skinne, det der på plads for den nye.
Jeg tror ikke, du skal.
Jeg må ikke tage den der.
Jeg ved, at den fordi den siger, at du skal finde nogle clues. Ja. Jeg tror ikke, at du kan lide plads faktisk.
Niklas.
Entirely sculpted.
Du er bare faldet søvn til min stream, eller hvad?
There's several spearheads. I need to find clues to pick the right one. Piaggi knows something about it for sure.
Du skal finde den der hedder Piaggi.
Piaggi?
Ja, det er lige præcis det, der står øverst i højre hjørne.
Christian Gabiner Piaggi.
Ja, about the holy dance.
Ja.
Ja, men så skulle du lige ud og finde, så skulle du lige ud og jagte ham. Eller hende.
Ja, er han i den her verden, eller i den anden verden?
Det er jo så det kan jeg så ikke svare på.
Jamen, det burde spille de sådan set gør.
Jeg tror, du burde nok godt kunne svare på det, men ikke det.
The sarcophagus is engraved with the name of Clemens III. Good God! The one whose cross allowed me to enter.
Niklas. Du er den klogere,
This one has no name. I wonder who it was for.
Det er ham.
This one has no name.
Du kan ikke sige det ikke er.
I wonder who it was for.
Hvad for noget?
Jeg skulle finde Bjarke, der er en kiste der, hvor der ikke stod nogen navn på, så det er Bjarke. De kan ikke sige det ikke er. Nej, de ligger der, den der er jo bare ikke taget. Ja.
Du sagde ikke, at mig jo.
Jeg er ude og kende sådan
Jeg tror ikke, at du kan.
Ikke. Det er ikke engang den her vej. Jeg kan bare gå ned der og gå ned der.
Hvad?
I must find the holy land.
Ja.
Ja, så må jeg sgu tilbage til den anden vej.
Jeg får finde ud af omkring ham, der er Holy DANSK.
Fordi der er ikke noget, der hedder Holy DANSK.
Så skulle det være helt oppe, jo. Lidt op i den anden ende af den her verden. Den her crypt. Prøv lige at kigge på character. Eller sådan noget. Der kan det være, du kan se, om du rent faktisk har mødt ham før. Eller hende. Hvad?
Det har jeg ikke.
Har du ikke?
Nej.
Har du det? Jo, der er en, der hedder Piaki. Sådan til højre. Sådan den anden mest til højre.
Lortepresser.
Det må det jo være. For der er egentlig, det er den eneste, der hedder Piaki. Sådan det jo.
Det hedder kæresten. Du kan lige få det.
Ja.
Den hun død. Der er noget med, men jeg tror, jeg synes det ikke.
Hvad?
Bianchi! Nej.
Hvem er Bianchi?
Jeg siger Bianchi.
Hvad?
Jeg siger Bianchi.
Hmm?
Bianchi. 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 Bianchi.
Så er vi kun halvvejs gennem streamen, jo.
Hvad?
Ja, så er vi kun halvvejs gennem streamen. Hvad mener du?
Det er 24 timer skin.
Hvad? Vi tager lige 12 først.
Fanden er det, den Bianchi?
Vi tager, vi tager 11,5 time først. 11,5 time her. Hvad?
Bianchi. Bianchi.
Har du det sjovt med at prøve at lede efter ham?
Jeg hedder Bianchi. Nej, hvor Bianchi?
Jeg ikke.
Jamen, så er du fandme ikke så meget hjælp. Kan du fortælle mig, hvor Bianchi er?
Good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening.
Hvad man spørger, hvad der skete med min hånd?
Hard to kill time on this island. Nothing ever happens. Gets a bit boring, don't you think?
Are you joking, my friend? I'm sure you're just being ironic.
Yes and no. It's true that the manor is full of books and works of art. Unfortunately, the subjects are restricted to Lord Mortimer's specific tastes. The Crusades, religion...
Yes, that's true.
By the way, have you noticed the representations of the Holy Lance he's got all over the place?
No. It was the last thing in my mind, to be honest.
Oh, well that's a pity. I would have enjoyed chatting about it, as I would have done with my mother.
See you later.
Med min hånd. Den er bare lige glad med. Idiot. Glem på ryg, du har. Bianchi! Det her plejer at være. Bianchi? Ja. Jeg vidste. Hej Bjarke. Fed idiot. Jeg hopper nu, Bjarke. Jeg hopper, Bjarke. Jeg hopper. Fordi der er alligevel vand dernede. Nå, okay, der er lige en klippe i vejen. Hej Bjarke. Hvad med et mærkeligt navn?
Your Eminence, would you have a moment to spare?
Not now. Please, leave me alone.
I beg your pardon?
I want to be alone.
Very well. I'm only searching for information about the lance of Longinus, the soldier. If you could...
Not listening to me. You are playing with fire.
I heard you speak to Mr. von Wohner about it, and I was wondering if you could tell me something about it.
That was a private conversation. How could I have known that he was listening to us?
I see what you mean.
Louis, don't push it. Leave while you still can.
Your Eminence, are you all right? Your Eminence, are you with me? Can you turn around, please?
What do you want to know about the Holy Lance, Louis?
Your Eminence, turn around.
This is the weapon used by a Roman centurion. On the very day Christ was nailed to the cross.
Look at me.
Longinus thrust his lance in the right side of Jesus.
Please.
As you wish.
Vent du da ikke om, jeg kan sgu ikke se nogen forskel.
His nose is bleeding.
So you are looking for the Holy Lance of Longinus.
Det er jeg kraftedeme ikke mærke til. So you are looking... Yeah.
Exactly.
Frank and direct. I like that. Thank you for not trying to be sly. You are looking for the lance. You should know, you are not the only one. Lord Mortimer has spent a good part of his life and his fortune trying to find it. Never will he let you have it. But tell me, before going any further, have you spoken to anyone else about this?
No. You are the first I've spoken to about it, Your Eminence.
Come on. Are you quite sure of that?
Yes, my mother knows about it.
Of course, Sarah. Who else?
Can han også det? Tror jeg sikkert.
Briefly with President Washington.
What does he know exactly?
Absolutely nothing. He advised me to speak to Mr. von Wohner.
Very well. Is that all?
No one else.
What are you going to use the lance for, exactly?
I need it.
Why?
You won't understand.
Try me, Louis.
I need to protect myself with it.
Louis, I thank you for your sincerity. I shall answer you about Longinus. His spear-headed lance did indeed pierce the side of the Messiah. His blood gushed out, covering the head of the lance. It was covered in the blood of Christ.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Eminence.
You are welcome. Be careful, Louis. You are on a perilous path. Don't follow Sarah's demons, my boy. Don't delve too deeply into her delusions, or you won't be able to come back. The demons that she's frantically trying to drive away are in her own mind. Take good care of yourself. God keep you.
Du skal ikke snakke Gud til mig, er du med? Jeg skubber det ud nu. Nu! Det virker ikke. Pis. Jeg er ked. Hvorfor fanden? Gå væk med jer! Væk! Lorte dyr. Eneste i verden, jeg hader. Sommerfugl. Had. Bare dø.
Hvorfor?
Jeg er bare en sommerfugl. De er bare så ulækre. Har du set dem med de her vinger der? Det er så klamt. Når den lander på en, og man rører vingen på den, så dør den, og så får man Ebola og klamydia og... drikke sig fuld hver dag og blive alkoholiker. Mikkel, det er det samme som at drikke sig fuld hver dag. Ja. Det ved jeg godt, Niklas. Ja, nej, det samme, men jeg skal altså tage det seriøst. Ja, lyd. Mikkel, hvorfor er det mistet noget? Er du en rigtig subscriber? Jo. En rigtig subscriber bliver altid vågen til at hele streamen er slut. En rigtig subscriber falder aldrig i søvn til streamen eller muter. Det er vel, Niklas?
Så jeg ikke rigtig subscriber, kan jeg høre.
Så løber vi. En rigtig subscriber sådan derfor search for more clues for go to pick one of the det er løgn. Det er løgn. Det er bare løgn.
Hvad for noget?
Så det læser op i hjørnet.
Det har jeg godt nok været til. Det har været der hele tiden. Det har været lang tid nu.
Nu var kraften det her. Diablo Information. Spil lad os se.
Possible information sources.
I'm also he told me it was save of a power speed. Forever. A power speed. Der er ikke noget her. Du ligner en rullepølle. En rigtig rullepølle.
I can see that this spear has a so-called leaf shape. It is copper rimmed. I can see the tip is engraved with the symbol of the Eye of Ra.
Yeah, det er ikke
Hvad for noget?
Det var det spire hovedting. Niklas. Skal jeg sutte lidt på dine tær? Du skal bare sige ja, ja, ja. For så kommer jeg med min hund, og så slikker min hund. Helt for på mere. På dine shirt.
We can see that this lance has a particular spear shape. It is coated in gold. You can distinguish the symbol of the fish engraved on the tip, barely noticeable. I must be sure of my choice. I don't want to get this wrong. Now, am I really sure this is the one to take?
Evident. Hvad? Men er det, der kunne finde på at gå midt i streamen, når vi hygger os? Spækvis? Nej. Jeg er ikke sikker. Så nu. Hej Niklas. Velkommen tilbage.
Lukker du mig ikke?
take a look at this lance here. It has a very special leaf shape. It is copper rimmed, and I can see a fish symbol engraved on the tip.
Det er dem. Det ved jeg ikke, om det var. Det var det jo nok. Vi tager den her. Bare, ja, det gør vi.
I must be sure of my choice. I cannot get it wrong. Am I absolutely sure this is the one to take?
Ja. Hvad er det rigtigt? John, your mother.
The fuck? Ikke bare for at du den der rigtigt.
Noget hvad? Det er bare sådan noget, jeg ved.
Du tog bare en eller anden random.
Nej, jeg har altså regnet ud.
Du tog en eller anden random.
Nej.
Jo.
Nej.
Jo.
Det er der faktisk ikke. Hvor fanden skal jeg overhovedet mødes med min mor henne? Jeg løber på nu. Ej, jeg ved det godt.
Du skal på at the wharf.
Ja, se her. Det var ikke her. At the wharf. Krypt. At the wharf. Hvad fanden er det?
Jeg aner det ikke.
Hvorfor kan de bare give det et navn, man faktisk kan forstå? At the wharf.
Mhm.
Fuck, jeg er god. Jeg kender bare min spid. Og det er sgu.
Var det slet hele episoden, eller hvad?
Det ved jeg ikke. Nej. Jeg løb bare op herfra. Det var bare rigtigt.
I'm already pressed for time as it is.
Jeg kan bare min spid, man.
Jeg skulle også lige at sige, at det skulle være noget af en kort episode, så.
Ja, hvorfor fanden kom jeg ud her? Jeg har jo sådan noget at låse op for lige. Hej Niklas. At bevaffe.
Mhm.
At bevaffe.
At the wharf.
Jeg ved ikke, hvad det er.
Ja, det gør jeg sgu heller ikke. Jeg kan på det indenfor.
Ja, det vil jeg.
Jeg kan på det et eller andet rum.
Hvad laver han?
Excuse me, monsieur. I don't follow you.
I haven't come all this way just to fail so close to the goal.
Why? What are you talking about?
I am talking about what you are doing. This conference is going to boost my career. There is no question of me letting you really
Jeg ved ikke om det er
surprised PSG and Volner talking.
Jeg tog bare en range. Nej.
Give me what you took from him immediately.
Let's keep calm, please. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll have to cut this short, quick.
Vacancy. Hit him. Så nu. Sådan nu. Hurtigt. Hvad fanden var det?
Best slap.
Så er jeg anden, mor. Hallo? Med vaff?
Mhm.
Så går vi det bare længere op. Vaff. 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 Og du er ned. Skal op. Ja, hvor ligger man hernede? Vaff. Nej. Okay. Du er ned igen. Ja, det er jo hvis ikke får lov all the way. Jeg har ikke noget, der hedder vaff. At bevaff.
Mhm.
Det skal være det her, jeg ikke gør det her. Nej, det er så ikke. this bewaff? Where is bewaff?
Prøv alle rum, så finder du den nok.
Er det her bewaff? Mikkel, det er et sted udenfor. Hold op. Hallo? Er det her bewaff? Waff? 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 Kan I ikke svare mig dernede? Nede. Okay. Jeg går bare igen. Tror jeg går igen. Der er lidt meget ego derinde. Det er da godt nok frækt, det her. Er det her ved Waff? 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 Where is the Waff? What is the Waff? The Waff is your mom. Hvad? Så, det her, det er Waff. Det var det faktisk, tror jeg. Jeg må bare ikke gå nogen steder.
Louis. Perfect timing.
Jeg skulle aldrig få gået den her vej.
Come on, boy. I would like to have a word.
Nu har jeg opdaget ham der. Nu har han taget mit spyd. Gå væk. Løb. Løb, Louis. Løb. Nå. Hej.
Come closer, please. It's time we had a little chat. I wanted you. Oh, no, your hand. Damn it, no. So that's it. She's prepared to use you.
What do you mean?
Wasn't enough for her to lose her hand. She had to make you lose yours, too. I cannot permit this to continue. Louis, it's time you found out the truth. I've been observing you since you arrived. I see you running all over the grounds in search of Sarah. I would like to prevent her from leading you even further down the wrong road.
Kan du lige fortælle mig, hvad?
The wrong road?
Louis, Sarah has made her own choices of her own free will, and I would like for you to have the same chance. You see, Sarah and I have known each other for a very long time, Louis. I am aware of her theory about me, about Gregory, about the demons.
About...
And it's true.
She's right. Look at me. I have inhabited this body since 1191. For the last 602 years, I have been this dear William Mortimer.
You're the devil incarnate.
The devil? I'm not saying that all Judeo-Christian folklore hasn't served us, but the truth is, of course, something quite different. Please, don't look at us through the primitive prism of religions. I am not hiding any horns or goat's feet, Louis. I have no tail.
Why do you bring up folklore? You mean that you've taken advantage of people's beliefs?
No, not exactly. I mean that we in fact created them from scratch. It is amazing to see how mankind has such a strong need to believe in something superior to itself. It was very instructive for what was to come.
You've been Mortimer for 600 years? How long have the demons been among mankind?
Oh, I don't think I'd be lying if I said that we have always been here.
If I follow you, you must have witnessed some of the greatest moments in history.
You could certainly say that, yes.
Did you know ancient Egypt?
Oh, yes, yes. We were gods on earth in those days.
What did men call you then?
Amenhotep IV.
The 10th pharaoh of the 18th dynasty?
Ooh, I see you're a connoisseur, Louis. Impressive.
Continue.
Louis, it's time you opened your eyes. Come, you'll soon see.
After you.
What happened
did Elizabeth Adams have anything
Jeg er også en dæmon.
Unfortunately, the poor girl became an issue between us, in spite of herself. A family of demons is still a family, and as in all families, there are disputes. Elizabeth's family, the Adams, has always been under the patriarchal control of my father. As he and myself are not really on very good terms, sending poor Elizabeth here was terribly rude of him, really.
You did accept, though.
No, I would say rather I was presented with a fait accompli by Gregory and went along with the intention of helping her. But this is my castle, and everyone is the master of their own home.
It was you who killed her.
The child was already condemned, Louis. My father would never have let her be. I had to pass inside her mind and, yes, make her take her own life. Trapped between the unyielding control of my father and your mother's terrible treatments, I wouldn't wish a life like that on anyone. Would you?
So neither my mother nor Peru were ever guilty. You just gave me the runaround with that whole investigation.
Now don't take it the wrong way. I was obliged to keep up appearances so that Gregory wouldn't suspect me. And it enabled me to size you up, Louis. I hope I've answered all your questions, Louis. Come, I have something to show you.
There is one question that remains to be answered. Why me? Why tell me all of this?
Oh, haven't you guessed yet?
I mean, it's obvious you want me on your side, but that doesn't explain why you're telling me all these truths.
Louis, this conference is indeed of capital importance to me. And yes, I want you on my side. But that's not the main reason that compels me to confide in you.
What is it then?
Look, we are of the gods, Louis. Always have been. You, as much as me, you are one of us, Louis. You too are a demon.
Are you serious?
You know it. Deep down inside, you know I am telling you the truth. Where do you think that natural charismatic presence comes from? Your talent must already have manifested itself somehow. Have you ever had any visions?
No. Stop it. It's absurd.
Have you never found yourself suddenly inside someone else's body without knowing why?
No.
Whilst asleep, maybe? That's how it often happens the first time. Your spirit wanders unconsciously.
My mother can't have lied to me about that.
It's true. Your real mother would never have lied to you.
What do you mean?
Louis, I would rather you found this out from her own lips, but it's important that you know. Sarah is not your mother.
What?
I'm sorry you had to find out this way, Louis. But you must know the truth before you commit an irreparable act.
No, no. No, it's not possible.
Hvad så mener jeg har foldet med? Er hun så halv dæmon? Nå. Der hvor hun bare ikke efter nok af mig, det er fordi jeg...
To shake it up. You've experienced many significant events since your arrival.
You can say that again.
For now, I think you ought to find Sarah, my son. You ought to talk things over with her.
So she's been lying to me all along?
Let her justify herself. What's done is done. Sarah must explain herself. You must clear the air. We'll have all the time we need to talk afterwards. But all in good time. Before you join her, I'd like to give you something. As the demon, I would like to introduce you to your first talent.
What do you mean?
Open your mind, my son. Relax. You hold immense power. It's already there, inside you. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Just let me show you the way.
I should relax.
Open your mind. Hear my voice. Feel the vibrations and listen to what has been happening to you deep inside, but which you have been concealing. Trust yourself. It's all already in there.
I can hear something.
Now breathe.
Faint.
That's right. Concentrate on it. My voice is growing fainter but I am here.
Whispers, words, mixed voices.
Er hun ikke med hende der, min kæreste?
Focus on one of them.
Hvad fanden?
It's a stream.
Kan du gennemføre det?
Some words are clear, but not all of them.
Let them enter into your mind.
Det er meget strøm. Han har fuld strøm, okay.
Now I can hear a clear voice.
Well done, Louis. Congratulations.
What was it?
You are now able to read people's minds.
What?
You heard me. From now on, whenever a human speaks to you, you will be able to read their current thoughts. So, if you need to know something in particular from someone, all you have to do is make them think about it.
But it'd be a violation of their most intimate thoughts, wouldn't it?
To begin with, there's nothing obliging you to do it. You already had the ability without even knowing it. I just gave you the option of putting it into practice if you want. Moreover, it would be wrong to evoke morality here. Every species is different, Louis, and this is the way we are made. That's all there is to it. You are free to use this talent or not. And what's more, it will be up to you to decide what to do with the thoughts you read. That is where the values of right and wrong do come into play. There are also a few rules you need to know that govern this talent when used between ourselves. You can read the thoughts of demons as well as of humans. But be careful. A demon more experienced than yourselves will know that you are spying and will often react quite violently. It's considered bad form to play around the psyche of another demon. It's a question of courtesy. But let's be clear. What is most considered bad form is getting caught. So I would advise against trying to read the thoughts of Gregory, for example.
Home?
Yes, the old grump is touchy and rather a stickler about the conventions. On that note, go and see Sarah, Louis. Otherwise, she might leave without you. We'll continue this discussion later if you want. Just join me in my study when you've finished.
Let's see what Mortimer's thinking about.
He is thinking he might not have been clear enough with you. When I told you not to try to read into Gregory or our experienced demons, it also applied to me, of course.
You can hear me think?
Of course I can. I can sense you. For the moment, your mind shines like 1,000 lights because you haven't yet mastered the art of concealment from the psyches of others. So, I give you a weapon, and the first thing you do is try to shoot me with it? If my intentions were evil, you would already be at my mercy. So be very careful on whom you use the talent.
All right. Please excuse me.
And don't ever apologize, my son. You are far above that from now on. Now go. One more thing. If you want to know the truth about your birth, ask her about Paris, 1763, at 12 Rue des Martyrs. That's where she disemboweled your mother to steal you from me.
Fra dig?
It's not that I regret all these discussions, but I must hurry to the wharf.
Ja, men hvor er det? Take up. Hvad meget har jeg fundet ud af nu? Jeg har fundet ud af, at der var ofte, at det ikke er op ad trapperne.
Er det ikke?
Nej.
Hvor fanden er det så henne?
Det ved jeg ikke. Men jeg kan ikke gå op ad trapperne. Det er ikke op ad trapperne. Det hedder ikke ud her. Det er så bare. med vaff.
What is at stake here far outweighs our personal interests.
Our personal interests? You betrayed me.
Emily, no!
Er det kun mig, der synes, hun ligner lidt Emma Watson i ansigten der?
But, wait! How has Sarah betrayed you?
I don't believe it. You still don't get it. I'm not Emily, stupid.
You went as far as killing your own sister?
You're the one who pointed her out. You only have yourself to blame. And even after going to bed with her, you were incapable of telling us apart.
Oh, God!
Surprise, Sarah. You can't just get rid of me like that, you old hag.
Do you realize what you did?
Oh, poor Louis. He's upset about me getting rid of his little sweetheart.
Emma, you tricked your sister. She looked for you everywhere.
You're lying. She wasted her time hovering around you.
No, you're wrong, Emma. She was ready to kill me if it would have brought you back.
She was supposed to lay into you. She was supposed to get even for me.
Emily was right. She wouldn't have made me pay for someone else's mistakes.
Duchess, I am sorry about what happened.
You had a choice. You use people according to your desires without any scruples.
Excuse me, but we are in the same line of business.
Shut it!
And Emily knew it very well.
No, Emma, look at me.
She would never endanger herself for the sake of the Order. Her sense of duty gave way to her personal interest. In the end, Sir Gregory was the only one who was truly honest with me. He has opened my eyes more in 2 days than my sister did in a whole lifetime.
Sir Gregory? You've got to be joking, right? You're not really going to trust him, are you?
I trust Gregory. He's always honest with me.
Emma, take a moment to consider this, I beg you. I don't think you're fully aware of the situation. With all you've suffered under Emily's thumb, you really ought to flee Sir Gregory.
Gregory has always shown me that he cares about me.
He's using you. He feeds off your hatred of Mortimer, and me, and your sister. You mustn't let him do that.
No one will ever use me again. No, I refuse. It isn't fair.
There's been enough deaths.
No, it isn't fair. I haven't done all this for nothing. Home promised me I could be the only Duchess Hillsborough from now on.
Mortimer is a demon in the literal sense of the word. He and Sir Gregory have been living amongst us for several centuries now.
I know, Louis.
What? You knew?
Of course. And they can even read our thoughts, would you believe that? But it makes no difference. I serve Gregory. Mortimer can drop dead, he absolutely deserves it.
It's all over for you. You're going to have some explaining to do after all of this.
What? Are you threatening me? Do you really think you are in a position to do so? And what if I take your mother out first? At the stage I'm at, she should never have tried to shoot me.
No.
Louis, remember in Paris? I trust you, son. Now, Louis.
No, damn it.
Yes!
No! Why
Nej,
did
du
you do
dræbte
that?
dem. Du dræbte Emma. Hun lignede jo hende den anden, så lyder man kaster.
Hang in there. You're gonna get through this.
Do not
Helvede.
trust him. I am proud of you, my son.
No! Mother! No!
lige, at hun lagde sig ned. Og slappede lidt af. Jeg kom til at skyde Emily.
Rational and open. I spent my whole life swimming in lies. Emily, what a waste. I feel like I know nothing. I have to learn everything all over again. I'm a demon. I age more slowly. I can mentally manipulate people. I don't even know if it's a good thing or a curse. No, this is an advantage. I could get used to this pretty quickly, I think. Damn it, what a mess. Come on, man up, Louis. I'm still the same old me. Demon or not, I'm still in charge of my actions. And this father, I know nothing about. Yes, I've still got a lot to learn. It's enough to drive you crazy. Everything I believed in, nothing holds true anymore. Pull yourself together, man. I need to find some answers. There's no way of being alone for a minute.
Det er utroligt, hver gang jeg prøver at være alene, så kommer der en. Og det er ikke engang en sød lækker en. De er jo døde begge to.
Sir Gregory?
Good day, Louis. I think it would be good to talk. How are you feeling?
I don't know.
I understand. I heard that William spoke to you at last about our nature and our family. It's a good thing, but you must be a bit shaken up.
That's the least you can say.
I bid you welcome among us, Louis. Knowing William, he probably didn't go into any detail about our family, so if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. One thing you must understand, regarding any disagreements that might arise between William and myself, is his position with regard to mankind.
What do you mean?
Well, for centuries we've been trying to help, and therefore preserve humanity. Monarchies are simple and practical. They enable us to inspire humanity efficiently, and I can't understand why William wants to replace them with democracy.
But if your intention is not to dominate the human race, why not let them be master of their own destinies?
I perfectly understand this type of reaction from you, less from William. The main thing we're lacking is time. Man is transient, and one of his particularities is that he does not learn from the errors of his peers. He uses up an incredible amount of energy building and destroying whatever he himself has put into place. If we weren't here to help them, guide them, I sincerely believe that humanity would have become extinct by now. On the other hand, we are eternal. When we plan ahead, we do it for the long term.
Yes, I understand, but that's more like tyranny, isn't it?
Well, it's all a question of your point of view. From man's point of view, I can understand how he would have that impression, if ever he found out. But don't forget your true nature. From the demon's point of view, in other words, ours, letting man do as he thinks fit would equate to letting him race to his own demise.
But what about man's freedom to choose?
That is man's worst enemy, Louis. Imagine a creature that dies without reaching the age of adulthood. It remains a child. We have to help him, otherwise he will put himself in danger. It has taken centuries for our family to establish relative peace between demons. Thanks to this policy, we have been able to decide everything by confining the other families to subordinate roles. And now William is obsessed with disrupting everything.
Peace between demons? What do you mean?
I'm not talking about conflicts within our family. If that was all there was, everything would be fine. But several other families, younger but nonetheless powerful, are trying to upset the balance. At present, we dominate most of the major countries around the globe. But some families are pushing, via less influential countries, to gain ground. Do you understand?
As best I can, yes.
When the time comes, you must take up a position on the political chessboard. I only hope your father doesn't take you down with him.
Are you offering me an alliance?
Louis, I do not believe that just because your father is mistaken, all is lost for you. You owe William nothing, so there's nothing obliging you to support him. I want you to make an informed choice. Now go and see your father, see what he has to say, and then think it over very carefully.
That's exactly what I intended to do. Thank you, Uncle.
Don't mention it. If I've been able to help you in any way, go now.
For helvede. Jeg har ude for en bro. Han kræfter med grimstil spil. 5 godt, jeg ikke har fået noget fra ham med. Fy for fanden. Ad. Jeg godt, jeg ikke har fået de der lyst til at komme med make-up. Og så går den i sådan foransigt, ikke et eller andet sted, som bare tydeligt set, der er make-up på. Står du der og fejrer igen? Du står der med. Hvad fanden er det, der står der? Du skal ikke snakke med mig. Har du godt? Det var sgu da mega godt. Mega godt. Mega godt. Rigtig, rigtig, rigtig godt. Rigtig godt. Rigtig, rigtig godt. Loading. Jeg er nødt til at... Vi starter forfra nu. Fordi vi er nødt til at få dræbt dem i stedet for Emily. Hvis jeg nu skyder først, så vinder vi. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, ho, ho.
Louis, I was sure you would stay.
Min mor død. Hvad fuck skulle jeg tage hende?
You've made the right choice.
Jeg har ikke engang taget et valg.
Must have been
Min mor døde.
disappointed not to have been able to speak to Sarah one last time. I would have liked her to tell you herself.
Well, I guess I'll never know now.
True. Even so, there is one more thing I haven't told you about her. Sarah was my daughter.
What? But why didn't you tell me the truth about her?
I thought that might be too many truths to absorb at one time. I intended to tell you afterwards. You were in a hurry, so I made a decision. You've been able to understand and choose for yourself. How do you feel?
Hard to say. Confused about everything? I have to admit, it's been a lot to take in such a short amount of time.
What could be more normal? It may have been a bit brutal, but you've just grown up in a very short space of time. From now on, you can influence your own future. I will guide you. We've all the time we need.
You're not the first to make me that offer.
What do you mean by that?
Your brother, Sir Gregory.
Gregory. Why am I not even surprised? What did he say?
I've been given to understand that you have a difficult relationship with your father. Isn't that right?
Let's just say we don't see things the same way. I ended up finding out that there's a world outside the rules he has imposed on us.
It seems you find yourself in the same position that you've placed men. You were told what to do, what to think, and you found it unbearable. Imagine if humanity finds out you secretly direct them. How do you think they'd react?
Your analogy is not without substance. But that's where it ends. Man's main flaw is his willingness to forget and to make the same errors time and again. He can't help it. is mortal. I don't impose anything on anyone. I'm just following my own path.
But where does it lead?
I suppose I should explain. For centuries now, demons have emerged in and around great leaders all over the world. But like true tyrants, they have governed with an iron fist in a studded glove.
That's the impression I get.
But you see, people's discontent is increasing. They are too high up to hear it. They take themselves for gods. Sooner or later, the people will turn against us, just as they have in the past. Each time it's happened, many of us have died. We must master the humans, yes, but gently. And the best way of doing that is by allowing them a free choice, Louis.
You really are trying to liberate men?
Of course not entirely, no. It is easier to keep control over people who slumber than people who are oppressed. A man with nothing to lose is a dangerous man. Whereas, if you give him a roof, food, and entertainment, he will do whatever you want. The best way of getting them to achieve something is to make them think it was their idea. For that, they have to feel as if they are free.
Hang on. What do you mean?
Look at the United States. From the start, I introduced an idea that will change everything. The idea that everything is possible. Everyone can become someone. Is there anything more beautiful?
You mean it's not true?
Man can move mountains when he believes it is in his own interest. And what nobler cause is there than his own freedom?
But that's completely immoral.
Immoral? Louis, you surprise me. Morality has nothing to do with it. Morality is a concept that we invented ourselves to domesticate man. Don't react like them. Can't you see? It's all within your grasp.
It's not very noble if you ask me, but maybe you invented that concept too. What will happen if I refuse to subjugate men?
It will come naturally to you, my son. But not with the aim of subjugation, but rather to create the best balance possible. You'll see. It comes to us all after a few centuries. I'm just trying to help you save some time. They are perishable, Louis. They come and they go. They are mere butterflies that take themselves for gods. If we give men the feeling that they are free, I am convinced that they will exceed their limits. And it is only from that condition that humanity shall rise up.
But do you want to dominate or raise humanity higher?
I want it to advance. I want it to progress. Man is our vessel. If he progresses, then so do we. Wouldn't you like to know what we really are?
Who do you mean? Demons?
Yes, us. Our species. I've been searching for centuries, trying to find a way to explain the reason of our existence. But humanity has not yet evolved enough to make any progress on the subject. I am convinced that the sciences will bring that knowledge someday.
So, that's your objective, is it? To understand who we are. I understand your goal, but the change you propose is not really a significant one. It is merely more smoke and mirrors.
You must understand that we directly depend on men. Consequently, we have to do our utmost to help them progress and to prevent them from killing each other.
As we have the power to influence their will, why not impose the desire to live in peace?
We do exactly that, on a regular basis. But a leopard cannot change its spots. When the person that you inspired dies, you have to start all over again with the next one. It's painstaking work, Louis. Our family clings to its privileges and to the past, and that's how they are putting us in danger. The time has come for change. Now that you know your true nature, there are still a few things I need to teach you.
What do you mean exactly?
A new skill, and not the least, Louis. It's about taking control of a person.
Okay, let's not waste any more time.
I deduce that you're impatient to master what's in store for you. That is good. I thought I'd mix business with pleasure for this first time.
What do you mean by that?
The conference will come to a close shortly, as you know. Not that I'm fed up with archaic diplomacy, but it's time to ensure the success of this project. To make this happen, I would like Piaggi to inform the Pope he has
going to
changed
use
sides.
your powers to alter the votes?
The real game is about to begin, Louis. Up till now, the guests have been sizing each other up. From now on, it's time for Gregory and myself to play, as well as you yourself. Now, here is my plan. I would like you to join His Eminence in his room.
Just play along. We'll see when the time comes. Very well. And then?
You're going to have to trust me. What we're going to do is painless for the human you are going to invade.
Invade?
Yes. You're going to enter his mind and take control. You're going to influence his actions, make him speak, then concentrate. You must focus on him in order to feel his thoughts. Then, while speaking, you must link with him. Once you're done, you will naturally find your way to the source and enter into his thoughts.
But what if I fail?
Trust in your instincts. Just let yourself go. You have the skill. Let your nature come to the fore. You'll see. If you fail, you'll be in for some light banter with His Eminence. That's all. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Very well.
Perfect. Go now. The Cardinal is in his room. You will have to write a letter to the Pope as if Piaggi had written it himself. In this letter, tell the Pope that whatever happens during the conference, he must follow my propositions. But be careful. In order to protect himself from counterfeiters, the Pope had Piaggi's hand tattooed with a symbol to be sure of his identity. You'll see when you're inside him. You'll understand. Once it's written up, just bring it back to me, and I'll send it off immediately.
All right. I'll take care of it.
Piaggi's home. Hvad er det?
Louis, busy as always, I see. How lucky you are. I must admit I'm trying to kill the boredom myself.
I get the impression we're all in the same boat.
And here I was thinking you might have some juicy gossip.
I wish I could entertain you, but apart from recommending a few paintings, I don't know what to suggest.
That's very kind of you, but I'm quite sick of gazing at all those modern paintings. Thank you, all the same.
Monsieur Johann van Volner. President George Washington. Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
brings you back to my chambers?
May I sit down?
Of course, Louis. Don't you feel good?
Yes, but if I'm gonna pass inside you, I'd better sit myself down first.
It's nothing, don't worry about it.
Well, what can I do for you?
Right. Now I need to concentrate.
I wanted to speak to you, Your Eminence. I wanted to thank you for your help. I mean, for your time talking to me about the Holy Lance.
Oh, and did you find it? It's the crusade of a lifetime for some people. You are searching for another holy grail.
You're nearly there. Link into his thoughts.
Does it annoy you at all?
But what on earth is he trying to get at? Why do you ask? I don't follow.
For the glory, Your Eminence.
I can feel it coming. It's working.
What insolence. Why, really? I am a man of the church, Louis. May God keep me from such ambition.
Right. Let me in, Your Eminence.
Why?
I've done it. I've done it, damn it. He was right. This is just crazy. I can't believe it. Look at yourself, Louis. You better not get caught. Whoa. I still need to get used to this body. So, let's see about what Mortimer asked me.
Right. Well, it's time I got started. Let's see what I can find here to help me write that letter. I have no means to validate my forgery, so I better take my time with it and not make any mistakes. There are 2 letters from the Pope on the desk. I should be able to get a clue or 2 by checking how well they correspond to each other. And here are 3 stamps. All are different. Right. Well, let's start writing. Lord Mortimer asked me to discredit Sir Gregory and to announce Piaggi's final vote in his favor. As an introduction, Your Holiness, thank you for your trust. As we inform Sir Gregory, it is of absolute necessity that Lord Mortimer's projects do not come to fruition. We're talking about the future of the Holy See. There's a kind of code composed of 6 letters that they always write under the dates of their correspondence. According to Mortimer, it's got something to do with Piaggi's tattoo. I guess I'll have to write one for today's date. Now, ideally, it'd be better to do without it, but I'm going to need to be extremely clever here. Today, the date is 24/01/1793. In the letters from the Pope, there are 6 letters just below the date, 2 just below the month, 4 others below the year. Piaggi's tattoo. It must be used to establish a connection between the letter of the concentric circle and the number shown in the middle. Some figures are the same in both codes, yet they correspond to different letters. The day is not translated. That must be the key to the code. Some figures are the same in both codes, yet they correspond to different letters. The day is not translated. That must be the key to the code. Today the date is 24/01/1793. Today the date is 24/01/1793. In the letters from the Pope, there are 6 letters just below the date, 2 just below the month, 4 others below the year. Piaggi's tattoo. It must be used to establish a connection between the letter of the concentric circle and the number shown in the middle. Today the date is 24/01/1793. Today the date is is 24/01/1793. Today the date 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 is 24/01/1793. Could pretend that the code got erased during the voyage, as if the letter arrived in really bad condition. That would be perfectly understandable given that it's traveled across the seas, right?
Your Eminence, all ready to send... What's he doing here?
Damn it. That's all I need.
Don't worry, he can't hear us.
What do you mean he can't hear us? What's going on here? The old goat is going to drop us. It's a lousy turncoat. Well, he'd better not tell me he just fell asleep.
Calm down now. Monsieur de Richet came to see me because he was having anxiety attacks and wanted something to help him relax. I'm afraid I've been a little heavy-handed.
You can say that again.
I was about to fetch someone to take care of him. Would you care to go?
There he is. And there he stays. It's a perfect opportunity.
What do you mean?
It's been a while now that I've been hoping for a chance to get rid of him.
No, listen, my son. This is all getting out of hand.
Hogwash! I don't trust him in the slightest.
Why not?
Can you keep a secret?
Of course, my son. Would you like to tell me under the confidentiality of confession?
Ah, don't talk rubbish. I don't trust the little runt because he is Mortimer's son. Would you believe it?
How does he know?
Dear God, how is that possible? I am flabbergasted.
We've wasted enough time. What if he wakes up? If you don't want to get your hands dirty, just turn away and leave everything to me.
This is not a decision to be taken lightly.
You're defending him now.
What are you talking about? Of course not.
He's made you change sides, hasn't the slimebag? He works for Mortimer. Good thing I already tried to warn Gregory.
You find Louis unconscious and conclude that I'm his accomplice?
It's not so much finding him here as you being against me getting rid of him. That's not what you thought the day before yesterday, after he eavesdropped on our conversation.
Monsieur von Bonn, I always act in the best interest of all. I assure you.
Everyone's entitled to an opinion.
You must have lost your mind to want to take such an extreme course of action.
No one's asking you to help me do it. He is capable of reporting me to Sir Gregory. I'm really risking my neck here.
If you commit a murder, I will report you directly to King Frederick.
I fear nothing, imbecile. The king is my friend. He will never believe you. Listen carefully, Piaggi. If you say anything, you'll be the one they find dead in your bed. Huh? Now, just turn around and let me handle this.
Don't touch him! Out of my room!
I don't know what the two of you are up to, but I'll find out sooner or later.
Right. Time for me to get back into my body. Right. Just stand there, Louis. Mortimer's waiting for you in the red salon.
Så løber så over til min stream. Ja.
Mhm.
Giv mig alle dine penge, ja. Kom og giv mig alle dine penge. Kom og giv mig alle dine penge, ja. Kom og giv mig alle dine penge. Fuck, jeg bliver bange der.
Hvad?
Det ved jeg ikke.
Nå.
Han sidder helt alene, ham her.
So, Louis, what was your first time like? Bewildering, isn't it?
Here's your letter. I have to admit, the experience was utterly amazing.
Come, tell me more.
Not much else to say, other than I've already developed a taste for it.
Delighted to hear it. Bear in mind that you will discover many new things by going from body to body.
Is it possible to go from one body to another several times?
With practice, yes. Some of us have become masters in the art of bouncing from one body to another, to the extent that they can't be found. But you did it. Gregory, what can I do for you?
I've just come to make sure dear Louis has all the information he needs.
Needs for what?
You are free to make your own choices, William. I would like the same for him, too.
I want more, Gregory.
Your schemes will lead to your demise, brother. Don't involve Louis. He has nothing to do with all this. The end of the conference approaches, and this masquerade will soon be torn asunder. Don't drag him down with you in your disgrace.
Oh, ye of little faith.
On the contrary, brother, Louis has just entered the family. Give him a chance to find his place.
His place?
What place is that?
At the end of a leash, like all the others.
Don't listen to him. He's angry with our father.
And with good reason. He governs us in the same way he governs humanity. Through fear and submission.
Same old tune. When will you understand that it's necessary to impose order for things to move forward properly?
You are under his thumb and proud of it. Opening your eyes for crying out loud. His whole system has become outdated. He's too old to see it. He will lead us to our demise.
Here he goes with another of his grand speeches. William has always been fond of staging big scenes. It's his theatrical side.
Does he have an inferiority complex?
I've told him time and time again, Louis. He always has to take it one step too far.
Nå, vi skal videre, drenge. Nu er jeg i gang i 46 timer.
Even if the evidence bits you on the nose, you still wouldn't see it.
Det er bare et spil, der kun tager 10 timer.
Tea is drunk hot or not at all, William? When will you learn? It's too bitter. You shouldn't let it brew so long.
I knew you'd be coming along. You are so predictable.
Methodical, I would say. Things must be accomplished in the right order if we want the world to keep turning as it does.
Whatever the consequences?
What do you mean?
Let's say it hardly leaves any room for free will. Now, does it?
It's the adults' responsibility to provide education for their children, Louis. Our family only ensures, through its experience, that demons do not lose themselves in rash decision-making.
You see, Louis, Gregory came here to make you change your mind. It's time for things to change. I acknowledge Father has done many good things for humanity, but his time is over. And now he must pass on the torch.
That's enough. There, Louis. That's the pathetic example your father has to offer. I really am sorry about what happened to you. You don't know our family yet. We can't have given you a very good impression, but bear in mind that we are all against William's project.
On the contrary.
If he insists on going through with it, we will have no other choice than to intervene by force. Consequently, my dear Louis, you're going to have to choose sides. I would much rather have met you in different circumstances.
Here you are, Louis. See what happens when you don't follow their orders to the letter.
Louis, I'm afraid the time to decide is now. If you follow William, he will drag you down with him. If, on the other hand, you support me, I can assure you that nothing will happen to you. You won't be blamed for your father's errors.
Ah, the masks are off. I offer you liberty. He obliges you to choose, and shamelessly asks you to betray your own father. That is their true face.
Right. Before I answer, well, I'd better think it over very carefully. Do I intend to embrace my demon nature and take my place on the chessboard? Do I stay out of it and do my utmost to stop them? Or do I renounce my nature and do all I can to stay human? I was born a man. I grew up as such. Finding out that I'm a demon makes no difference. I refuse to let them manipulate humanity the way they do. They're gonna ask me to choose between them. I'll just have to go with the lesser evil of the two. But they better not count on me to keep my word. I'll bring them all down.
So? What do you choose, Louis?
Father, I'm sorry, but if I'm going to follow my instincts, I can't in good conscience follow you.
But
I hope you won't take it personally, but I prefer to support Sir Gregory.
Very well. You have made your choice.
It's time we finished what we started, brother. The final vote of the conference over the acquisition of Louisiana will take place in a few hours. I propose you gather your troops and prepare to close the debate.
That's precisely what I was going to suggest. Well, my friends, here we all are.
Isn't the Duchess meant to be with us?
No, she's resting in her room. Don't worry. The conference can resume. Now, we all know the tensions have been running high, but now it's not the moment to give in.
I really don't understand why Lord Mortimer insists.
Yes, indeed. It will only take one of you opposing his project to win the conference. But I would rather have us united until the end. Meanwhile, let us remain on our guard against any last-minute surprises. I know my brother well. He never prepares for war if he has no chance of winning.
Det har kun taget mig næsten 7,5 timer. Mest det. Jeg kan hellere spille Nevermind i 12 timer. Og jeg er så trist, at jeg både Emma og Emma er døde.
Whenever a human
Jeg har ikke nogen overraskelse inde på værelset længere.
able to read their current thoughts.
You take care of getting Glance. It's imperative. I'll take care of preparing our departure.
She has to pay for all the harm she's done to me.
Meanwhile, let us remain on our guard against any last-minute surprises.
Og se, hvis hun nu havde været liv, skulle jeg overtage hendes krop nu, og have peltet mig selv. Ej, rolig.
Finding out that I'm a demon makes no difference.
I haven't come all this way just to fail so close to the goal.
If I'm asking you all these things, it's for your own good, you know.
You are keeping up the good work, I see. But I'm telling you, keep your guard up. Everyone is rather on edge right now.
Don't make me your competition, de Richet. You are no match.
Trust yourself. It's all already in there.
My friends, here we all are. We are about to definitively shelve Lord Mortimer's absurd project regarding Louisiana. It will only take one of you to oppose it, and we have won. The vote is to be held shortly, so we must keep our guard up. I'm sure Mortimer's preparing something.
Don't worry, Sir Gregory. Nothing can stop us now.
Beware, Johann. We mustn't underestimate him. So, I'll ask you to return to your rooms and stay there until the conference. And if one of Mortimer's team comes knocking at your door, no matter what, do not open it under any circumstance. Don't give them the opportunity to manipulate you. Is that clear?
Understood.
Good.
Count on me.
As you wish.
Right. Let us adjourn. Louis, stay on a moment, if you would. I need to speak to you.
Yes. What can I do for you?
I've known my brother for a long time. I'm sure he has a plan. I'd like you to go and see each member of our group and make sure they remain loyal.
Do you think my father's going to try to turn some of them to his side?
Turn them or get rid of them, I don't know. One thing's for sure. I doubt William will give up without a fight. He'll try something. I'll keep him busy while you check on all of our group. Can I trust you?
Of course.
If there is a traitor in our group, find out who it is, Louis. Find them, then come back and let me know. I'll deal with them personally. I want a landslide victory. I want to teach William a lesson.
I'll go now.
Thank you, Louis. See you in a while.
For satan.
Wow.
Jeg tror halvdelen af det her spil her, det har sådan set været loading.
Lyver du om alt det loading der?
Sur Jacques Perreux. Monsieur Napoléon Bonaparte.
Jeg trykker på skiltet, jeg trykker på døren, men lige så godt den ene gennem døren, det er bare jo.
Monsieur Bonaparte.
Leave me. Thank you.
Monsieur Napoléon Bonaparte. Duchess Emily Hillsborough. Duke Manuel Godoy. Duke Manuel Godoy.
Monsieur Bonaparte. Ah, excuse me, I was expecting someone else.
Monsieur Godoy, do you have a moment?
Your timing's awkward, Dorishi. I'm expecting someone. I haven't time. Please leave me.
Very well. I won't insist.
Looks like he only wants to speak to Bonaparte. I know what I have to do if I want to speak to him.
Dorishi, I told you that I did not have time for you. I will ask you to leave me alone.
Looks like he only wants to speak to Bonaparte. I know what I have to do if I want to speak to him.
Prometheus, punished for stealing fire from the gods and giving it to man.
Bonaparte.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte. Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte.
Ikke ham? Det er sgu ikke. Ingen idé.
Monsieur Bonaparte.
Louis, do you want something?
Yes, for you to test the Duke's loyalty, since he'll only speak to you.
Well, whatever it is, I haven't the time. The conference will shortly begin, and I want to be focused. Sorry. Come back and see me afterwards.
I see I haven't much choice.
Seeing as Godoy will only talk to Bonaparte, and Bonaparte will talk to no one, I have no other choice but to borrow his body. Nothing personal here, Napoleon.
Look, I'm sorry. This conference is of utmost importance to me, and I should like to be prepared for it.
Concentrate, Louis.
You don't mind if I sit down, do you?
I don't want to fall flat on my face when my spirit passes inside you.
No, I don't think you've understood, Dorishi.
Link into his thoughts, Louis. Come on.
I said I did not want to be disturbed.
That's it. I sense something.
What word in leave me alone do you not understand?
Come on, just keep going and get inside his mind. Now.
Too bad for you. You can't say that I haven't. Thank you very much for the loan of this body, monsieur.
Right. Let's not waste any more time, Louis. Godoy's waiting.
Yeah. Så det sgu nu, at det går løs. Klask, klask, slask, slask. Mor. Svinger lidt med
there you are at last, Bonaparte.
My lord Duke.
With a typically French attitude. You are 20 minutes late. Without the least excuse. I am risking a lot, monsieur. You seem to forget.
Please excuse me.
Well, what did you want to see me about?
So, let's see whose side he's really on.
I wanted to be sure. You are still going to vote for Mortimer, as planned, yes?
Mortimer? What the devil are you talking about, Bonaparte? I am on Holmes' side, and I intend to vote against Mortimer's project. What on earth is wrong with him? He seems very odd.
My Lord Duke, I never once dreamed of you playing on both sides of the fence. But I was given to understand that you and Lord Mortimer do have a few interests in common.
But I don't know what on earth you are talking about. Lord Mortimer and myself may agree on a number of subjects, but I am and shall always remain loyal to Sir Gregory. You see, there is no reason to think that I could ever side with Mortimer.
Oh, that's a pity. He was going to make you an offer.
What are you talking about? Make yourself clear. I do not understand. This doesn't seem like the way Mortimer normally proceeds. I'll know if he's lying or not by what he has to offer.
Come on, my Lord Duke. We both know very well what we are talking about. I thank you for not wasting my time.
I never dreamed of it, monsieur. I have a fair idea as to your presence here, but for some reason, something doesn't seem quite right. I am somewhat lost, to tell the truth. And this just isn't like you. I wonder if it really is you, in fact.
What?
You're just fishing around because you're the one who's changed sides.
What? What on earth are you talking about?
You're working for Holm. Admit it.
No, I'm not. Don't be ridiculous.
He's asked you to flush out the traitors in his team, hasn't he?
Of course he hasn't.
Admit it. I'm sure he's lying. I cannot make out what it is, but something is very wrong here. I will not fall into a trap.
From a fin close-up.
Are you joking? Upon my honor, I urge you to believe that I am not the sort to play on both sides of the fence, monsieur.
Very well, very well. There is no point getting on your high horse. If you are really working for Mortimer, why did he task you to question me like this? I do not understand. If he really is here on behalf of Mortimer, all he would have to do is tell me the code we agreed upon. Whatever happens, if he doesn't say hummingbird, it means I've fallen into a trap.
Right. I think we've wasted enough time here.
I could not agree more.
Hummingbird.
Did you? Pardon?
You heard me. Hummingbird.
At last! Heavens above! Why did you not tell me before?
I didn't think I would need to.
Imbecile! Someone could have caught us. Listen, I'll take your word for it, but tell Mortimer that he's making me run too great a risk. I already gave him my approval, and we agreed not to speak about it on the island. Just imagine for a minute if Holm had caught us. You might not know what he is capable of, but I certainly do. It would be the end of me.
The bastard. He really is a traitor.
Please excuse me, Duke Manuel, but that wasn't the intention. I shall go and reassure Lord Mortimer about the vote, and I promise to avoid you running any more risks.
I hope so. Now please, leave me. We must not be seen together.
Traitor, man. Fucking lord, det er traitor. Han skal dø nu. Rolig. Ja, det er så ikke mig, der bestemmer det.
It's time to get going.
Nu må det her spil gerne snart være slut, så at vi kan komme i seng, så at jeg kan komme op i morgen og lave endnu en fed livestream. I dag, senere i dag, det var det, som jeg mente. Men hvis det spil ikke snart er slut, så kommer jeg jo aldrig op. Og så sover jeg jo hele dagen.
Du går til slutter først om 5 timer.
Hvad?
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 Så kommer jeg til at sove hele dagen. Altså i 5 timer.
Nej, det var ikke det, jeg sagde.
Hvad er det,
spillet slutter altså først om 5 timer.
God damn it, your eminence! Damn, I can't feel his pulse. He's dead. What the hell is going on here? I've got to let Mortimer and Holm know about this.
Bare at det her spil snart var slut, så jeg kunne komme i seng, så jeg kunne komme op senere og lave en 24 timer stream.
As there was no answer, I went in and
I saw him exactly where he is now. I took his pulse, but it was too late.
William?
Nothing to do with me, Gregory, if that's...
Soda's dream.
With you?
Of course not. Poor Giuseppe was with me.
Oh, yeah.
I had no interest in getting rid of him.
Louis?
Me? Of course not.
No, I thought as much. I was wondering if you had any idea about what might have happened.
I know who might have held a grudge against him.
Really? And who might that be?
Well, it's awkward.
Don't worry. You can talk in front of me, Louis. I gave no such order. And if it concerns one of my guests, I need to know their identity.
Well, there's Mr. von Wollner.
Johann?
Continue, Louis. Why do you think Johann would have had a grudge against His Eminence?
I heard him making threats. When he tried to attack me earlier, Piaggi stepped in and Mr. von Wollner swore he would get even.
Gregory!
Wait, William. You mustn't judge Johann prematurely.
Under my roof!
William, if Johann has anything to do with this tragedy, I demand the right to take care of it personally. He knew the rules, and I will not tolerate him attacking a guest like this. I'm asking you to let me handle it.
It's against my better judgment, but...
Don't make a mess
of it, then, or I'll take care of him personally.
Very well.
Det er en joke for helvede, idiot. Magnus.
I will find out exactly how this happened.
Thank you for informing us, Lord. I shall inform everyone that His Eminence has had to return to the continent for personal reasons. I must ask you to keep it to yourself.
Ja, Magnus, det tror du vel.
If von Wollner is the murderer, what's gonna happen to him?
He may be Gregory's son, but if he hasn't departed within the hour, I'll take care of him myself. It will not be pretty. A lifetime as a masked servant should cleanse him of the desire to commit an act like that ever again in my house.
Skal vi ikke købe noget vand, så at vi kan komme i seng? Jeg ved ikke hvorfor vi skulle have vand til det, men sådan er det. Sådan er det. Sådan er det. Lad os nu bare få noget vand. Vi var smag. Så at vi kan tisse det hele ud
Mr.
igen.
President, would you have a minute to spare?
Of course, Louis. What can I do for you?
I wanted to make sure that you're still with us. Since Mortimer has to convince everyone to follow him to win the vote, well, I expect he'll try bringing you over to his side eventually.
I won't lie. William did make a point of speaking to me.
And?
He has always supported me, Louis. I've been thinking long and hard about this. I know I said I would vote for Holm, but I've been reconsidering. I'm sorry, but I won't be following you this time around.
Well, at least that's clear. Holmes the one who's going to be delighted about this reversal.
I'm sorry for you. Good luck and see you later at the conference.
See you later.
To traders. Fuck, nogle røvhul.
Ja da.
Vi kommer til at slå dem alle sammen ihjel.
Nå.
Vi kan ikke alle sammen dø. Hende den lækre, hun er jo død. Hende der ligner dem har været sådan i ansigt, hun er jo død. Så er der ikke meget ved tilbage. Det er de her, der lige skal også dø. Nu skal have den sjov. Johan. Hvor er du henne, Johan? Han er lige her. Det er jo dejligt. Johan. Mit navn det er Martin. Ja. Det er det fordi, at jeg er stinkdyr.
Looks like Wollner's planning something.
Ej, hvad skete her?
What a mess. Looks like Volnor was interrupted. Looks a lot like straw, and he's drawn something in a hurry on this sheet. Chemistry set. That's not surprising coming from von Volnor.
Han har også badekar.
Fragment of amber. Golden elixir. Consumed without excess. Look, a block. And apparently it's been used recently. I wonder what Volnor was going to write. It's smudged. It's not all legible. I can make out the signature though, and leave as if planned. What a mess. Looks like Volnor was interrupted. Golden elixir.
A chest locked with a 4-letter code. Surely a word close to the owner's heart. If I'm not mistaken, Paracelsus named the element called zinc. The alchemist is an old man.
Just clothes.
My dear George, please leave me now.
Hvorfor er han ikke på sit værelse? En, to, 3, 4.
The alchemist is a young man. circles. Dear Monsieur Perret.
All right. I've retrieved everything.
Dear friend.
Monsieur Napoleon, what about?
Fanden er ham der den sidste henne? Nok han også en virkelig fed. På at gå op på værelsen. Der er han ikke. Loading, loading, loading.
Here comes von Volmer. With Holm, of course. The scoundrel wastes no time.
Louis, what are you doing here? I promised you I would take care of Mr. von Volmer. Everything's under control, don't worry.
Let me speak to him.
Now. I told you, I will take care of Johann personally. Believe me, even though it pains me, he will pay the price.
Very well, but you better keep your word, sir.
That is certainly my intention.
abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Lovely lectures Mortimer is giving to his guests. Very jolly.
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service day and night, sir.
Yes. Can you briefly describe the ground floor, please?
Very well, sir. On the ground floor, there are mainly living rooms. Sir finds himself at present in the Grand Hall. From the Grand Hall, Sir can access, on one side, the small salon, where the guests like to relax with a good book. From there, Sir can access the conference room, which is closed at present for preparations. That is where Lord Mortimer likes to gather all of his guests for talks. From the other side of the Grand Hall, Sir may access the dining room. That is where Sir's meals will be served. From the dining room, Sir may benefit from an exceptional view overlooking the island. It is also the best way to access the portrait gallery, where a large part of Lord Mortimer's works are exhibited. And in the gallery, Sir will also find access to the garden. But Sir may be reassured the building is accessible on both sides, so that it surrounds the garden in question. Sir should not find cause to worry. No one has ever gotten lost.
Except for my mother.
Has Sir another question?
So, tell me, have you been able to speak to everyone?
Absolutely.
And? Did you find a traitor in our midst? And President Washington, can we count on him?
Unfortunately, President Washington has changed sides.
I must admit it comes as no surprise. My brother has always followed him, and I was expecting this reversal. What's your opinion of Duke Manuel?
Duke Manuel won't be supporting us.
How dare he! If it weren't for me, he wouldn't be where he is today.
I had to trick him in order to make sure. I passed inside Napoleon so that he would talk to me.
Congratulations, Louis. I see you're not one to stop at half measures.
I pretended that I was only checking he was still working for Mortimer.
And he confessed?
He was suspicious right to the end, but yes, he ended up giving himself away and conceded he was working for your brother.
That scoundrel! Thank you, Louis, for all this information. I only hope what you say is right. The consequences could be horrific.
That is what we're likely to see.
William has moved his pieces. If that's how it is, it's my turn now.
What are you going to do?
Show him that I am not going to be outdone. Prepare yourself. It won't be long before the conference begins. There's just enough time to briefly go over it once more with my guests. Let us meet in the conference room when the time comes.
Louis, a moment of your time, please.
Yes, monsieur. What can I do for you?
I would like you to hear me out without interrupting. It's in your interest. You are in a perilous situation, and I want to avoid you becoming a laughingstock.
That's very kind of you.
In actual fact, all of Sir Gregory's team is working for Mortimer. If you vote for Holm, Mortimer will never forgive you. And I can assure you that he is taken down far tougher than you.
Are you threatening me?
Not me, Louis. But you are the only one who hasn't turned against Sir Gregory. Join us. Vote with us if you do not want to feel the wrath of Mortimer alone.
Is that all?
That's all, yes. I just wanted to warn you. Now you are free to vote where your conscience leads you. Good luck.
So, he's the one who's been persuading them all to turn back. I just gotta hope that Holmes managed to pull off his conjuring trick. Otherwise, Bonaparte's right. I'll be the only one voting against Mortimer, and therefore the only one to face the consequences.
My friends, Here we are at last, gathered together to close this conference. I would first of all like to thank you all for making the time to be here and lend your services. Gregory, I believe I may speak for both of us when I say that we are honored by your presence here.
You are perfectly right to do so. Thank you for putting your faith in us and for coming here to participate in this conference. Thank you for helping us to make the best decisions. And I especially want to thank you, William, for perfectly hosting us at your home during these past several days.
I'm not sure all the guests would agree to that. In any case, Holm doesn't seem to be himself.
I would like to add that, unfortunately, Monsieur von Wollner has been called away at the last moment and will not be able to participate in the vote. And that is not all. Duchess Hillsborough will also not be voting. The poor woman has suffered a lot of upheaval lately. As she was feeling quite poorly, she apologizes, but she preferred to return to the continent.
The Duchess? I hope it's nothing serious.
Don't worry, Mr. President. I had someone escort her. The Duchess simply needs rest, and now she is in good hands. And finally, Cardinal Piaggi has also decided to leave us and will not be able to attend the conference.
I must say, Sir Gregory, you are beset by bad luck.
Indeed. One would think that I am hounded by ill fortune.
Good. I think we can begin. You will vote in turn on the question that interests us today. Are you for or against the transfer of ownership of Louisiana from Spain to France? Duke Manuel?
For.
Monsieur Napoleon?
For.
President Washington?
For.
Finally, Monsieur de Richet. What is your vote?
My turn. I vote against.
The votes are now cast. So you were not won over by my project. That hurts.
I warned you. You didn't want to listen to me.
Never mind. It will still come to pass.
Traitor! What have you done? You are obliged to respect your word. That is the rule.
The time of conferences is over, dear brother. Let us abandon all this charade.
You don't have the right. What have you done to me?
What have I done? Nothing, Gregory. You did it yourself. A word of advice. In the future, that is, if you have one, don't drink someone else's cup of tea without checking what's in it.
Sir Gregory, what is the matter? William, what have you done?
Not now.
You are mad, William. I will punish you for this.
He will probably try, unless I get to him first.
But I cannot die.
No, you cannot die. You are, however, losing all sense of reason, as well as all your special abilities.
What did I drink?
Can't you guess? There are but few things that can have such an effect on such as we. You would know that if you ever ventured even a little way off of Father's beaten track.
Revenge?
Oh, no, my dear Gregory. You will not be taking any revenge. You will die stupidly, alone, enclosed in that rather withered body.
Help me.
After several centuries of near absolute power, here you find yourself on your hands and knees, hoping in vain that someone is going to help you. Tell me, what does that feel like? Never happened to me. Can't be good. You cannot leave your body. You cannot project yourself elsewhere. You cannot even contact
father. Go ahead. Try. But you are my brother. So I ask you to remember that all this is your own fault. And I want you to understand I get absolutely no pleasure out of it. Well, very little.
Swine!
A new order is born today, brother. Enough of Father's hegemony. After all these years of servitude, I can finally stand up and oppose it. You chose to serve him, whatever his excesses. Now it's up to you to face the consequences of that choice.
Matt, I am stronger than you.
William has poisoned me. He must have used the blood of a former demon. I am no longer able to enter the body of someone else. The poison is gnawing away at me from the inside. I'm going to die.
But where are we?
In the ether. What you see is not real. It's only a mental projection created by my spirit. I'm occupying William's spirit at the moment, but I'm not going to be able to keep it up forever. Join me, Louis. Otherwise, all will be lost.
Yes. Yes, I'll join you.
Find a way. Hurry.
I must find them quickly.
History will remember.
I deserve a great destiny, and I will let nothing, nor no one stand in the way of my dream.
But there must.
Sarah? Is that you?
Louis? Louis, can you hear me? I'm here, Louis. Can you see me?
Of course, but I don't understand.
Oh, merciful heaven. You can see me.
Yes,
Louis, I don't know what's happening, but you must help me.
Look, just calm down.
I can't see you, Louis.
I'm here right in front of you.
No, I can't see you. The caves are deserted. I can't leave, Louis. Help me.
You died.
Died? No! What are you talking about? Look, I am right here.
And as you are my sister, it's possible that demons don't completely disappear after their physical bodies die.
But how is that possible, damn it? I'm stuck here.
I don't know. I'm only guessing. Only your physical body is dead. Apparently your spirit is kept here.
I daren't try understand. Am I condemned?
Look, neither of us know anything about this situation, really.
Help me, Louis. You are the first one, the only one to see me, to speak to me. Without you, I'll never get out of here. Don't leave me like this, I beg you.
Next time you want to abduct a child and lie to him his whole life, maybe you'll think twice.
Louis, no! Don't leave me here!
Good luck.
Help me! Is anyone there? I'm all alone.
Emma? What on earth?
The only wanted to play. We didn't mean any harm.
She sounds like a little girl talking. It's me, Louis.
Oh, I know someone called Louis, but he abandoned me too.
What on earth is wrong with her? It seems like her spirit has regressed. What are you doing here?
I was playing.
And who were we playing with?
With my sister, but I can't find her.
Tell me, Emma, is Emily here too?
Emily is always here, but she makes fun of me. She keeps hiding in the shadows to make me scared. And I get scared then. I don't want to follow her in. I'm all on my own now.
Oh man, what can I do? Poor thing seems completely lost. Everything is fine. Emma, don't worry. Everything's going to be alright. I'm here now. Dry your tears.
You aren't going to abandon me?
No, don't worry. You're not alone.
Thank you, sir.
Tell me now, what happened with Emily?
We had a fight. She was always wanting me to hide, I think. But I don't want to play at hide and seek anymore.
Do you know why she always wanted to keep on playing?
The one who wins becomes the princess, and it's never me who wins. But I want to be a princess too.
Okay. And you like playing with your sister?
Of course, she's my sister.
And do you love your sister?
Yes, but sometimes she gets on my nerves.
But you wouldn't want her not to play with you anymore, would you?
Of course not.
It would be good if you could both play at being a princess together, at the same time, wouldn't it?
Together?
Yes, each with your own stories.
Oh, yes, that would be good. And we would have extraordinary adventures, and we could speak about them together, and I miss her so much.
Emma? Is that you?
It's all your fault. If your mother hadn't betrayed me, all this would never have happened.
Emma, don't be like...
Leave me alone, I don't need you.
Don't take it like...
Leave me alone. Scum! Bastards! I'll get you back! You've all manipulated me! I'll make you all pay! All of you!
What am I doing here now? Nothing seems real.
You're nothing but a coward.
What a bunch of amateurs you are. Please, keep calm.
What on earth is going on here? I don't understand a thing.
Louis, don't waste any time. Appease them. My thoughts are becoming confused. Help me. Be quick.
Yes, not a minute to lose.
I have to protect my sister. Help me, Louis.
Emma is completely lost. She needs to be close to her sister. As for Emily, well, she no longer trusts anyone. Apart from me, that is. I have to stay by her side.
God damn it. I don't understand a thing. I'm doomed.
Emma is completely lost. She needs to be close to her sister. As for Emily, well, she no longer trusts anyone. Apart from me, that is. I have to stay by her side.
To defend me. Yes. But will they make it in time?
Öffnung.
I need to keep an eye on them. Emma is completely lost. She needs to be close to her sister. As for Emily, well, she no longer trusts anyone. Apart from me, that is. I have to stay by her side.
I have to protect my sister. Help me, Louis.
Whatever happens, I trust him, and only him. I must take the book back to him.
I won't let him attack his brother.
He wants to isolate me again.
Stay with me, Louis. We must take Al-Azif back from him.
I won't let him attack his brother. I won't let him attack his brother.
He wants to isolate me again. He wants to isolate me again.
Det giver ingen mening, det der. Ingen mening. Jeg er ikke sådan, der har 4.000 IQ.
Succeeded. They've all disappeared.
Louis, it's worked. But don't waste any time.
Yes, I'm coming.
At least as soon as I found the exit.
My own sister. I should have left her to die when the Tsarina called
Emily?
her. Louis? Louis! Who on earth is
In front of you, Emily. She can't see me?
Louis, are you dead too?
It's complicated.
I thought Emma killed you.
Oh, yes, that's right. She still doesn't know everything I found out. Emily, I have to tell you that Emma is dead.
Well, justice has been done. But I thought, how is it that you are here? Can you move around?
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to explain what's happening to us, Emily. Believe me, I'm just as lost as you are.
But you can move around.
Maybe because I'm not dead.
If you are here without being dead, then there must be a way out. Help me, Louis. I am begging you, help me.
I'll do everything I can to find a solution.
You promise?
Yes, trust me. I must go.
Wait, don't leave me. For pity's sake, Louis.
But I must if I'm to find a solution. Be brave, Emily.
Yes, I understand. I trust you.
I'll be back for you, I promise.
Louis, help. Don't leave me. Louis!
I must be quick.
My memories. I'm losing my sense. Louis? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Pick up the thread of my thoughts, Louis. Of my memories. Make haste. And who arrives at the same time as Emily? And coincidentally, who arrives at the same time as Emily? Louis de Richet, his son. He brings his 4 children together, and even then he didn't react. And coincidentally,
this memory is important, but it's as if there's something missing. There must be an order to this.
And the cherry on the cake is I drank his...
Blood that Mortimer used is deadly poison for a demon. Home won't survive it. Oh, it's over for him. He's finished.
And the cherry on the cake is I drank his cursed tea.
I should come back to this later.
He allowed me to bring Emily back again to this conference.
No, not yet.
Ah, Charles Francois. What an adventure. Ah, Charles Francois. What an adventure.
I'm getting carried away here. I must concentrate on the important memories, the ones that led home into this situation.
Dear Countess, do not stop. What a pity you disappointed me. Dear Countess, do not stop. What a pity.
No, not that way. I'm losing the thread here.
At the previous conference 3 years ago, I'm sure he already knew I would bring
This is the first event that brought home here. Oh yeah, I'm on the right track.
I recall Sparta. And when he cut me off from our father, I didn't say anything.
I must have missed a memory.
I recalled Sparta. I recalled Sparta. Of my exchanges back then with my brother.
I'm losing focus. Come on, Louis, concentrate.
I recalled Sparta. He stuffed his poor son with an occult knowledge that...
What have I missed?
He's coming! I recall Sparta. It was a trap right from the start. France, so much effort, so much wasted time. He allowed me to bring Emily back again to this call.
No, not yet.
And the cherry on the cake is I drank his cursed.
I should come back to this later.
And coincidentally, who arrives at the same time as Emily?
There's something missing.
From the start. It was a trap.
Previous conference? That's when Mortimer started putting his plan into action. That's how this whole thing began.
At the previous conference 3 years ago, I'm sure he already knew I would bring
This is the
Hills.
first event that brought home here. Oh yeah, I'm on the right track.
He allowed me to bring Emily back again to this conference, supposedly to find her sister, whereas Emma hadn't even disappeared yet. The poor wretch was shot as her sister was setting foot on the island. I should have understood that earlier. He allowed me to bring Emily back again to this conference, supposedly to find
I'm on the right track here.
at the same time as Emily, Louis de Richet, his son. He brings his 4 children together, and even and coincidentally, who arrives at the same time as Emily?
I'm getting closer to him.
couldn't have missed that. Not me. He cut me off from our father, and I didn't say a word. He cut me off from our father, and I didn't say a word. And when Elizabeth I recall Spark. I didn't want to believe it. He feeds Louis, and I continue to see nothing. He stuffed his poor son with an occult knowledge that we usually take months to give to our children, and Louis is only trying his best to get by. He doesn't realize he's being led to the slaughter.
Holmes seems certain that Mortimer's been using me, but I get the impression that he's only had this vision recently. It's one of the last ones he had.
He stuffed his poor son with an occult knowledge that we...
Getting to the end here.
He feeds Louis. I recall Spark.
Is deadly poison for a demon. Home won't survive it. Oh, it's over for him. He's finished.
And the cherry on the cake is I drank his cursed tea. He knew how to drink it. The rascal knows me better than I do myself. And the cherry on the cake is I drank his cursed tea. He trapped me. He poisoned me to stop me from being able to leave this body. Cut off all communication with Father. Brought his children here. How could I not have seen it earlier? He's going to absorb me. The traitor! No one can stop him now. Hurry, Louis. I absolutely must see you before it's too late. If you have managed to follow my thoughts, come to me. Quickly!
What's happening?
I can sense it. He's here. He's trying to get inside me, Louis. William has completely lost his mind. He's getting ready to pull out all the stops. He's going to devour my mind, Louis. I'm not going to be able to stop him.
Louis, you are here. I sense your presence.
What? But he can't even see me.
Congratulations, my son. You have succeeded in joining us.
Louis, don't let him draw you in there. You are signing your death warrant if you decide to follow him. I won't be there to protect you.
It's over, my son. We have won. A new order can be born.
Louis, I'm so weak. I can feel him entering. I can no longer keep him out. He's coming.
He's here.
I can't. Can you see him?
He's here. He's coming closer to you.
Where? Louis. I don't want to just disappear. He's inside my mind. I can feel him crushing me.
He's just in front of you.
I'm so sorry, brother. There's nothing you can do to stop me now. You made your choice, and you have lost.
I was wrong about him from the very beginning. He's mad. He must be stopped. You can still do something, Louis. Don't let him get away with it. Please.
I have been following you, Uncle, and I shall remain with you.
Thank you, Louis.
But what must I do?
We must notify the family about what's happening here. Let me enter you. I shall empower you to do so.
All right, do it quickly.
There. Now you can communicate with the ether. When you return to reality, go to Elizabeth's room and call the ether. You will find an ally there.
It's over, brother. Don't fight it.
You will be punished for this.
Perhaps, but you won't be there to see it, will you?
You will be punished.
Where am I?
It's all right, son. Don't panic. It's over.
I'm back? Where are the guests?
I invited them to go up to their rooms. They're resting. Don't worry.
Gregory?
You should have chosen your allies better, my son.
You mean you planned to get rid of him since the beginning?
For years, Louis. Come now. Would I really have risked everything at such a one-sided conference without having a trump card up my sleeve?
But what about the conference rules?
To hell with the rules. From now on, I'm only following my own rules. Things are going to change, you'll see. However, I expect you to stop your childish games and follow me. I gave you time to find your feet with Gregory, but things are going to get serious now. And I expect a little more loyalty from you.
What did you do to him?
I devoured his soul.
But I didn't see you use the Holy Lance.
Indeed not. I didn't need to. Can't you guess how I did it? The Lance of Longinus is just a vessel, Louis. It could have been any object that had the blood of Christ on it. The blood of an ancient, more precisely. But I didn't need the blood of an ancient. You see, I have been in dear Lord Mortimer's physical body for longer than my brother has been in Sir Gregory Holmes. Therefore, I am an ancient, Louis.
What happened in the ether?
I surpassed him.
What do you mean you surpassed him?
I made sure he was poisoned by my blood before our little chat. Remember the cup of tea in the dining room? I wagered that Gregory simply wouldn't be able to let it get cold. Old habits do die hard.
You put your blood in your tea?
And he put the hangman's rope round his own neck. Ironic, isn't it? Unable to extract himself from his physical body, it didn't take much time for me to absorb him. In any case, what's done is done. I'm going to rest in the dining room. Join me there when you're ready. The time has come to end this little antisocial gathering.
Bastard. He planned to kill his own brother all along. I absolutely must stop him. Home told me to go to Elizabeth's room, that I'd find an ally there. I'd better go there straight away.
check bill.
Into the ether. What does that mean? Come on, Louis. You've already been there. Concentrate. Remember what you felt. Oh, there it is. I sense something. It's getting closer.
Who goes there?
Elizabeth? But I saw you. You're dead. You're not Elizabeth.
Who are you?
My name is Louis de Riche. With all due respect, would you be so kind as to tell me who I'm addressing, please?
I am the father of all, founder of our lineage, the great architect of the laws that govern us.
It's the father of Holm and Mortimer.
Why take on the appearance of Elizabeth Adams?
So, that is how you see me? Here, everything is mere make-believe. Your mind is working to give me an appearance that you can understand.
I thought Elizabeth was dead.
And she is. I am not Elizabeth Adams, but her fate matters not. Indeed, I sense a difference somewhere. An upheaval in the equilibrium of the ether.
Sir Gregory is well and truly dead.
No, that cannot be.
William used his own blood.
No, that is impossible. The wicked traitor. He waited to be in an older mortal coil than his brothers. What an abomination of our nature. I will make him pay for his arrogance 100-fold.
I'm here to find an ally.
Which Gregory brought you to me. Be glad you just found the very ally you were looking for.
I'm listening.
William has to pay for what he did. He had no right. No one must ever attack a member of one's own family. That is the law. If you don't want to be involved in all this, let me enter your mind. When the time comes, I will just step in.
You mean, like with Elizabeth?
Elizabeth was not part of our family. She didn't get any choice.
But you can't say it worked out well for her. What's to say that once inside he won't stay there?
If I ask my children to respect the rules, then I must do so as well. So, do you accept my proposal?
I'm sorry, I'd rather not get involved in your disputes. I understand that you're mad at him, but I refuse to let you use me to get at him.
Young fool.
Goodbye.
No! Come back, or you too shall feel my wrath!
I have no other choice. I must face Mortimer alone. The Holy Lance is all I need. Let's get this over with. Now's the time to join Mortimer. I won't be able to go back after... Here we go. Excuse me, Sir Gregory's death...
Must have upset your plans. Yes, I should think so, given that you gave him your allegiance. But I did warn you to choose sides carefully.
But you didn't tell me you were planning to kill him, you snake. You wish to speak to me?
Yes, but before we begin, I would like you to give me back the Holy Lance, please. Now that Gregory is gone, we won't be needing it anymore, and I prefer to put it back in its place.
I no longer have it. Of course. Here you are, Father.
Thank you. Congratulations, by the way. You managed to find the right one among all the copies. I'm impressed. This conference will have been one of the most eventful I've ever known.
I'll just have to take your word for it.
Before I get to why we're here, you must know that I've been watching you very closely over these past few days. I won't hide the fact that I was disappointed that you did not succeed in saving Jacques Peroux. You handled that situation very badly. As far as the door of my crypt is concerned, it is a pity that you lost your hand while trying to open it. You committed a serious mistake in proving unable to tell your sisters apart, causing the death of the most promising of the two. I won't lie to you, I was surprised and above all disappointed when I found out you had tried to discredit me with His Holiness by writing a letter to the Papal States.
Damn it. You found out.
But the important thing is that you escaped the worst with Volner, because he could have killed you when you were in the guise of Piaggi.
Yes, it was a bit touch and go.
Which leads me to a chat about what I envisage for you now. You are the chosen one, Louis. The one I've been waiting for all this time.
Thank you,
We are going to be able to become one.
I don't quite follow you.
Be proud of yourself, son, for you are the one I have chosen to be my next mortal coil.
But what about me? Am I imagining things, or did he just tell me to my face that he's going to eat me?
Unfortunately, no, you won't survive the transfer. But I want you to know that I only select my bodies from my own children, and that you are the one who has impressed me most. It's far from being my first time, as you can imagine. I didn't think it was possible to find a more promising son than dear Augustus. You can be very proud of yourself.
Wait a second, hang on. Do you realize what you're saying? Are you insane?
Oh, come, my son. Let's not end everything on a bad note, please.
Son of a bitch. He's not going to get away with this so easily. I won't let you do it.
What on earth are you thinking? That you'll be able to kill me? This is ridiculous, Louis. Come now, be reasonable. Don't fight. I won. Von Volner tightened his political and spiritual grip on King Frederick William. On the death of the king in 1797, Johann retired with his wife to his country estate,
in order to continue his work on his theological and alchemical thesis. Manuel Godoy's close relationship with Napoleon enabled him to claim a part of Portugal, as well as the protection of France at the fall of the kingdom. He died in the company of his beloved mistress Pepita, after recovering all his titles and properties. Napoleon Bonaparte continued his political and military rise until his self-proclamation as emperor. His excessive ambition would cost the lives of 1,700,000 Frenchmen and leave France poorer and weaker than ever before. Deported and imprisoned by the British on St. Helena Island, he died on the 5th of May, 1821, as an exile to general indifference. During his second term, George Washington had to deal with a number of rebellions. He enraged public opinion by building close diplomatic links with Great Britain, which forced him to give up a third term in office. He retired to his country estate until his death, without being able to implement the annexation of the highly coveted Louisiana Territory. Nothing more was ever heard of Lord Mortimer. His sudden disappearance was a topic of conversation in the European courts, but only for a few months.
Ja! Endelig! 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 Nej! Jeg holdt ikke mit løfte.
Omkring hvad?
Nej. Jeg lovede at redde Emily. Jeg fik hende aldrig ud derfra. Nej. Nå, håber I nu med. Nu skal jeg kraftedeme med i seng. Farvel.